Wait for it. Hasanabi.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Hasan. I'm broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles. Even though it says 69 and sunny here, it's actually pretty gloomy and cloudy in California, Los Angeles right now. And I'm alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, May 28th, 2025. And I hope everyone's having a great one. It's 11:01 a.m. That's right. I am right on the dot, early as a matter of fact. I started earlier than usual. Early bird gets the worm. Damn, son, where'd you find this? On the internet. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, we are live. We are alive. We got a lot going on in the world. Any luck with the Kaylani DM? No, she did not respond to me. But also, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'ma do. I just heard a piece about you on my local NPR. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. What were they talking about? Stupid, sexy Hassan. I'm early. And early bird catches the worm, like I said. All right. So personal news wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about what's going on in my world. and I'm going to. How Twitch personality Hasan Piker generates wide appeal. Oh, this is from today. What the hell? What the helly? What the hell? As a new one? Is it the same one as the old one? They're just pumping these, huh? 9 minutes long.
Every day.
We'll take a look at it later. All right. March was getting your PR up last night on his stream. Insane Chad Vice TikTok.
Would you rather snitch on your best friend or cheat on your girlfriend?
I would snitch on my friend before I cheat on my girlfriend.
Okay.
I would never cheat on you, I promise.
A few moments later.
We broke up. You're lying. We let another girl dance on him, bro.
Not my fault. She was dancing on me.
For like a good 5 minutes.
I'm not gonna push her away.
Yes, you are gonna push her away. You're in a full on. What the is not clicking? How would you feel if she danced on a guy for 5 minutes?
Well, that's different.
It's not different.
She just texted me, but I'm not gonna answer.
You gave her your number?
No.
What
Yes.
do you mean she texted me? What the? Why would now be when you f***ing tell me that shit? You know what? That's fine because I'm just gonna go find a new guy. That's fine.
Is this AI? This is like damn, this bummed me out, dude. It's got to be scripted. I'm assuming this is scripted for the sake of humanity, okay? For the sake of humanity and all things holy, I'm going to assume that that is scripted. All right. No, because I am familiar with their content. Okay. All right. Whatever. Last night I ended the broadcast. What did I do? Absolutely nothing. Hung out with my mom a little bit. Watched some Fearin'. Watched the last episode of The Last of Us. It's all right. Both are all right. I still haven't finished rehearsal. I got to catch up with that. I am flying this week, so obviously I'll probably have time to catch up when I'm flying this week, so that's good. But yes, Taco Trump always chickens out. I know, man. I know. We got it. Don't worry. I got Taco. Yeah, I watched the New York Knickerbockers get absolutely destroyed by the Halliburton terrorists. I don't want to talk about it too much because, like, I personally don't like. I'm not like a Knicks fan by any metric, right? I'm not. But it's like cool and fun to see a story like that. I have no investment in the Halliburton. I want the Knicks to win. No, it's not. Fuck the Knicks. Come on, man. Let him have something. I don't even care about the Timothy Charlemagne subplot. I don't care about all the extra stuff. But I want the Knicks to get something. I want the Knicks to get a fucking W, you know? I don't care about small market teams popping off. How about the big market teams pop off a little bit? They've been, especially the Knicks. I don't know. Let the Knicks have something. New York is a beautiful city. New York is a beautiful city, and it's just not getting the respect it deserves. All right? That's it. That's what I'm saying. I wish. I wish it would. I wish it would. New Joe Rogan of the left dropped. Oh yeah, I know. Adam Friedland. Ay. Holy moly. Hold up 1 second. I have something outside that I gotta deal with real quick. Yeah. Wait 1 second. Right as I go live, there's like a million different things happening, a million different things popping off. Hold on. I think the Knicks winning makes Zoran win. That's what I told this to Noah, who is a Knicks fan. At the eve of, not yesterday, but I texted Noah about this. I was like, it feels like this is, you know, the Knicks beating the Celtics Zoran is on the come up. It almost feels like it's a new tide for New York. It felt like Bernie Sanders. It felt like Bernie Sanders in Nevada. You know? That's what it felt like. Like they beat the Celtics. All of a sudden, you know, things are looking up for New York. Zoran is popping off. Like that was like the vibe. And it sucks because we all know the end of that story, okay? Jason Tatum, my husband will recover. Yeah. Are you watching the Creator League draft today at 4? I think I'm on that too, but I'm sure, maybe. Lex preview.
The following is a conversation with Satan.
Well, I've seen this before. This is old. What does the sweatshirt say? Don't worry about it. Hold on 1 second. I gotta deal with something outside. Okay, hold on. I'll start with this Twitch personality clip from
for 8 hours
W.
or more,
Burr.
Hasan Piker is live on the video game streaming platform Twitch.
Hold on.
He is a socialist, left of the Democratic Party, and his commentary sometimes runs afoul of content rules. He shares his political views on Twitch with a dedicated community of viewers, many of whom are young men. Now, Hasan Piker has been viewed as a left-leaning Joe Rogan, brash and broy, and someone who could bring young men to the Democratic cause. Ben Brock Johnson and Amory Sievertson of WBUR's podcast Endless Thread wanted to know more about who Hasan Piker is influencing and how.
Whatever you've heard of Hasan, whatever you think of him, however you found him, or if you've never heard of him or found him, let's start with some simple facts. His parents are Turkish. His father is a political scientist and economist who has helped support the Future Party in that country in opposition to the right-wing Justice and Development Party. His mom is an architectural historian teaching at the Institute of Technology in New Jersey.
And Piker's uncle started the Young Turks, the popular progressive news network that began on the radio, jumped to YouTube, and is now played on some television channels.
You're heading off a cliff, dude, and you don't even realize it.
Hasan's of an even younger generation than the Young Turks. He's on YouTube, but he's most established on the video game streaming platform Twitch, where people watch other people play video games. And in Hasan's case, people watch him talking about politics. But if you're going to stream on Twitch, you're probably going to do both.
The first time I came across him was when, in the election of 2020, he streamed a Get Out the Vote game of Among Us with Representatives Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Ilhan Omar. When you watch this video, as AOC gets onto the stream with Hasan, he seems pretty psyched.
We came a long way.
Here we go.
From 15 people watching me play Fortnite with Felix Biederman to playing Among Us with the top content creators and also two of my favorite politicians.
The Among Us stream, just a little more than an hour long total, netted nearly 7.
It's pretty crazy because, like, you say, oh, the boomer understanding of, like, Twitch and what you do is so antiquated. But you also have to understand, that, like, these guys are probably closer to developing a solid understanding than the average boomer anyway. These are the people who are educating the boomers on what this environment looks like.
700,000 concurrent viewers. Just to give you a sense, that competes with the prime viewing period between 8 and 11 p.m. of CNN, which, by the way, is also putting Hasan on.
Piker was 29 back then, and about to watch Biden sweep into office and topple Donald Trump's attempt at re-election in the midst of a brutal pandemic. When you watch this 4-year-old stream, Hasan seems legit giddy at what's happening. And it's this odd combination of video game nerdery and progressive political energy. Or maybe it's not that odd of a combination.
Hasan Piker represents a huge change in the way people consume information in 2025. especially digital natives, people who have only really been around after the internet and computers.
Oh,
Increasingly, they don't
I didn't even blast off yet. Hold on.
compartmentalize their different flavors of content. They
Let's
don't go to
blast
one
off.
place for news, another place for lifestyle, information, etc. They go to the same place for all the things. And usually that same place is not a brand per se, it's a person.
We wanted to hear from some of these people, so we reached out on Reddit and got a bunch of responses. Some Hasan fans have requested that we only use their first name because, well, Hasan takes political positions that some employers might view as extreme.
I had gone through different posts, reading comments, because I just basically view reading Reddit as like people watching, and kind of bookmark Hasan in my head as like, I gotta figure this guy out.
This is Janet. She's in her early 40s.
Okay, a 40-year-old woman. A 40-year-old woman on Reddit is. I mean, I don't know if this is my demographic profile. I hope. I mean, shouts out to Janet, but that's not.
Lives in Colorado. Goes against a few of the larger characteristics of Hasan's audience, but she's part of a growing demographic.
Percentage of male went down. Percentage of female went up. We're up big.
That's Hasan streaming his annual Hasanabi community census on Twitch. Hasan's subreddit lists, quote, 151,000 comrades as its follower count, which is where we found Janet.
Janet started out reading Hasanabi hate on Reddit, but she's a comrade now. She's watching his Twitch stream every day.
She
and it's not
started
just
off
Janet
as a
who's
hater, of course, because she came from Reddit.
taking it
That's
all
why.
in.
My toddler gets a little bit of TV time in the morning, so when Hasan starts, the TV goes off for him and we throw him into lunch. He knows the Hasan is streaming song, and we'll start doing sign language for food when that song comes on, so I've kind of ruined the baby, but
A number of the people we talked to watch and listen to Hasan while at work or while doing schoolwork. But Janet's home with her baby, so...
It's on my 80-inch television. It's in the front of my living room. We have a really open floor plan, so I can hear it while I'm cleaning, while I'm hanging out with the baby, doing flashcards and whatever. He's basically just like our talk radio during the day, except we get to look at him.
We heard this a lot, actually. Hasan as replacement for the radio.
But he's streaming video, too, so it's pretty similar to cable news. And while it's not a 24-hour Hasan cycle, it is 7 days a week, along with a serious regimen of weight training, which you kind of have to do if you're sitting in a gaming chair for that long every day. He has a background team running a Discord chat, doing video graphics, and managing the community behind the scenes.
This consistency has, over time, just grown his reach, which in turn turned the heads of the people trying to run the country.
What do we got? Do we got a blast off meme or what? Do we have a blast off meme? To my entire background team, which is all 12,361 of you. I wish it was 24 hours. I would kill myself. That's not a good blast off meme. Oh, quote this. Here's your blast off. Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan have been charged with 21 counts of rape and offense by UK police. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. What is this? On June 28th, Hasanabi and Will Never Go on Dog for Dog. Where is this coming from? When did this happen? We did not. Are you guys just like making stuff up now? You're just making events up for the future, hoping that it lands? Is that what's happening? You're just like, oh, if I tweet it, it will manifest it, and then it'll happen. Is that what your suspicion is? Because it's not. That's not how this works. Manifesting my streamers dogging. Yeah, just raw dogging some dogs. Is that what it is? The Manifesting my streamer, gobbling some glizzies. Okay, whatever. I blasted off. None of you gave me anything good, so I just used the Trump taco take. Okay, let's blast off. Let's let the people know we are live. We are alive. What the hell? What the heliante? Will Neff's alternate account where he's doing the 9 for 9 challenge when we're going to the Doyers game. Oh yeah, I'm down to do that. I'm so sad with the Tate news. Oh, I feel like Andrew Tate and them, like the Tate brothers, are gonna be prosecuted for rape in pretty much every country except for like Dubai. Like they're just slowly but surely, every place that they go to, they end up getting charged with rape because they just can't help themselves. I guess they can't stop themselves. Like it's just impossible for them. And eventually it's just gonna be like every country. Like every country in the Western world is going to have active rape charges on them, and so they're just gonna have to stay in Dubai. They're gonna be fucking pardoned, or that maybe Trump will pardon them. No, he's not gonna do that. That's crazy. All right, let's keep going.
In the last election, Hasan was invited to the Democratic convention. He was looked at by many in the run-up to the election as Exhibit A that Kamala Harris and company were talking to the right people to help them talk to the people who were going to vote. But then, the other team's podcast Reach Out game turned out to be a lot more full-on.
The following is a conversation with Donald Trump on this, the Lex Friedman podcast.
How long have we been talking?
A long time.
Let's go.
Probably like 3 hours.
I got to make a speech.
Ever since, Hasan has been on what almost feels like a group therapy tour, talking to a lot of legacy media organizations and helping to explain to them how they could have possibly missed this thing that the polls really bore out, that young men were breaking for Trump.
I think Trump speaks to male insecurities better. It's not necessarily flooding the market with like a bunch of liberals. Like, oh, if we had like 8 more Pod Save Americas that kind of look like me, for example, like more bro-y, right? Then that would be fine. It's like, no, you can't podcast your way out of this problem. There was a list that...
And yet, it seems like if the Democratic Party could podcast or stream its way into the hearts of young men, Hasan could be their guy. Because he courts more than the Janets. He also courts a lot of Jadens.
24-year-old Jaden didn't find Hasan Piker in his hometown of Heber Springs, Arkansas.
It's a pretty close-knit community. A lot of people know each other. A lot of people will go to the same church, for example. All the beliefs of everyone are pretty much shared throughout the entire community.
When Jaden started to spend more time online in high school, he discovered perspectives that didn't really match the homogeneity of Heber Springs.
And when he went to the...
Yeah, I think this is Hasan getting on fresh air got to be a recession indicator. I feel like this is is this the same exact NPR piece, or is it like slightly tweaked? Is it the same? Incredible piece from W. Burr, Boston NPR, on how journalists' understanding on the role Ansar Allah played changed over my interview with a young Yemeni influencer who we all collectively dubbed Timothy Chalamet. I don't think that they brought that. I don't think that they brought that up. Did they? Did I miss that part? They talk about the recent ban at the end. All right, there's like 2 minutes left.
University of Arkansas in Fayetteville, his own belief structure started to shift even more. Jaden says straight up that the only reason his belief structure has changed is because college and the internet.
Which is where he found Hasan.
I thought that the way he broke down certain topics was just really easy to understand, easy to digest.
Digest what exactly? Hasan's worldview.
Whether it's American foreign policy being ultimately damaging to the world, or whether it be an advocacy for enshrining abortion rights in the Constitution, gun control, like reasonable gun safety measures that must be implemented, focusing on universal health care and free college education.
Of course, some of that worldview is reflected by planks in the Democratic Party's platform. Other stances, particularly on international issues like the war in Gaza, put Hasan at odds with many Democratic lawmakers. Representative Richie Torres, a Democrat from New York, has repeatedly accused Hasan of anti-Semitism. And last week, Twitch suspended Hasan's account due to comments he made following the killing of 2 employees of the Israeli embassy outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in
No, that's not why. God damn it.
Washington, D.C. So it
Journalists.
remains to be seen if Hasan's massive viewership will find a meaningful alliance with either major political party.
I mean, it's not misinfo. They're boomers. They don't know any better. It wasn't because of the comments. It was because of the manifesto being read at all. Did you listen to Chapo 936, Ryan Grimm and Jeremy Scahill talking about you being targeted? Very good, Eb, about the targeting of journalists. Yes, of course I did. They released it. They removed it from the paywall. I watched it. I listened to all the Chapo episodes whenever I can. They're boomers, man. It's like that statement is no different than them being like Twitch is a gaming website, you know? It is what it is. You gotta get better at responding to requests for comment. Half the shit would end much quicker. Oh, I saw this. Speaking of like journalists missing the mark a little bit, here's Jake Tapper revealing something about his son that I find really interesting. Okay, it just is just like everything I know about sons of this age demographic. Let's take a look at what Jake Tapper was saying here when discussing how Democrats have lost young men.
A left-leaning podcast that shall remain nameless, and we were talking about my kids because I think they were both people without kids, and they asked me about my son, and I said he was, you know, he's a football player and he wants to be a policeman. And their joke was about my 15-year-old son. Oh, how does he feel about minorities? Like the idea that he wants to be a policeman.
He's not talking about fucking Chapo. It's probably like Pod Save America or something. Jake Tapper would never go on Chapo. That's really funny.
He's racist, my son. And like, you know, that was the big laugh.
Also, I hate that this guy is the fucking like dog whisperer of young men, Scott Galloway or whatever, Scott Gallagher. And he has like weird ass takes on this stuff too. Okay, he's like, oh, my 15-year-old son, does he hate minorities? Like, first of all, they're making a joke. I don't know who the hell was interviewing him. Okay, but like 15-year-old son plays football, wants to be a cop. We all know he's not going to be a cop, by the way. Jake Tapper is never gonna let his son be a cop. Are you kidding me? Why in the ever-loving fuck would he ever allow that? That's why you're Jake Tapper. Your son's gonna be in media, okay? Your son is either gonna be in media or immediately get like a cushy staffing job with like a high-level DC person and go through that and then maybe become a senator one day, okay? Let's be real. Your son is not becoming a police officer. He's 15 years old. It's just not, it's never gonna happen. Let's continue.
I got dragged in the comments and all that stuff. And I thought to myself, this is why you fuckers are losing elections.
100%.
Like my football playing son, who has no political views. He's 15. He thinks about World War II and gaming and playing linebacker. That's his world. You're deciding he's a racist because he wants to be a cop. And why does he want to be a cop?
Okay, first of all, that's a joke. All right, like I don't know. Are there joy killers in the left and scolds on the left? Absolutely. People that absolutely love to behave as though as though being the biggest woke scold means you are the most morally consistent, best leftist, okay? But like, that's a joke. That's a joke. Like, you're like, oh, my 15-year-old really loves World War II and wants to be a cop and plays football and doesn't care about politics. Like, first of all, every 15-year-old is already mainlining some of the worst reactionary propaganda on a daily basis. Let's be real, you're a bad parent if you're oblivious to this reality. Okay? Ask your son what he thinks about hoes. All right? Ask your son what he thinks about women. If he says they're all hoes, then you know they are watching every fucking bad every bad manosphere podcast that's out there. Okay, your son's gonna be like, on God, them chopped huz, they're destroying my life, or he's gonna call them foids. There's only two, or females. That's the woke version, by the way. If your 15-year-old son calls women females, okay, that's salvageable. If he calls them foids, make sure that there's no weapons in the house, okay, because that's a mass shooter in the making. And if he says chopped huz or like bops or whatever, then, you know, that's also somewhat salvageable. He'll grow out of it. Foids is probably the worst version of that. What the fuck are these words? I'm just giving you the different the different political leanings that young men have. Every single one of them revolves around hating women, okay? Every single one of them revolves around hating women. It's just like, how badly do you, like, how much does it play a role in your life? Okay? If you say like foids, femoids, that's an incel term, he's probably gone. Okay? Very difficult to save. Like we're talking Hitler youth, all right? We're talking this person is like has deep resentment built in against women in general. Okay? If they're saying like chopped huz or chuz or huz in general, like that's just someone trying to be cool, like that's salvageable to a certain degree. It's still misogynistic, but like, or like fine shit, that's another one. Like this is AAVE baked into the collective consciousness of Generation Alpha and young Zoomers, mostly off of TikTok, okay? Hassan, please, I'm 32, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know why every fucking old person loses their goddamn mind when I'm giving you a brief introduction to, like, you know, Gen Alpha and young Zoomers. I'm telling you what the fuck the terminology is, okay? I'm giving you the terminology. Do you want to know about it, or do you want to fucking act like Jake Tapper and be like, oh yeah, my son is apolitical? Shut the fuck up. Shut up and listen. Okay? Fuck. Yes, 30 is old, because guess what? Guess what? Back in the day when people were dying before they made it to 18 on a regular basis, okay? 30 was old. Then there was a brief period where 30 wasn't old, okay? For like the last 50, 60 years, 30 wasn't considered old. But now that like people can present themselves as full human beings online at the age of 12, 30 is old again, okay? Especially because 12-year-olds are extremely online, so they dominate discourse. It sucks, but yes, when 12-year-olds online can present themselves as full developed persons when they're clearly not, okay, all of a sudden 30 is old again. That's how it is, okay? Figure it out. Just the reality. Sorry, you know, get with the Skibbity program, okay? Skibbity Riz, Ohio Phantom Tax. That's it. Least consistent streamer law. What? Yeah. When someone says my son's not into politics, he's into World War II, wanting to be a cop, and also gaming, your son's watching Asmongold. Okay? Your son is watching Asmongold for sure. But he plays football, so he probably doesn't watch Hasanabi. He probably watches Andrew Tate, which again, adjusted to how terrifying the situation is, adjusted to how bad things are, I think, you know, I guess like Aiden Ross might be preferable, like salvageable, because like that's a thing that they encountered because it was the cool thing to do. You know what I mean? Because that's what young boys care about, being cool and being and fitting in. And if that's like the domineering force in your age demographic, then you might have found yourself in the throes of this kind of politics, specifically because you thought it was cool or because all of your friends were doing it, and therefore you could probably get out of it. Okay. What's really funny about this stuff, by the way, is that a lot of people on TikTok apparently have been yelling at me because I said, you know, we gotta figure out a way to like reach young men. They're angry and resentful. And a lot of people instantly went back to their stupid, like, liberal instincts of being like, no, we should continue vilifying men across the board unconditionally. It's like, okay, well, then good luck. You know what I mean? I'm not saying we should just, like, take the concerns that men have about, like, why women won't fuck them seriously and then lean into their entitlement. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I'm simply stating that, like, there are obvious issues here, okay? There's obvious resentment here, and I don't think, like, automatic vilification is solving this, especially as a political party. Like, think about it. Think about how much Chapo, for example, got fucking railed. Think about how much we got railed as Bernie bros. You know what I mean? Oh, it was so dangerous. It was so dangerous that Bernie Sanders has young men. And it's not even just young white men, by the way. Make no mistake, it's young men across the board. That's the other side of the story that a lot of people are failing to comprehend. The other side of the story is that it's not just white men, okay? It's all young men. People don't understand that, like, the racial polarization between the two parties is going away as the winnings from, like, as the W's that the Democratic Party could have presented during the civil rights struggle goes away, and as like the only people that remember that, the only black people that remember that are like 60 plus years old, okay? More and more young black men and young black people, young brown people in general, do not look to the Democratic Party as like the automatic lesser evil any longer. It's that simple. And the Democrats have no solution for this. I don't know. I just... Like, the Democrats are no longer the automatic, we are helping the working poor party. They have successfully they've successfully shed that attitude. They've successfully shed that marketing. They really wanted to. They wanted to be the party for the super elite, and here's where we are. They can't even take advantage of the previous... They can't even take advantage of the previous marketing that help them win elections and build coalitions. MAGA cosplays as the working class, the Dems cosplay as anti-racist. This is a pretty reductive but decent way of looking at it.
Cop wants to be a cop because he wants to help people, you know, and he thinks that's the best way he can help people. And that's how the Democratic Party talks to men.
You don't go after their bad role models like you used to, but their behavior is pretty pathological. They're pampered and pandered to constantly. What? I don't think you understand. And this is something that I say all the time. I want universality. I don't care. Healthcare for all means even Nazis get healthcare, okay? If you think that, like, the things that I'm advocating for are specifically tailored towards young men's false sensibilities, you're delusional. That's not what I'm saying. Okay? That's not what I'm saying at all. Everybody, this is why universal programs are important. This is what I mean. There is no moment where I'm like, hey, oh, do you feel like you should kill all women because like this girl rejected you? Yeah, you're right, King. Lean into that. Like, is there ever a moment where I've said that? Is there ever a moment where I've made excuses? No. I'm simply saying that the Democrats running, right? The Democrats running for office cannot try to present themselves as an anti-racist party only by claiming that their enemy is white men, okay? You're not doing anything. You're not even doing anti-racism. I'm not even saying that this is actually real racism. Reverse racism is real racism. I'm simply stating that presenting yourself as that is not actually doing anything. Presenting yourself as a enemy of they're gonna clip you as pro healthcare for Nazis. Well, welcome to the world of Hasan Hasanabi Piker. I have always maintained that position. Medicare for all means for all. I want universal social housing, okay, for everybody. I want government funded public housing. That's it. The whole purpose of the goddamn government is to make it so that it's harder for people to entertain. It's harder for people to take advantage, opportunists to take advantage of the volatile market conditions, the volatile economic conditions to move people into that direction. I know you say COVID broke a lot of people's brains, but I genuinely think that 2020 BLM broke a lot of young black men's brains in the worst direction. This is all because of this momentum. Joe Brandon coming in and saying he's going to do shit to alleviate police violence and structural inequalities, and then he actively made those two things worse. I think that's the biggest factor of why young black men are shifting more Republican. No, I don't agree with that. But I do think that what the Democrats did, it's not just about young black men. It's just across the board. What the Democrats did is neuter an entire generation's political ambitions. Okay? Because black men are the least consequential aspect of this equation. It's more so the Hispanic voting bloc. If we're looking at like some of the biggest gains, some of the biggest switches that has taken place. Okay, if you're thinking about like who swung in which direction, it's like Hispanic dudes. Okay, way more than black dudes did, and ultimately. Part of the reason why I think is because like there's a lot of Latino people that are seeing themselves more and more within the white in group. I mean, one of the greatest examples of this is like this lady I saw the other day posting about how she got into an Uber and the Uber driver said no hablo inglés. And she was like, it's time to do mass deportations. Okay? And it's really strange because her last name is like fucking Rodriguez or Menendez or something. Savannah Hernandez. That's her name. Her name is Savannah Hernandez. And she's like, we must deport all of these goddamn Mexicans. It's like, what? Like, what the hell are you talking about? What the fuck? What? Bro, who do you think is on the chopping block? If the only motivation for this kind of resentment is unironically white nativist attitudes, you're not white, dumbass. You're going too. Just as the entire reason as to why we had to fucking do mass deportations was because all of these guys are criminals and and rapists and violent drug dealers, and they're doing all this stuff, and it wasn't fucking true at all. And that's precisely the reason why the Trump administration currently is like trying to deport a 4-year-old, okay? Like, we're deporting 4th graders, 4-year-olds, 16-year-olds, you know, in high school. What happened to the violent drug dealers? Oh, it turns out that obviously the government wasn't just letting rapists go if they were undocumented. Oh my God. Because it had nothing to do with prosecuting crimes adequately, and everything to do with trying to make America a more white country. So yeah, I don't know why people like this think that they're not on the chopping block inevitably, considering that the starting point of resentment is not a real crime prevention attitude. It's just, that's just a selling point. It's the same shit that like black conservatives tell themselves about the dichotomy between, you know, some black people and other black people that are hood, you know? Oh, it's not us that they hate, it's the thugs that they hate. It's like, no, dude, they hate you too, dumbass. The fuck? Like, it doesn't come from, there is no real distinction there. There is no valid distinction there, okay? But anyway, you can't, the thing is, the Democrats used to at least like rely on that like resentment that Republicans represent with regular frequency to drum up a base of support, to galvanize a base of support that came from these backgrounds, right? But now it's over. This past election, there was a decoupling of racial politics that I think the Democrats are not ready for. Okay, I'm stupid and was not really tapped into politics when this happened, but how did Democrats vilify and alienate men, and not just alienate everybody? They did alienate everybody, but they also specifically alienated men by, like, Democrats want to present themselves as anti-racists, right? Democrats want to present themselves as anti-racist. And there's a couple different ways of doing that. If you are really an anti-racist, you want to solve some of the material inequalities that black and brown people are facing in this country, okay? But you don't want to really do that, because that would require you to actually do anything in the legislative agenda, and obviously that's going to be a big problem, right? So the way that Democrats have positioned themselves as anti-racist is basically by saying white men are the devil, okay? Just by presenting themselves as like anti-white men. White men are dangerous, white men are the devil. Now, it's not totally off base to say those things, okay? I'll say something like that. I'm a white man myself, you know? But it's ultimately, it's not how you fucking craft a campaign. You feel me? You can't do that. You just can't do that. I don't remember the Democrats saying that. Oh my Lord. They didn't fucking come out and say white men are the devil entirely, okay? They didn't like verbatim say that. I'm obviously exaggerating. Hello, I'm a Twitch streamer. Fuck! I'm talking about how like their policy positioning revolved around, oh shit, hold on. Fuck. Efendim baba. Okay.
Not
okay,
just white men, but men. And I mean, I get the idea that they thought Tim Walz could, what's the term he used? Code switch or something? He thought that he could translate the Democratic Party values because he hunts and fishes and owns a gun and was in the army and drinks a beer. I mean, at least there was an attempt. But I find it just insane.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta do something real quick. Jesus Christ. Hold on. 1 second. I don't remember Democrats saying that. I know, but how so? That's what the Republicans say Democrats do. Yes, that is. Have you ever taken note of how there is this cartoonish depiction of like woke that right-wing circles will oftentimes cast the entire progressive movement with, and then sometimes leftists will adopt that cartoonish depiction and will end up leaning into it for no discernible reason? Do you feel like this is something that liberals do? Sometimes? It sounds like you agree with Jake Tapper then. No, I don't. I think I have a more nuanced I have a more nuanced approach to this than Jake Tapper, because Jake Tapper himself is a person that only thinks Jake Tapper himself is also conservative and also presents himself as a hurdle in front of what the Democrats must do in order to create a broad coalition. Okay? Democrats believe the Republican framing DEI hurts white men, when in reality, more often than not, they just never message broad general policies that will connect the white men. Exactly. That's why universality is the best approach here. That's why I always advocate for universal policies. Okay? But when you bring that up, when you bring up universal policies, like one of the greatest examples during 2016 and in 2020 was the way that Democrats counter-messaged against Bernie Sanders. That's what I'm talking about. Okay? When they counter-messaged against Bernard Sanders, they did it on the virtue of Bernie bros, Bernie bros, Bernie bros are dangerous, Bernie bros are bad, Bernie bros are misogynistic, Bernie bros are sexist. And that was effectively a way to weaponize identity politics in the silliest fucking ways possible against a dude who was advocating for universal policies. Now, why is that significant? One of the things that really frustrated me, and there's videos of this back when I was covering during like the agitative propaganda, when I had the show called Agitprop on TYT, I talked about this extensively. One of the things I covered was Bernie Sanders' policies on universal alleviation of poverty. Okay, Bernie Sanders had a lot of universal policies. Bernie Sanders had a lot of universal policies that would overwhelmingly target black and brown communities, right? But he never actually said he was overwhelmingly and directly targeting black and brown communities. And the media would consistently turn around and say things like, well, where's your criminal justice reform? You're not talking about criminal justice reform. He was, right? Of course he was. But once again, the idea that liberals presented was the only way to cut policy for black people is by talking about how you're going to get black people out of prison, which is inherently a fucking insanely racist way to approach the subject. Okay? What do you think? Who do you think gets helped with policies that destroy poverty? Okay? Policies that combat poverty. Who do you think gets helped more? Poor people. And black people and brown people in general live in underserved communities are represented in a higher percentage in those groups. Okay? That's it. That's it. The idea that the only way to talk about black people in the legislative side is by talking about fucking criminal justice is insane. Obviously, criminal justice reform plays a major role, and Bernie Sanders had that in his platform as well. But the notion that like the only way to talk about black people, the only way to do good policies against black people is either by targeting black small business owners in the way that Kamala Harris was trying to do, or rather by simply talking about like criminal justice reform is insane. That was very frustrating to me as someone who looked at the situation in South Carolina with Jim Clyburn, and how Jim Clyburn was like anti-Bernie. And a big part of the reason why Jim Clyburn was anti-Bernie was because he was backed by the fucking the same for-profit insurance companies that were giving him a ton of money. I think Democrats outwardly talk about how diversity for diversity's sake is actually a solution, but they have more insidious ways of vilifying men of all races. You need to shift people's focus away from fighting for crumbs between races to fight for the actual pie against the ruling class. Exactly. Democrats won't do that because they are designed. They are designed.
Senator Sanders, I do want to put...
Yeah, here. They are, the Democratic Party is designed as a hurdle against actual progressive policies, against anti-capitalist measures.
The same question to you, Senator Sanders. What message do you think?
Answer that question, but I wanted to get back to the issue of climate change for a moment, because I do believe this is the existential issue.
Senator, with all respect, this question is about race. Can you answer the question as it was asked?
Like, this is a perfect demonstration. Look. Let's do it again.
Senator Sanders, I do want to put the same question to you, Senator Sanders. What message do you think?
Answer that question, but I wanted to get back to the issue of climate change for a moment, because I do believe this is the existential issue.
Senator, with all respect, this question is about race. Can you answer the question as it was asked?
Because people of color, in fact, are going to be the people suffering most if we do not deal with climate change.
That's it. Universal policies are incredibly important, because speaking about these policies from the perspective of universality is great, because one, you don't alienate any demographics by doing so, with the exception of the rich, I guess, and that's fine. But you also are addressing issues that impact these communities directly. Okay? Like, who do you think benefits more? Who do you think benefits more from Medicare for all? A rich white person or a poor black person? Overwhelmingly, these communities that are poorer on average will benefit more from universal programs. That's it. Same with climate change, same with everything. But it's very frustrating that Democrats are allergic to this kind of messaging. Even if it's fucking performative, they're allergic to it. They love the performance of, like, attacking people. So do you attacking people that do take the universal approach? So do you understand what I mean when I say the Democrats did this to themselves for years and years and years? Do you get it? That's it. That's what I'm talking about when I said, like, the way that they presented themselves is like they tried to posture as though, like, universal policies are actually racist, or anything that helps, like, white men is actually racist. And it's really stupid, because the racial depolarization has already taken place, so it doesn't even fucking matter. Like, here, Kamala doing pretty poorly among both black and Indian voters, and an underrated blow to the IDPOL theory of electoral politics, specifically the idea that Biden Hillary's weakness with non-whites compared to Obama was just about him being black and them being white. Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this extensively as well. Obviously, a hill I will die on is the Democratic response to 30 million people participating in the George Floyd protests is responsible for a large chunk of nihilism and detachment we see in our politics today. Yeah, I think the first wave of nihilism and detachment came under the Obama administration, and the final blow was delivered by the final blow. It's death by 1,000 cuts, but big blows came along the way. I think it was a major blow to all of the progress, all the hope, all of the grassroots momentum that was designed to play a significant role in American politics on the Democratic side, on the progressive side, under the Obama Hope and Change campaigning versus like how he actually performed at the executive level, and then obviously Hillary Clinton cutting away at Bernie Sanders in 2016 played a major role in causing discontent amongst the base, causing people to say fuck this, I don't care about this at all. And then the final death blow was delivered when Joe Biden won. Okay, 75% of the country was like on board with the police precinct being burned down in the immediate aftermath of the execution of George Floyd, okay, in broad daylight. Think about that. They understood and sympathized with an action that is insane, okay, that you would never expect from Americans. I say this all the time. People that had their first foray into political action did everything. They mobilized, they engaged in direct action, they protested, they fucked shit up, they yelled in the streets. And then when push came to shove, they turned around, they held their nose, and they voted for Joe Biden. They thought this is going to move the needle in the right direction. So what happened? Did we move in the right direction? No, of course not. Democrats spent most of that campaign shitting on the activist base, then turned around and still continued to vilify the defund the police movement is wrong and bad and whatever. Instead of trying to understand where this resentment was coming from and try to find like a reasonable path forward, they just actively tried to run away from their base again and again and again. That's it. That's it. And look where we're at now. Of course, that's going to cause a lot of nihilism. Of course, it's going to cause a lot of nihilism. For so many people, this was their first foray into mass action. They were met with no even the most meager of positive changes, but instead a party who vowed to fund the police more and shit on their slogans at every opportunity. Way to teach a generation that nothing you will do will ever change anything. Yeah. And then there's always a synopsis after the fact where people will turn around and go like, they'll do an autopsy, right? And you see that even today where people are like, crime is down. It's actually better than it's ever been. So why are people freaking out about crime? Okay, here, this is like all the data scientists, like the statistics urban, like data scientists who are oftentimes like very firmly committed to liberalism. Crime has declined significantly since its peak in the early 90s, yet today 63% of Americans say crime in the U.S. is extremely or very serious, a 7-point increase from 1996, when actual crime rates were nearly twice as high. Homicide has been a bit more tricky, but the murder rate is still about half of what it was in the 80s and 90s, only very slightly higher than the 60s. Now, maybe the crime in the U.S. can still be called serious, and yes, it can be. Of course it's serious. America's a very violent nation. And I've been on this. I've been on the propaganda front, fighting against the sea of lies for years at this point. And this is the easiest way to describe it. Apps like Nextdoor, Citizen, and Ring make people hysterical and make them think crime is ever present and nonstop happening. The crime panic wave from the media designed to boost cop credibility post Black Lives Matter protests is obviously another reason why people were like, oh my God, it's happening all the time. It's happening all the time. It's happening nonstop. You know? And then last but not least, the most visible version of crime is homelessness. And when homelessness skyrockets in big cities, in blue cities, that's where you saw major drop-offs from the Democratic Party. Okay? Like, this is the other side of the story. A lot of people go, oh, well, Kamala didn't like underperform that significantly in rural areas or in like in states with like larger rural populations and whatnot. She actually, in comparison to Joe Biden, significantly underperformed in big cities. And that problem is twofold. One, because a lot of rich people have been radicalized into thinking that crime is literally ever present and someone is going to rape and kill your entire family any moment. So we have to do Nazi-style policies and melt the working poor and specifically kill every homeless person. Okay? And on the other front, all the poor people that normally would go out and vote that are infinitely more progressive than the Democratic Party itself are just going, why the fuck would I vote for you guys? You guys are not doing shit for me. It is burning the candle on both ends. All I hear here in Philly, yeah, Philadelphia is a fantastic example of this because Larry Krasner was the method, okay? Larry Krasner is the method for progressive DAs in the entire country. He was singled out as like the worst one. And Fox News constantly talked about how he was letting rapist decapitators go wild on the streets. Larry Krasner, unlike many of these other progressive DAs that got quickly dealt with in places like San Francisco and whatnot, was able to consistently, despite the undemocratic initiatives presented by the Republicans in the state of Pennsylvania, was able to overcome these issues. He was able to overcome the propaganda. He was able to overcome the numerous attacks. He was even able to overcome this undemocratic way of trying to unseat him in the past. They tried to do that too. Okay? He just destroyed his challenger last week, and Philadelphia is a shining, bright, shining light in terms of eviscerating crime statistics, okay? He's done a phenomenal job, at least by every fucking metric, in terms of dealing with crime. How did that happen? How the fuck did that happen? It's because he was not allowed, he did not allow to be cooed, okay? The most hilarious thing is the Republicans want to run Krasner's Democratic challenger that lost on their ticket. People also didn't vote Kamala simply because she's a black woman. Let's not forget that part. That's not as significant of a part of this puzzle as you think it is, I promise. Unless you personally think that Mexico is a pro-woman nation state, like more pro-woman and also pro-Jewish in comparison to the United States of America. Because Claudia Sheinbaum is a Jewish woman who is infinitely more popular than Donald Trump and was infinitely more popular than Kamala Harris. Okay? No, don't say it is. Y'all are fucking crazy. Mexico has a massive issue with femicide. No, even in a country where there's a massive issue with femicide, you can still elect a Jewish woman in an overwhelmingly fucking Catholic country. How the fuck does that happen? It's because the Morena party was popular. Okay? Stop. It's because the Morena party was popular. Why was the Morena party popular? The reason why the Morena party was popular is because it expanded the welfare state. Okay? She is not more popular than Trump. What? She is, like, I think 8 times more popular than Trump. What the fuck are you talking about? Trump is still very unpopular. Wake up. Some of you motherfuckers hang out with Trump supporters exclusively and I guess like beam a bunch of idiotic propaganda into your minds. Claudia Sheinbaum is one of the most popular politicians in the entire Western world. What are you talking about? It's not even a question. And people were aggressively trying to come after me. All the libs, all the Mexican libs were trying to come after me for saying like Morena is a much better alternative. Yeah, she had like I think 85% approval rating. Like that's like we're talking George W. Bush after 9/11 numbers, okay? Just to be clear on earlier, you're just criticizing the monolithic policies based on race, but at the same time, the framing Bernie used there for poor people being comprised of POCs and not whites was all right in use. Yes, because the question is specifically about Bernie Sanders' inability to address like issues that pertain to black people and brown people. And he's saying like, who the fuck do you think gets helped in this situation? Black people and brown people too. As a matter of fact, in larger percentages than white people, because they happen to be the underserved communities we're talking about. It's not like Bernie's running around being like, black people and brown people, they're so poor, they're broke. They're broke. They're all fucking poor. They live in poverty. Anyway. You're gay. Tremendous. You're black. Fantastic. You're gay. Tremendous. Yeah, Claudia Sheinbaum hits 85%, record 85% approval rating as she assures Mexico is ready to face tariffs. She's doing better than Andrés Manuel López Obrador, who, who was also the GOAT of, like, I would say that AMLO, as far as I understand, was like even more charismatic than Claudia Sheinbaum is. Like, from what I've seen at least, of all the live streams that AMLO used to do to cut away, to break off from like the domineering force of liberal politics that is backed by capital in all of mainstream media in Mexico, he was able to basically do these live streams, and he's like a very weird guy, and I think that's part of the reason why he was like seen as like old, but at least like a lovable old person, you know? Claudia, on the other hand, is much more serious than AMLO is. And she is still much more popular than he is. I think it's partially because she's young. Sheinbaum is not as charismatic as AMLO, but she's less polarizing. AMLO had more detractors on the left than Claudia does. He was also a household name for decades, and that brings lovers and haters. Yeah. Oh yeah, I saw this. Yeah, I fucking love this guy's memes, dude. It's hilarious. Hey, can you guys just run on healthcare at the bare minimum? I think that would the DNC. How to fold. Democrats spend millions to learn how to speak to American man and win back the working class. Nope. We're folding, boys. We are fucking folding. I hate that this is I hate this article, dude. I genuinely hate this fucking attitude that the Dems have. Like, they are just not, they are allergic to understanding what the real issue is. Breaking, the DNC is reportedly planning to spend $20 million on a campaign to reclaim support from young men amid polling that shows an increasing shift towards Republicans. That's the point. I disagree of FD signifier, not saying that racism didn't play a role, but like Brazil is extremely xenophobic over our northeastern population, extremely against poor people, super racist and homophobic, and we didn't have to address our dictatorship, and we still elected Lula and Dilma. Reporter, do it or no balls. Admin passing a 600% tariff tomorrow. I agree with you, it's gross, but if Republicans aren't doing that much, why are people still voting for them anyway? It's simple. Republicans dominate discourse and they dominate policy. They are able to literally redirect people's attention to made up bullshit. Okay? It's that simple. They make shit up and then the Democrats have no way of dealing with it. The Democrats have no way of going, hey, that's made up actually, okay? They don't do anything. They don't do anything. And then the Democrats turn around and go, actually, you know what? Oops, you caught us. We were lying this whole time. Immigrants are criminal rapists. Like, what do you expect the average dumb guy to think at that point? Why do you think the fucking the Iraqi Uber driver is like, my sister is undocumented on U.S. soil right now. We can't get her citizenship, but we have to fucking purge our ranks with these like criminal elements that are coming from God knows where. How do you think that guy arrived at that position? He arrived at that position because he's getting beamed misinformation on a daily basis with no counter whatsoever, no counter messaging. What the fuck do you expect? If you want to fix the messaging side, you got to do that. You got to fight in the fucking trenches. You have to humanize the migrants. You have to advocate for amnesty. You have to showcase that like advocating for amnesty is actually popular. It is a popular measure. It is more popular than fucking advocating for mass deportation. It's so dumb. And then we go, ooh, how could this have happened? It's like, you let it happen. You fucking let it happen. No, it's not about there's no lib Fox News. It's about what lib Fox News does, okay? CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, NBC, all of these liberal outlets ranging from like center-right to I guess centrist, MSNBC being like a centrist center-left outlet, okay? They all are at the mercy of Republican discourse. They get dominated by Republican discourse. The Republicans flood the market with a whole bunch of bullshit, and Dems have no way of dealing with it, and seemingly no interest of dealing with it at all. Oh, Trump is a fascist, but we also have to find a way to cooperate with these fascists. Like, okay, well, that doesn't make any sense. Then he's not a fascist, or you're a fascist. Which is it? What's going on here? I've been in the motherfucking trenches nonstop for the past 10 years. I'm telling you, okay? Think about why you have arrived at the conclusions you've arrived at, because you get a lot of your information here. You get a lot of your information here where I go through right-wing outlets, centrist outlets, liberal outlets, leftist outlets, and I parse through the disinformation mania piece by piece and go through all of the fake nonsense the Republicans run on and demand that the Democrats actually counter message against it. They don't, and then they fucking are shocked. These things take time. Okay, these things take a long ass time. Democrats are afraid to lead. Democrats are afraid to be identified by tangible policies that actually help the working poor. They want to basically be the gay version of the Republicans. And nobody at the end of the day wants Diet MAGA when the real thing is easy to fucking get. What is this? Cody Shody brought me up.
Well, he doesn't really need to spend that much, does he? Other richer people are doing that for him. The reason right-wing media is bigger is because it has more money. And the reason it has more money is because right-wing media says the stuff rich people want said. They don't need to actually make money. They just need to spread the message and support their ideological project, which will end up making them more money. In fact, we're now hearing that the Democrats are realizing this way too late and are trying to bankroll their own influencers and propagandists. So I guess an army of people who will defend Joe Biden no matter what, thus earning people's trust. We're not going to spend a lot of time on this because...
Yeah, guess what, dude? I said this initially when this first came out. I was like, if you think that the multi-billion-dollar sophisticated information peddling network that is mainstream media was unable to move the needle, normalize Joe Biden, and make Biden a better alternative, or make Kamala Harris a better alternative, why the fuck do you think a couple podcasts are going to move the needle? What are you, crazy? Like, people at the end of the day still have the capacity to realize their own material circumstances. They recognize when they're experiencing negative real wage growth. You can't just be like, Joe Biden is the most pro-working class president of all time. How dare you actually disparage the big, beautiful boy? He did so many incredible things. He did the CHIPS Act. He did the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. It's like, okay, well, people's pockets are hurting. They don't see that. They go, I'm working class, and my pockets are screaming right now. Fuck you.
Because there might be a whole other episode about it, and it isn't what this episode's about. But there's this attempt to find or literally create this liberal Joe Rogan figure. I've seen people literally suggest that Bill Maher is that person, or claim that the success of the Midas Touch podcast indicates that it's possible. Unrelated, I am willing to shave my head and lift a bunch of weights. But these aren't in the same category or world at all. Those are exclusively political shows for people interested in politics. Joe Rogan spent years and years being apolitical and talking about whatever, and eventually he got rich enough and dumb confident enough to go all in for Trump. You can't manufacture a person to talk about whatever and be normal for years, and then right around election time they'll be like, hey, you guys ever notice that tax credits are pretty based actually? It doesn't work that way. That being said, yes, left-wing media does need money and support. They just also need to not be on the Democrats' leash so that they can be authentic and actually point out when, for example, the president is old and dying, or we're financially supporting a genocide and how maybe that's bad, without being attacked by those Democrats. They're just different ecosystems and parties. Also,
yeah, that's the other side of this, is like, Republicans also don't give a shit when Joe Rogan criticizes Republicans. Like, they'll still go on that show. Democrats, on the other hand, are like, oh my God, you're criticizing me for my Israel policy and my inability to comprehend that the overwhelming majority of Americans actually have a lot of distaste for the ongoing genocide that we are aiding and abetting. How dare you? Shut the fuck up. I will never actually allow you. I will never actually come and talk to you ever again. It's like, okay, well, good luck, you know? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Fucking lie? Yeah, give me $20 million. I'll lie, you know? Fucking stupid.
Also, not for nothing, but an alternative to pumping millions of dollars into propagandists and influencers to convince people that your party is good is just doing and believing in good things. Find your message, and the messengers will follow. But again, not what this is about. I'm sure it'll go great. Just pump billions into Gavin Newsom's podcast to appeal to the youths.
Yeah. Did you see Dave Weigel talking about Trump's approval recovering already? Trump's approval rating has totally recovered from Liberation Day swoon. One Schumer premise that was that the Dems would keep resisting and the attention on Trump's policy would drive the numbers down, but that hasn't happened. Yeah, it's because the Democrats stopped resisting. They're no longer, they barely resisted for like 3.5 seconds, and immediately Trump's approval rating went down, and then they were like, see, we don't have to do anything actually. They ain't doing shit. Why, dude? This is why I always fucking say, like, this is the responsibility of the Democrats as well. It's not just the Republicans. The Republicans are primarily responsible for Republican policies, but the Democrats are also responsible for their inaction. It's so dumb. Ken says, never in my life has the Democratic Party been as much as a ghost ship as it is today. Incredible there aren't more insurgent primary campaigns. Power is just sitting there, and the only thing guarding it is fossils like Chuck Schumer. like, Republicans campaign year round, okay? They don't just do it every 4 years. They campaign year round. They have issues that they know are broadly unpopular, but that doesn't stop them from advocating for those issues. They're constantly working within their think tanks to figure out new methods of messaging. The trans issue is a great example of this. They took a major fucking L in North Carolina. Donald Trump ran as a pro-trans candidate in 2016. He literally ran as a pro-trans candidate. I repeat, he ran as a pro-trans candidate in 2016. What changed? All of those like family annihilator, family values party style think tanks went back to the drawing board and figured out what was a more effective way of conducting and crafting anti-trans messages. They figured out that if you're just attacking trans people alone on the virtue of them being trans, you look like a fucking bully, and most people don't really care about it that much. But if you actually couple anti-trans panic with like a concept that Americans actually believe is still meritocratic, sports, especially if you tackle it as like children's sports, because Americans also want to protect their children, all of a sudden, gangbusters. Okay, and then they went back and they hammered that fucking issue over and over and over again. Now, the alternative in that situation is not for the Democrats to also go, yeah, fuck trans people. The alternative in that situation is the Democrats to actually create policies that genuinely improve people's lives so that the Republicans have to actually focus on that shit, focus on undermining that shit, instead of attacking minority groups that are vulnerable, that have no mechanism of pushback to begin with. That's it. That's it. It's also like, a lot of people think, oh, you have to tackle every single issue within the confines that the Republicans present. You don't have to do that. That's why my number one, depending on who I'm talking to, but my number one way of like talking about trans issues is, why do you care about this? Why? Why do you care about this? You're a fucking weirdo for caring about this. It's 1% of the fucking population. They are not hurting you at all. Let these people live. Why do you fucking care about this? You're insane. Is actually an infinitely more effective way of dealing with this conversation than whatever the fuck the Democrats have done so far, okay? The hyper focus on trans people comes across as gross, especially when people are suffering financially. And all you're doing is just being like, you know what, we need to kill as many trans people as possible. It's like people are going to look at that and go, I don't care, dude. What the fuck? If the Democratic Party was also reduced to a couple signature policies, then this, you know, trans panic narratives would fall flat. Because if one party is saying, hey, we want to actually do amnesty instead of mass deportation. It's more popular. These people literally work within these communities. They are wonderful parts of the makeup of these communities, okay? And once they have amnesty, conditional amnesty, they will be able to even participate in these communities in more meaningful ways, including generate additional tax revenue, okay? And also, we are advocating for free healthcare and free college education. America is no longer competitive at the global stage when it comes to education. Our labor force is getting outcompeted. They're getting outmeted by every fucking country on the planet. We have to fix this. And say that you are also tackling corruption, lobbying, and the pervasive influence of lobbying, and how corrosive that has been, how disgusting that has been, how much of an oligarchy it has created in this country. Okay, anti-corruption, pro-healthcare, pro-free college, and pro-amnesty for undocumented migrants, conditional amnesty for undocumented migrants. All of a sudden, you have policies that everyone can identify with, everyone can associate with, or fixing the housing problem by creating government housing. Okay, creating public housing, no public-private partnership. Fixing transportation, fixing the fucking potholes, okay? The meat and potatoes of it all. Doing that and becoming the party that actually values those things and is fighting for those things are going to create an impossible force they're going to automatically cause the Republicans to go against those policies. Those are popular policies. You automatically trap Republicans into a position where they have to advocate against those policies. If that was the case, then no one gives a fuck about dominating the 12 trans athletes in the entire country, okay? Do you understand? Do you see what I'm saying? Does this make sense to you? These things can change. They were different back in the day. Democrats benefited from the major gains made by the New Deal, and so did the Republicans, so did America in general. But Democrats politically were able to shift the Overton window to the center left for decades prior to Carter, okay? And post-Carter, especially after Ronald Reagan, everything changed. Neoliberalism became the permanent attitude that both parties represent. But there was a time in American politics where the Overton window was shifted in the direction of economic progress and labor protection, regardless of the fact that capital was aggressively targeting this and aggressively undermining any sort of like labor militancy, any sort of like mechanism of pushback that existed in the country that was relatively powerful. Okay? It is very frustrating that Democrats don't want to do that. And then they want to do this instead. Democrats spending millions to learn how to speak to American men and win back the working class. How do Dems win back young men? Like, no disrespect, but like, how is this helping? Making men feel welcome, meeting men where they're at, inclusive messaging, simple policy platform, messaging to men. Dems are wrong about men. It's so crazy that this is a major part of the story here. Anyway, days after Jake Tapper fumed over a joke made about his teenage son wanting to be a police officer in an appearance on a left-leaning podcast claiming it was the reason why Democrats are losing elections, the host of How Long Gone responded to the CNN anchor. Him willfully choosing to take a joke wrong that he definitely knew what it was in the moment, I would say is only a pro move, co-host Chris Black drawly noted. He spun it for his own gain, and it's working. Tapper, who is relentlessly promoting his book, Original Sin, recently appeared alongside co-author Alex Thompson on Scott Galloway's podcast, The Professor G-Pod, to discuss their tome about Joe Biden's cognitive decline and the alleged cover-up of the former president's health ahead of the 2024 election. At one point, Tapper brought up an appearance he made on the left-leaning podcast that shall remain nameless in order to argue that liberals in the Democratic Party are losing political ground among young men. Specifically, he referenced an exchange he had with the host about his 15-year-old son's admiration for law enforcement. Their joke was about my 15-year-old son. Oh, how does he feel about minorities? Like the idea that he wants to be a policeman, therefore racist. That was a big laugh, the CNN star grumbled. And then I got dragged in the comments and all that stuff, and I thought to myself, this is why you fuckers are losing elections. Someone actually sent me the link to the podcast, by the way. I think it was like 1,000 views and like 30 comments total. Does anyone have that link? Oh, here it is. Here's the clip. 1,000 views and 9 comments. How Long Gone, 1,000 views. Okay. And it's like all new. 420.
Your demo, young men or youngish men, younger than me men, is especially Gen Z. Like, it's
like, where do you see the comments? Where are the comments that showed discontent? This has 10 comments total, and 2 of them are from the last 4 to 8 hours when Jake Tapper actually criticized the podcast. There's one that says 4210 for those wondering. You read my mind. Thank you so much. Thanks. Bro, there is no way. This is 1,000 views, man. 1,000 views. he just presented this as though this is like a major point of discontent when it's like dudes who are just joking. Okay, he's 15. He thinks about World War II. While neither Tapper nor Galloway identified the show where the comments were made, it soon became obvious that it occurred during the CNN's host April 2nd appearance on How Long Gone, a pop culture podcast that launched during the pandemic and soon became a cult hit for its joke-laden and controversial approach. In its write-up of Tapper's complaints about How Long Gone, the Daily Mail claimed that the original Sin author was outraged after woke podcast suggested his child was racist for absurd reason. Meanwhile, during the interview in question, the host and Tapper discussed the politics of Gen Z, especially among young men. When Tapper said that he understood why the Democrats were struggling so much with teenage males because they don't speak any language that my son speaks, the conversation shifted to the younger Tapper's interests. With Tapper calling them out on Galloway's podcast, Black and Stewart responded during their latest episode, How Long Gone, a tastemaker and brand consultant kicked off the latest broadcast by jokingly referencing Daily Mail's headline. Anyway, I don't know. I mean, this story is so fucking utterly irrelevant. I'm sorry. No disrespect to this podcast, but all disrespect to Jake Tapper. But yeah, Tapper jokingly responds in the moment too because he understands it's a joke, obviously. And here, this is. At one point, Tapper revealed his son likes the military and likes police. Co-host Jason, how does he feel about minorities? Pausing for a beat, Tapper said he's pro before moving to a discussion about text messages daughter sent him recently. The interview would continue for another 25 minutes and concluded with the anchor expressing willingness to come back this summer to talk about the Biden book. He's pro. Anyway, this is like, I don't understand. In that clip, the hosts are joking around and just kind of thrown off by him saying his 15-year-old son likes police in the military, and the host goes like, the band the police? It's insane he got upset by this. Anyway, listen to me. None of this is relevant, okay? This is all utterly irrelevant and silly and stupid. There are much broader problems here at play. There is discontent brewing, okay? There's discontent brewing in every demographic. Women see how fucking reactionary, young women especially, see how fucking reactionary their male counterparts have become, especially in the last 5 to 10 years. That causes them to take a defensive posture by voting overwhelmingly for the Democratic Party, which they see as like a better alternative, okay? There is a, I guess, gender polarization among young women, whereas there is a racial depolarization happening in the grander stage for all age demographics within the duopoly structure that we have between the Democrats and the Republicans, okay? It's understandable that women look at the overwhelming sea of resentment that men are displaying with regular frequency and turn around and go, okay, as a mechanism of defense, I'm just going to vote for this party that isn't like openly anti-women, okay? Second-class citizens who can't travel to all states, only women of color. I think that women of color overwhelmingly, but women in general, even white women are young white women are still pro-Democratic Party as opposed to older white women. Okay? If you want to address these issues, you have to focus on the principles of universality and throw some red meat to the Republicans to counter message against. If you don't do that, if you stand for nothing, then you can be presented as being for anything that the Republicans choose that you are for. Do you understand? That's how this works. Hold on. Alibaba. Okay, açık zaten. Açık. Evet. Evet. Şey açık. Gate açık. Hadi bay bay. How many women are you? Anyway, this is a major issue that I don't think will be solved anytime soon, and I don't really know how the Democrats are choosing to solve this issue. All I know is the Democrats are refusing to they're refusing to solve this problem, and I just, like, everything that they've signaled so far feels to me like they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit at all, and it's kind of terrifying. Opinion: 21 unexpected heavy hitters for a Democratic shadow cabinet. Here's who the party should tap to take on Trump and refresh the Democrat brand. Oh, brother. There's like 4 people I like on this. That's crazy. Oh, Samantha Power. Oh. Lena Khan, my queen. General Charles C.Q. Brown Jr. Letitia James. Oof. She ain't that bad. John Tester. John Boyd Jr. Mark fucking Cuban. Bobby Olvera Jr. One union supported tariffs. What am I looking at? Governor Josh Green. They're just fantasizing about like a lib coalition that is like a shadow government. They had a former Trump guy on there because he disagreed once. Yeah, Mayor Freddie O'Connell. Governor Katie Hobbs. Okay. This is Aaron Sorkin porn? Yeah. I don't know much about Samantha Power, but I met her once and she was nice. What's her deal? Agent. I wish they'd stop trying to rehab their image like an old condemned house that's doing fucking anything. Yeah, we need to find, and then John Stewart, Shadow Secretary of Veterans Affairs. We need to find as many we need, this is the resistance. We need to find as many like squishy libs as possible. We need to find as many conservative liberals as possible. This will surely fix the problem. All right. You missed the best one. Who? Bill Nye, Governor Laura Kelly, Michael Collins, Abigail Spanberger, Ben Stein, Nikki Glazier, What the fuck? Dude, there's no fixing any of this shit. All right, let's just get to... Listen, stop. I don't care. Stop. You missed Giselle Fetterman. I don't care. Okay, great. Yeah, we need... Yes, Giselle Fetterman is a part of the shadow cabinet. I got it, chat. We're moving on, please. Please, okay? We're moving on to real news. Netanyahu says Hamas leader Mohammed Sinwar has been eliminated.
The reports that coming from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that Mohammed Sinwar has been killed. Now, the IDF carried out a massive series of airstrikes on the European hospital in Gaza a couple of weeks ago. They believed they had intelligence that Mohammed Sinwar was in the tunnels underneath that hospital, and they think that that was a moment that he wasn't close to any of the hostages, and so they took that opportunity to carry out a huge series of airstrikes, but there had been no confirmation whether or not they had got Mohammed Sinwar. Obviously, getting kind of any confirmation is pretty difficult because they cannot get IDF soldiers to the scene, and so they, I'm speculating here, would have had to have relied on things possibly like communications intercepts to try and determine whether or not Hamas communications were indicating that Sinwar was dead. Now, if what Benjamin Netanyahu has said is accurate, and the only reason I caveat that is because there's been no official release from the Prime Minister's office, no official statement from the Israeli military. But if Mohammed Sinwar has been killed by the IDF, then that is very significant. Mohammed Sinwar was the brother of Yahya Sinwar. Yahya Sinwar killed at the end of towards the end of last year. He was the leader of Hamas. He was the mastermind behind October the 7th, and he was succeeded as the leader of Hamas in Gaza, at least, by his brother. His brother's, he was never quite the figure that Yahya was, but, he became the senior figure for Hamas in Gaza over the last 6 or 7 months. He would have been the point man, the main kind of decision maker for Hamas within Gaza when it came to any ceasefire negotiations. It was said that he was pretty stubborn. There were reports that often it was Mohammed Sinwar who would put in sort of late demands or...
Was he actually behind October 7? I had not heard that. Yahya Sinwar? Yes. Yahya Sinwar is the architect of October 7. Yeah, absolutely. This is his brother Mohammed Sinwar. And Israel's perspective on this is like, as long as we kill as many leaders of Hamas as possible, they will be more willing to negotiate with the ridiculous demands that we make, like complete disarmament and also permanent ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. They're obviously not really thinking about the motivations of the Palestinian population broadly. Like, certainly there's a lot of discontent among the Palestinian population, even discontent directed towards Hamas as well, where people are just like, too many of our family members have died. We want an end to this, no matter what it is, no matter what that end looks like. People are incredibly desperate, and Israel is banking on that desperation to basically break the backs of all Palestinian people and continue with their final solution of permanent ethnic displacement of the Gaza Strip. I don't think that this works, though, considering that there's still going to be militancy towards... There's going to be militancy from the Palestinian population. There's going to be a Hamas, even if the leadership is completely decapitated, because as long as Israel exists, there is a necessity for a Hamas-like formation. That's it. You know what I mean? That's it. Like, what? You think people are just gonna, everyone is gonna put down their arms and be like, okay, you can kill us with ease? No. The more desperate you make people, the more willing they are to fight back. The more willing they are to actively fight back. What the fuck? What is this person trying to do? Hold on. What? This guy is trying to... There's a guy trying to use the TTS to fucking sell drugs. What the I don't even know how to, like... No. Hold on. I rarely ever see this stuff, so it's like funny. Hold on, let me just fix this real quick. How do I tackle this? Hold on. Hey man, the recession hits hard. Okay, guys, stop fucking joking, please. Jesus Christ. How do I ban this tipper? TTS is not on. I'm just saying he's just like giving money. Hold on. Nope, that's not the right thing. Why can't I fucking find this? This is so dumb. God, you guys are so stupid, and none of you understand like what this person is trying to do. Okay. Like this person is most likely trying to get me in trouble, and you guys are so stupid to. You guys are incredibly too stupid to understand it. You're just like memeing about it. Okay. Going, oh, stop, wealth distribution. I hope they log every single one of your fucking stupid ass statements, make it seem like it's completely sincere, and then I get brought up on criminal fucking charges, and then they kill me in the process. So I don't have to fucking deal with this shit, okay? Whatever, let's just continue. I can't
to change the terms of any ceasefire agreement, and so the hope has been here, at least, that if Mohammed Sinwar was eliminated, then not only would it further degrade Hamas's command structure, which already is in absolute tatters, but it also might remove an individual who had blocked some of the negotiations to try and reach a truce. So we'll see whether or not that materializes. There are a lot of rumors around at the moment about a potential ceasefire being close. I have to say, every time it seems as though there might be movement in that direction, that it hasn't actually gone anywhere. Tends to be the Israelis, but also actually, in fairness, backed by the Americans, saying that Hamas are not agreeing to the deal that is on the table. But the elimination of Mohammed Sinwar would be another success for the Israeli military, as they're looking to not just...
Hassan, legit question. Do you hate Hamas? My opinions on Hamas are utterly irrelevant in this calculation. But I will tell you, I hate Israel a lot more than I hate Hamas. Like a lot more. Not even in the same fucking wavelength, okay?
Just decapitate the Hamas leadership.
I hope that you got the answer that I'm giving you. I hope that you got the answer that you wanted to get.
But completely dismantle Hamas's ability to operate and function as a military force within Gaza, and also as a political force within Gaza.
Yeah, all right, Ali, for now in Jerusalem, thank you.
Turning now to scenes of death.
Palestinians rush to new aid centers in Gaza as chaos erupts. Did the Trump regime do another Blinken today? Thought I saw something. They're doing a Blinken every day. They're hitting the fucking blinkers. Law and order. Trump says he will take a look at the possible pardons for men convicted of plotting to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
Desperation in the Middle East as Palestinians rush to pick up aid in Gaza after an Israeli blockade restricted food and medical supplies. Shots were fired, and local officials say dozens were wounded. The aid is being distributed by a new group backed by Israel and the United States. Rami Asensio reports in a warning. Some of these images are hard to watch.
Desperate Gazans by the thousands rushed one of the 4 new aid centers. There was shooting and we fled, said Hasni Abu Amra. Israel's military said it did fire warning shots, not into the crowd, though some were clearly wounded. Despite this chaos, over 460,000 meals were delivered, says the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. This new aid group is controversial. Israel demanded it as a replacement for the United Nations. It's backed by the UN.
Yeah, look, by the way, the aid group is also another way to farm, another way to boost the Israeli economy. Probably spending exorbitant amounts on Israeli manufactured products too. Great stuff.
U.S. and run by American contractors and ex-military. The UN refuses to work with it, saying aid should be distributed by an independent body. Up and down the strip, hunger is dire and death hovers near. This baby girl, Siwar Ashur, just months old, should weigh close to 15 pounds, she's less than 5. Yet some children still find reason to smile. 11-year-old influencer Yakin Hamad said in Gaza nothing is impossible as she offered survival tips.
And they killed her. She's dead now, by the way.
In one of her last posts. An Israeli airstrike killed her Friday. Her body just recovered.
Yeah. So that right here, this right here, and the way that they're covering this is the way that they should have been covering this. Like, imagine, I never thought in my life that I would see CBS Mornings be like, Israel killed this little girl, like humanizing a victim of Israel's Holocaust is a shocking change of attitude in the way that the media is covering this stuff. Okay? What possesses an entire army to murder a child for her social media clout? Someone in the Israeli leadership thought it was a good idea to bomb this activist. An entire chain of command executed the strike. Had only one person objected, Yakin would be alive, but none did. Yeah. Another shift from CNN on Israel. Every time I was sure this was the end. Former IDF hostage in Gaza says one of her biggest fears was Israeli strikes. This has been, they're catching up to like Haaretz's coverage or Israeli media coverage months after the fact. Fantastic. If they had done this, by the way, someone in the chat said that's a Hamas-backed hostage. That's literally what Israeli society's reaction was to these hostages. Anytime a hostage came out and was like, I actually wasn't treated that poorly by Hamas, I was more so terrified of the fucking Israeli bombs that were exploding over my head. Literally, the Israeli society backlash was tremendous. People would just go, you're Hamas. Hamas brainwashed you. You're no longer a hostage, you're a Hamastage. Is this the U.S. trying to wash their hands of what Israel's doing? I think it's somewhat the media trying to do the classic balancing act, where they have to at least come across as legitimate, and you can't come across as legitimate if the overwhelming majority opinion is fuck Israel, and you're still trying to contextualize Israel's violence as like permissible, normal. Did they actually say Hamastage, or did you make that up? I made it up. No, I don't think Israelis are creative enough to come up with Hamastage. Yeah. All their bangers are all Colombia anti-Semite. Too angry to be humorous. Too hateful and too angry to be humorous.
The man filming this scene is quoting from the Quran, invoking the apocalypse. Perhaps those below think they're staving it off after nearly 3 months of Israeli blockade. Here at last, a warehouse full of flour. In central Gaza, it belongs to the World Food Programme. The UN workers, he says, simply melted away as the crowd surged in. Multiple reports of injuries and deaths in the melee.
Yeah, these are incredibly desperate people. Israel deliberately eviscerated the civil governance police force by saying they are Hamas, because they are Hamas. Okay? So, yeah, of course, people who are starving to death have no mechanism of distribution because they're fucking starving to death. They're being starved to death. It is rather remarkable that scenes like this did not unfold much earlier. A true testament to Palestinian society in Gaza, Washington, D.C. residents would descend into utter chaos by day 2 of this type of siege Gaza has endured. It took Israel destroying decades-old humanitarian aid systems, seizing it, and rolling out a new system deliberately designed to produce this chaos. By the way, this chaos is Israel's ultimate goal. It is to showcase the Palestinians as like barbaric and scary, because they have actively dehumanized them, and they know that the Western media has actively dehumanized the Palestinians. But I think at this stage in the Holocaust, most reasonable media figures are probably not going to. They're probably not going to aggressively talk about the victims of a Holocaust in mean terms.
It follows yesterday's chaos in the far south at a distribution center belonging to the controversial US-Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. GHF today called this a brief and intentional relaxation of its security protocols, adding that no Palestinians were fired upon and there were no casualties. But our team witnessed a number of injured people making their way north. The UN says 47 were injured and has today again condemned the GHF operation. Israel has in turn repeated its criticism of the UN, saying it was joining Hamas, mafia-like, in trying to block the GHF. Today, it said it had now given out nearly 15,000 food boxes over 2 days. For all the chaos of this week, to get a sense of Gaza's reality, perhaps better to follow these footsteps. Past rotting debris, beneath circling Israeli drones. They belong to Yara, 10 years old.
There's only so much propaganda that you can do as Israel while you're simultaneously starving and killing as many children as you possibly can. That's it. Like, no matter how evil people are, they're never going to be as evil as the person who has been propagandized against Palestinians as like the average Israeli has, and therefore they're going to look at these images and go, this is completely unacceptable. Someone needs to stop Israel. Okay? That's it.
She's turned provider for her mother and her 7 siblings. This is her destination, an improvised soup kitchen in northern Jabalia. Step back, I want to fill your pots, but you have to move back, he says. Yara is at the back. The stakes are high, but she waits her turn. Yara says these long walks scare her. She's worried about shelling, about being hit by shrapnel out here alone. But she's more worried about her siblings going hungry. Their father is in the West Bank. He went there for medical treatment before the war. He's stuck. His wife and children have no source of income.
Real Americans need to take a deep breath, reach down, grab their balls, and take this goddamn country back in the name of freedom and solidarity for all humans. Yeah, good luck.
فكيف لما انا اجيب لهم خليهم ياكلوا بدل ما يضلهم جعانين هيك.
The next time we meet her, the family's been forced further south to the streets of Gaza City, clinging on to childhood, to memories she now calls beautiful, eating breakfast, packing a school bag, helping tidy a house long since destroyed.
اختلف كل شيء مع الحرب إلا ما عدا علاقتي مع أمي وأخواتي. بخاطر بحالي بروح أجيب تبكية عشان ما ياكلوا ما يضلهمش هيك.
طيبتها زادت مع الحرب والله يعني صارت طيبة كثير وبتحزن على اخوتها بتحزن عليهم مفيش أكل وشرب هي بتروح تجيب لهم يعني بتساعدنا من جميع النواحي. شاطرة يارا.
Yara finished her last school year 2 years ago with top grades. She wants to be a teacher, but this is her job for now. And on this occasion, walking new streets, she's too late. She returns with the pot still empty. She's crushed, says her mother. One more child in Gaza, carrying far more than she can bear.
Well, our international editor, Lindsay Hilsum, is in Israel as the country marks 600 days since October the 7th, and she joins us now from Hostage Square, Tel Aviv.
Krishnan, of course there are other victims of this war. 58 hostages, Israeli hostages, taken 600 days ago, and 20 of them, only 20, are believed to still be alive. Behind me in Hostage Square, as it's become known, they're trying to keep them in the public eye, because the people here, relatives and friends and supporters of the hostages, think that their government, the Israeli government, just doesn't care. Earlier in the day, there were protests all around Tel Aviv and in other places too, and they had a simple message for the government. Stop fighting, start talking. And it seems that the Americans are paying more attention than the Israelis, because the Americans, they got one of the final American hostage, they got him out through a deal with Hamas, and they are still talking. And in fact, a few hours ago, Steve Witkoff, that's President Trump's envoy, came out and he seemed to be expressing some optimism.
I think that we are on the precipice of sending out a new term sheet that hopefully will be delivered later on today. The president is going to review it, and I have some very good feelings about getting to a long-term resolution, temporary ceasefire, and a long-term resolution, a peaceful resolution of that conflict.
Well, it's not clear where the Israeli government is in all this, because they had stopped negotiating and withdrawn their negotiators from Qatar. And what Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, fears that is if he does negotiate, then his government will fall, because the far right that keeps it going wants to keep fighting. But he needs the support of President Trump and the Americans. You know, earlier this week, I was at a left-wing demonstration where they were protesting against the war, against the killing of Gazan children, and I saw a man in a T-shirt I would never have expected to see at a left-wing demonstration. It said, "In Trump, we trust."
Lindsay Hilsum in Tel Aviv. Well, a little earlier, I spoke to Amjad Al-Shawar, the director of the Palestine NGOs network in Gaza, who joined me via the internet from Gaza City. And I asked him to describe what's happening.
It's a horrible situation with full meaning that we're passing through. That you could see the tens of thousands only in Rafah area. That's not in Gaza City. I'm based in Gaza City. No aid entered. It's about 3 months now. Nothing we received in Gaza and the north. These starved people had to walk about 2.5 hours to reach this area for distribution, which not kind of humanitarian hub, it's kind of military hub.
And do you think that's going to work as a system to try and feed the population?
Nothing can replace the humanitarian system that we all have all over the world context. This is something that hurt the humanitarian principle, and in the same time, it's insult the human beings.
And so if you say there's no aid coming to you, I mean, how are you managing? What are you living on?
This kind of suffocation, we are managing to live with only half a meal. I cannot imagine it's a meal. Sometimes we are depending on community kitchens to have some rice, and who managed to buy with about 1,000 times expenses, the things that we are buying if we manage to buy things. So it's a big issue for the Gazans to live here.
There is talk of a possible negotiation around another deal brokered by the Americans. Do you think people want Hamas to do that deal now?
Yes. It's not from today, from the early beginning that we're pushing every actor all over the world to push all Israel and Hamas to reach an agreement.
What if that means Hamas leaving and relinquishing power? Do people want that?
Already, you know, Hamas said that. I'm not spoken.
Yeah, there you go. It's like anyone who is even a little bit knowledgeable, anyone who is even entertained what the Hamas position looks like here is not utterly oblivious to this. Hamas has said, dude, one must ask the question why mainstream reporters are so surprised at these basic components of this ongoing back and forth ceasefire negotiation process. Who has consistently destroyed the ceasefire process? Who has consistently brought up very reasonable proposals since like 4 or 5 days into October 7th? It is incredibly frustrating, and the media has genuinely dropped the ball on this. And they didn't even drop the ball means it's a mistake that they did an accident. It's not an accident. It is deliberate. It is by design. How many outlets, with the exception of myself, Dropsite News, and maybe a couple other independent media outlets, how many mainstream outlets have covered Hamas's numerous proposals in terms of the ceasefire? How many outlets have covered the true spoilers, the true spoiling party in this process, Israel? How many Western media outlets have done that? How many Western mainstream media outlets have actually told the truth? It is insane. And not only that, but all of my naysayers in particular want to unironically silence me for that reason. They know that this is a major platform where this alternative perspective that helps you identify the truth of the matter needs to go away. It's not enough that there's only like a handful of outlets out there, non-mainstream, independent outlets out there that are actually actively covering exactly what is happening with these ceasefire talks by putting the blame where it must be put. Israel is the spoiling party in this, and has been consistently since day one, because their goal was to utilize the hostages as a way to justify permanent ethnic cleansing and permanent ethnic displacement. Think about how deluded you might have been at a certain point before you actually encountered my coverage on this. Think about how confused you were maybe when Anthony Blinken kept saying Hamas is just ruining these ceasefire negotiations and that Israel would kill the fucking principal negotiator in Tehran. This is on the major outlets. This is on the legacy publishers that refuse to actually do real investigative reporting, to actually go and try to contact individuals within the command structure of Hamas. That's it. It is shocking that these outlets have refused to cover this perspective, the perspective of those who are victims to a genocide, unless those victims to a genocide are critical of the governing affairs of the only party that is currently defending Palestinians. It is shocking. The depravity is shocking. Like, I really thought that there was a point. I really thought that, Papa? I really thought that there would be a point.
Spokesman of Hamas, but already we have this Egyptian plan, which is, it's there. And this approved by all the political parties, that the new governance body will come. So it's a few months ago that it was issued by the Egyptians, and it's approved by all the Palestinian actors. The problem is Israel now to approve this and to agree on this.
So what do you think the next step is going to be
If there will be no ceasefire, I have high concerns that, as Netanyahu said, he will establish concentration camps for the people of Gaza in the south area in Rafah, which almost destroyed now, in order to deport them and to reoccupy Gaza. All of Gaza will be occupied.
We're on the 600th day of this war now. Did you ever imagine this would go on this long?
No, ever. And the worst nightmares, I couldn't imagine this happened to us as Palestinians to happen.
I was largely uninformed about Israel and Hamas before I started watching your streams, thinking the war was definitely a bad thing, but complicated because the mainstream media muddied the waters for me and downplayed the situation. I've since been corrected in my ignorance. Yeah. It's good that you were at least open-minded and charitable. There are many people who refuse to be open-minded and charitable. Okay? There are still a ton of people who have the same perspective that you have, which is, oh, it's just a war. Oh, it's like maybe Israel's going a little too hard. Maybe they should dial it back. But Hamas is really bad. Hamas is the worst party here. Hamas is the primary offending party here. October 7 just happened out of nowhere. It's not that people are just completely devoid of empathy, okay? No, it's not. It's because people are busy with their own personal issues, and that's why the media is incredibly important. It's supposed to pick up the slack for people who are oblivious to what the fuck's going on. Okay? You have to remember, your perspective has been shifted on this issue because you're in here fairly frequently, okay? It takes a lot to, one, unlearn some of the primary responsible bigotries here, like Islamophobia. The notion that, like, you've only seen images of hollowed out buildings from the perspective of, like, collateral damage. You don't think about these hollowed out buildings as buildings that were filled with life, with human beings that had dreams. You think about it as like, oh, well, I've seen like images from, you know, Syria. It's kind of like that. They kind of deserve it, or it's just like their thing, you know, it's just like Muslim stuff. They're violent. They're fighting against each other, you know? This is 2 decades, almost 3 decades of tremendous amounts of social conditioning that made Americans dull to this kind of violence happening over there. And maybe even desensitized to the violence that happens here as well. The next step in this process from the media is to honestly cover Hamas's role in this, without just being like Hamas is the primary responsible party for all of the genocide that befalls the Palestinian population.
Tens of thousands of people were killed, 90% of Gaza destroyed, and to have such desperate starvation. You know that it's not only Israel. The international community felt the children of Gaza. They witnessed the killing of the children. 17,000 children, infants were killed. Women, elders. The majority of people who were killed and injured, they were civilians.
Amjad Shawa, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Overnight, Elon Musk, criticizing the president's massive spending bill, said he was disappointed.
A couple last things I want to point to here. One, you're also seeing a little bit of that liberal Zionist propaganda take place in terms of like cleanup duty from Haaretz and other outlets. One of the articles that I saw on Haaretz was, parents, here's how to talk to your children about not being so dehumanizing towards Arabs. That was like one article that they released. Here's another one. Most Israelis are not aware of what's going on in Gaza and what is being done in their name. And one of the key culprits in this cover-up, which has such dire implications, is the mainstream media in Israel. which of course conflicts with their other reporting that just came out. About 82% of Israeli Jews want permanent ethnic displacement of all Palestinians in Gaza. They finally translated to English. There was a Hebrew article that came out a while back. Israel has one of the highest rates of internet usage in the world. 85% speak English. Government ministers and talk shows have openly celebrated atrocities for 19 months. Poll after poll has shown overwhelming support for ethnic cleansing. They are aware. They have always been aware. So this is like basically playing defense. But even the article itself, as David Grossman points out, acknowledges that Israelis have the capacity to watch international TV and browse the same social media sites where we all see the atrocities daily. Their lack of exposure is mainly because they don't care. The average Israeli is still hardly exposed to what's going on in their name in Gaza. Yes, Israelis can access international news sites. They can choose to watch international TV channels available in Israel. They can click on a story or a post on social media. But most Israelis don't and won't do that, and only partly because of the language barrier. Mainly it's because they don't care. 82%, according to the recent study that came out, 82% of Israeli Jews want the Trump plan, as they call it, permanent ethnic displacement of all Palestinians living on the Gaza Strip. 2 million plus people. Okay, the final solution. 47% want complete ethnic cleansing, like every single person dying, invoking Amalek. 47% want complete ethnic cleansing, like not just ethnic displacement, but like complete ethnic cleansing. The piece then offers a number of reasons that people are tuning out the atrocities committed in their name, including reconstructing lost national honor, which certainly sounds a lot like the Confederate lost causism. Most Israelis have no capacity to acknowledge the suffering of Palestinians. They're so deeply encompassed by their own grief and wartime burdens. Some Israelis are convinced that there are no innocent people in Gaza, that they all deserve to die. Some hope to reconstruct the lost national honor that Hamas trampled on October 7th by destroying Gaza and causing the immense death toll. You know, the war of northern aggression. What? My man, when are you finally going to call Emily from Twitter? We need to see how this arc plays out. What arc? Emily from Twitter. What? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you in the right chat? Anyway. This may all be understandable in terms of what we know about human nature, but what is more incomprehensible is why the mainstream media in Israel is not doing its job. Its fundamental mission to inform its viewers about the reality on the ground. The mainstream media is effectively aligning itself with the sentiments of the lowest common denominator of the Israeli audience, with those who think that all Gazans deserve to die. This is another Haaretz article. Yes, to transfer 82% of Jewish Israelis back, expelling Gazans. That's where we're at. They are not oblivious to it. Here is the finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich. Hamas has been under tremendous pressure and in distress in recent days as a result of the change in the aid distribution system and its loss of control over the population of the Gaza Strip, combined with ongoing military pressure. We need to continue tightening the rope around his neck and force him into a complete surrender deal with all the hostages all at once. It would be delusional folly to release pressure now and sign a partial deal with him, Hamas, that would give Hamas oxygen and a lifeline to allow Hamas to recover. I will not allow such a thing to happen, period. All it would take for Bezalel Smotrich to shut the fuck up is one call from America, by the way. And yeah, if you think that the Israeli society broadly is oblivious to this, make no mistake, they are not, okay? There are plenty who can literally watch the genocide unfold from mountaintops, okay? They see the death and destruction. They hear the sounds. They hear the cries even. They hear the sounds of bombs. They like it. The idea that they are oblivious to this is ridiculous. Okay? In a barbaric display of sadism, Israelis filmed themselves having a barbecue and eating delicious food not far from the Gaza border where nearly 2.4 million Palestinians are being starved to death. Zone of interest. This is like hosting a dinner party right outside of Auschwitz. That's it. To be super clear, this is nurture, not nature. From a very young age, Israelis are conditioned to be this way. No, absolutely. I know that. I understand that. That's precisely the reason why Americans who are hopped up on Islamophobic fumes do not have the same fucking attitude that the average Israeli has towards what must be done to the population of Palestinians in Gaza. Okay? That's the difference. Because these guys, literally since birth, have actively dehumanized the Palestinian population as a scourge, as a parasitic force, as a problem that must be solved, the Palestinian problem. Okay, the Palestinian question that has only one solution, the final solution. Okay, it is in every orifice. It is in every orifice of Israeli society. So of course, it is baked into the collective consciousness of the Israeli population. There is a attitude of Jewish supremacist thought. It's ironically projection when Israelis claim that Palestinians are taught to hate Israel from an early age, taught to hate Jews from an early age. That's what they say. It's like, no, they don't need to learn to hate Jewish people from an early age. They see the Star of David. They see the fucking, they see the Star of David's spray painted outside of their fucking house in the West Bank before their houses blow up. They see the IDF defend the settlers. Palestinians learn to hate Israel when Israel blows up their school. They don't learn to hate Israel at school. They don't have to learn to hate Israel at school. It's pure projection. Yeah, this is what they see every Flag Day, by the way. On Jerusalem Day, Israeli women chanted "May your village burn" as they marched through the Armenian quarter in the old city of Jerusalem. Yeah, the Israeli Gen Z. Death to Arabs, may your village burn. This is, by the way, celebrating the occupation of Jerusalem. Steve Witkoff says the U.S. is on the precipice of securing a temporary Gaza ceasefire. Here is what we reported Monday about what Hamas said was the understanding it reached with the U.S. on terms of a deal. We do not know yet what the amendments Israel formally demanded. There is no, we're on the precipice of a deal. I need you to understand something. When Witkoff says this, he is lying. When Trump says this, they are lying. The notion that America does not have ultimately all power to put an end to this is a lie. They do have all of the power to end this. And so did Joe Biden. Witkoff met with Netanyahu's point man on negotiations, Ron Dermer, yesterday to go over proposed terms for a deal. This will all boil down to what Israel is demanding and if Trump will push back and force Netanyahu to sign a deal that is acceptable to Hamas. Here is Steve Witkoff speaking today alongside Trump and the prospects of a Gaza ceasefire deal. I can't repeat this enough, okay? Whenever you hear, oh, it's out of our hands, oh, it's out of our hands. Oh man, Israel is just simply not playing ball. Understand that they are lying, okay? They are posturing this way as though they are powerless in this when they have all of the power in this, okay? All it would take is, like I said, one fucking phone call. And that is exactly how Biden lied about it too. Biden lied about it consistently, saying, oh, we're so mad at Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm so mad at Benjamin Netanyahu. It was fucking bullshit. It was a lie. So when Trump does the exact same thing, remember that. This is no different than the Biden-Blinken dynamic. Ass covering for Israel after Israel openly says, no, we're not going to do that. What's ironic, of course, is that unlike the Biden-Blinken dynamic, because these guys are not liberals, they don't have to even present themselves as like pacifists or people that want to fucking end wars or whatever. And therefore, they are much more honest as opposed to Biden and Blinken in their ambitions, where Trump will come out and be like, I'm actually outflanking Israel on the death and destruction. I actually want Israel to do a permanent ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip. Ultimately, between Biden and Trump, there is no daylight with respect to how much pain they allow Israel to subject Palestinians to. Okay? Isn't that like saying Russians are complicit for not protesting against the Ukraine war, even though we'd get imprisoned? What are you talking about? What? No, the American government has ultimate power and ultimate responsibility in this, because Israel would not be able to do any of the things that it's done over the last 19 months without our go-ahead and without our weapons, without our endless munitions, and also our endless deployment of the American Navy and a coalition force that protects Israel every step of the way, every single day. Without America's defending the nation state of Israel, okay, as it's conducting its genocide, Israel would never be able to be this unrestrained in its maximalist violence. Israel would get fucking immediately destroyed. Like there would be backlash, tremendous backlash. Yemen would be able to fucking strike at the heart of Israel if America was not defending Israel every single step of the way.
I think that...
And that threat alone is enough. And this is the reason why I'm mentioning this is not because I'm suggesting. The reason why I'm mentioning this is not because I'm suggesting like, oh yeah, America's gonna like stop defending Israel tomorrow. The reason why I'm suggesting this is to help you understand how much power we have. If I can recognize this, you think Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't? Of course he does. That's the reason why every single thing that's happening right now that Israel is doing to the Palestinians is being done with the go-ahead of the United States of America. Be more emotional. What do you think about debunking misinformation and building emotional relatedness? Like, have you considered playing on feelings over facts? Emotional understanding, motherfucker. Be more emotional. What?
That we are on the precipice of sending out a new term sheet that hopefully will be delivered later on today. The president is going to review it, and I have some very good feelings about getting to a long-term resolution, temporary ceasefire, and a long-term resolution, a peaceful resolution of that conflict.
Yeah, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Hamas officials said the understanding with the U.S. would also include large numbers of Palestinians held by Israel being freed as part of the deal, but it is unclear if the numbers would be based on previous formulas or a greater number. Hamas has said it wants all for all. When they say we're working tirelessly around a ceasefire, it is indistinguishable from the Kamala Biden dynamic. And the State Department is also indistinguishable from the Blinken-Biden State Department. Zateos Prem Tucker challenges the State Department on the horrific images coming out of Gaza, from a little girl surrounded by fire to a doctor who lost 9 of her children. Watch to hear the Trump admin's answer.
Just sort of say the world has been shocked by what's happened in Gaza over the past few days. The silhouette of the little girl.
Well, I said it's been shocked over generations about what's been happening in Gaza.
Absolutely.
And that Hamas certainly has refused to stop that violence. But go ahead.
So, but just in the past few days, we've seen the silhouette of the little girl trying to flee, burning classrooms surrounding her, killing people around her. We've seen thousands of Palestinians starved by Israel's blockade, herded between fences as they try to get fed today. A doctor saw 9 of her children killed by Israeli bombs. All the while, this administration, of course, as we've seen, has sought to deport students who protest this, including one student who wrote an op-ed against this kind of behavior. The administration came in telling Americans it would be more pro-peace, more anti-war.
This is beginning to sound like a soliloquy, sir. Do you have a question, please? Do you have a question, please?
I'm curious.
Yes, it's a very serious issue, and everyone has your question.
Yes.
So please ask it.
I wonder how you see this administration being more pro-peace or more anti-war than the previous administration, given these kinds of wars that Americans are witnessing.
Yes, well, it is a dynamic where, as I also just mentioned a little bit ago, we did achieve a ceasefire, something which nobody thought would be possible after the heinousness of October 7th, the nature of what had occurred on that day, the fact that there has to be...
Yeah, October 7th. Well, can I remind you of October 7th? Remember October 7th? It's like, bro, how many October 7s have fucking happened? How many October 7s have happened since October 7th? Get the fuck out of here, dude.
A new way, the president has stated, we have to have new ideas to make a difference so this stops and doesn't go from generation to generation. What we've got here is after, I don't know, what has it been, 3 months, a bit over 100 days of President Trump, managing to get, I think, every warring party, every hostile party against other people on this planet to a table to stop. Now, that's the simple part. Making things happen and making it last is another thing. Hamas, we did have a ceasefire, and then Hamas decided once again that that was just not going to do, and they continue to do what they do. That, first of all, again, in that regarding the particular issues over the last few days, we call on all parties to this conflict to take every feasible measure to mitigate civilian harm. We refer you to Israel for more information on its airstrikes.
I hate this. Okay, I can't watch the rest of this. This is so bad. Is D.I. blinking? Yes. Guys, when Smotrich says, I will not allow signing a partial deal that gives Hamas oxygen and a lifeline, it's utterly irrelevant, okay? If Benjamin Netanyahu says, I will never sign a deal for Hamas, we have to kill all the Hamas, we have to kill all the children that are Hamas, everyone is Hamas, none of that is relevant. Just as it was not relevant when they were saying this shit when Biden was president. Why is it not relevant? Because Trump has all the cards. Trump loves the art of the deal. Trump loves talking about who holds the cards here. Who do you think has more power in this process? Israel or the United States of fucking America? The notion that Israel is simultaneously an independent country but also a small being and has to do this genocide is so fucking stupid. It is so stupid that 19 months in, it is honestly, it's repulsive whenever people fucking try to present this as though it's the case, okay? Whether it be members of the media that try to do this same dumb shit, or whether it be people who want to defend Israel that say this dumb shit like, oh, Israel will get their weapons from elsewhere. No, the fuck they won't. No, they won't. 70% of munitions come from the United States of America, okay? 70%. And it's not just that, but the United States of America is basically holding every other country from actually saying enough is enough to Israel. The idea that without America, Israel will continue to do whatever the fuck it wants to is so ridiculous, okay? This is why I always say, like, there is a peaceful solution to all of this in terms of, like, the end of this. Obviously, there's no peace at this point, and there will never be peace. But like when people say, oh, a coalition of the willing invading Israel, it's like, no, it would never get to that point. Okay? Because America, if there's enough pressure from Western leadership towards America, directed towards Israel and directed towards America, if the allegiance that America has with Israel becomes so costly politically that they have to recalculate that decision, it will stop. It's that simple. America will have to stop Israel. And there will never be a point where, like, there is an outflanking of America in this process where, like, there's a coalition of the willing that go and invade Tel Aviv or whatever. It will stop far before then. When America says enough is enough. Do you think it's that easy to do? Yes, it is literally that easy to do. Make no mistake. All it takes is one fucking phone call from the United States of America. And guess what? If Israel tried to entertain the notion of doing this on their own, they would get fucking lasered out of existence. They know that. There is no world where this would ever even get to like straight up military intervention. Okay? Because here's what would happen. One phone call, Israel says, okay, and then they continue, right? Let's say they continue in direct violation of America's demands. Okay? Then America says, all right, no more weapons. And if Israel still continues after that, if they completely deplete their munitions that they got prior from the United States of America, that process would be unimaginably costly to Israel. America would lower the defenses. America would, in a normal circumstance, I'm saying, like, let's say something major has happened, there's a true sea change amongst our politicians, and they're now saying, nope, we're not doing this anymore, okay? You need constant replenishment for the Iron Dome. No more Iron Dome implies, or no more Iron Dome, no more arrow missiles, no more defense system, no more Navy cruisers in the Red Sea that's actively blocking any kind of deployment of munitions into Israel proper. Okay? It's done. It's over. Israel, again, would never allow that to happen. They would stop before it got there. But let's say that that also happens, and then Israel continues to you know, kill as many Palestinians as possible, right? Let's say that even in that process, then come the sanctions. America lowers its defenses, then America will apply sanctions to the state of Israel. Complete economic collapse of Israeli society in its entirety. Israel is heavily reliant on the United States beyond political support on the global stage. Israel's economy is directly tied to the United States. There are more Israeli companies in the U.S. stock market than like India, China, and numerous other countries combined. Okay? All of a sudden, cutting ties with all financial instruments that Israel relies on would fucking destroy them. It would cripple their economy. It would be over. It would be akin to like dropping a nuke on Tel Aviv at that point, okay? That's never going, it wouldn't ever get there. But after all of that is done, after all of that is said and done, and if Israel is that aggressively invested in conducting its genocidal operations, by that point, only by that point would there be a coalition of the willing that would invade Israel and forcibly stop this process. That is the reason why I always say America is the responsible party here. It's not just Israel. That is the reason why I say America controls what Israel gets to do, and it's not vice versa. American leadership might rely on Israeli intelligence. American leadership might get their notes from Israel as though they claim, as though they believe that Israel is the perfect understanders of the region and how to dominate the region. Okay? But at the end of the day, we hold all the fucking cards. Israel would not be able to do anything without us. Nothing. Our government is just as responsible for this genocide as the Israeli government is. This is why I get very frustrated with people when they say, oh, this is a Zog, Zionist-occupied government, or Israel controls America. Israel is the puppet master. That is not the case, okay? Those are silly people who want to abdicate responsibility away from the United States of America because they have patriotic feelings. That's why more often than not, it's usually conservatives that entertain this notion. It's understandable that people think this because that's what it looks like if you are even a little bit aware of what's going on. That's what it looks like. It looks like Benjamin Netanyahu's dog walking Biden. It looks like Benjamin Netanyahu is spitting on even Trump's face, right? That's what it looks like. So I understand it's very dangerous, but that is not what's going on. Unless you think like Jews have mind control powers, okay? At which point I think you've fucking lost your mind, you know? moving away from this. Oh, also there is this part that I think is funny. New poll of Jewish voters in New York City mayoral race say 31% Cuomo, 20% Mamdani. Mamdani is getting a higher performance than Brad Lander, who is Jewish himself. Mamdani, the Zionist entity must be dismantled. Yeah, Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar stated that if calls and actions by countries and politicians for arms embargo against Israel succeed, God forbid, the result would be Israel's destruction and a second Holocaust. Okay? This is precisely the reason why it's never happening. Okay? This is precisely the reason why Israel would stop. It's that simple. That's why I say America has one phone call. It's one phone call away. I mean, he's fucking exaggerating. I think he means a third Holocaust would happen, because the second Holocaust is already happening. Israel is doing it to the Palestinians. Yeah. If you still don't get it, ask yourself where Israel will get Iron Dome missiles. Yeah. Tamir interceptors. Who is making them? We are making them. How would they replenish those resources? Who would they go to? Russia? China? You think Russia and China would not use this as an opportunity to fucking to basically showcase the depravity of American foreign policy? They absolutely would. Okay? Russia is a major ally to Israel, and so is China. They're a major trading partner to Israel. They absolutely would, having said all of that, they absolutely would use this as an opportunity to be like, see, this is what America's done. Not only that, but also, how the fuck would they, exactly, as you pointed out, how the fuck would they ramp up that kind of production quickly? They can't. Meanwhile, Israel is literally begging to fucking attack Iran and pull America into the conflict more, and involve America in this suicidal pact, this double suicide pact, in more meaningful ways. Okay? But will this actually end if America's gaining money and influence? America's not gaining influence in this process. America is destroyed any kind of notion that they are the protectors of liberal democracy or the international rule-based order. They've destroyed it. And they also destroyed it specifically because this happened so closely to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So there is an analog there where America sided with the morally correct side, okay? And then they also offered even more support, even more unconditional support to the side that was the morally incorrect side. So that dynamic, I think, put this in perfect display, where America does not care about doing the right thing. They only care about advancing America's interests. Okay? The very same instruments, organs of justice that the American government was entertaining and relying on, they immediately started sanctioning. They immediately started positioning themselves in opposition of. Okay? I think that also plays a role. And by the way, that was Brandon. That was fucking Brandon. Brandon played an formative role in unironically destroying America's position in the global stage. Mr. Foreign Policy. Mr. I am going to show the world that we care by, we do right by our allies, was unironically the guy who did the most to showcase to the world that we are not a morally righteous nation. Something that we already knew. Something that all of us in this community already knew. Something that my naysayers constantly rail on me against. Where they fucking freak out and they're like, oh dude, you're so stupid. All you say is America bad, and you don't actually offer any reasons. I do. You just don't hear the reasons that I offer. You don't care about the reasons that I offer. Anyway, getting back to domestic policy, on the domestic front. Let's cover the girlies fighting now. The girlies are fighting, as I told you it was going to inevitably happen. Here it is. Elon Musk slams Trump's spending bill. He's very disappointed.
Overnight, Elon Musk, criticizing the president's massive spending bill, said he was disappointed to see it. Let's go to Capitol Hill. Correspondent Jay O'Brien with the latest. Good morning, Jay.
Yeah, Michael, good morning. President Trump has been adamant he wants Republicans united behind his mega bill, full of a laundry list of campaign promises. But one top ally is still not on board this morning, Elon Musk. Overnight, President Trump's biggest ally coming out against his recent legislative victory.
I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, doesn't decrease it, and undermines the work that the Doge team is doing.
Billionaire Elon Musk, who pledged to take a step back from politics, slamming the president's bill, which was pushed through the Republican-led House.
I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful, but I don't know if it can be both. My personal opinion.
For days, Musk has hinted at his discontent with the GOP bill, but his latest comments underscoring division within the Republican Party over their own.
Why don't you think China's using this as an opportunity to present themselves as more pro-Palestine, at least posture-wise? Wouldn't that give them people a different moralist superpower to look to? They are. They are doing that already. They come out and make statements all the time. They speak at the UN. They actually fucking... they're in the Security Council voting against Israel and against America. None of it obviously matters ultimately. And if you're asking why they're not doing more in terms of like cutting funding or offering sanctions, China doesn't have that kind of power in the global stage. America still has the reserve currency. America still controls all of global trade. And beyond that, China will never do something that disrupts their diplomatic interests ever. They are ultimately an incredibly self-interested nation in the same exact way that America is, and that's something you have to remember. Okay? This is something that I've brought up a million times over. China is non-interventionist to a fault. Their understanding of like global diplomacy is different as well. They recently set up a separate court, so they are already moving in that direction. A separate court that is supposed to compete against not just like the International Court of Justice or the International Criminal Court, but a separate court that's supposed to handle mediation between two warring factions or two parties that have issues, and that litigation is supposed to basically create an alternative to the Western-backed systems that they have, and it's supposed to find a way that like both parties feel. It's supposed to find a way to offer things to both sides. And allow them to also feel, both parties to feel like they have something that they got out of this. Something similar to this already took place with the Iran-Saudi deal that China presented. Pre-October 7, China went to Iran and China went to Saudi Arabia and put together a mutually beneficial agreement for both parties. This literally took place. I covered it when it happened. Obviously, post-October 7th, things have changed. But it does not matter. The U.S. has been... wait, what? Oh, no. China's stated foreign policy position is pretty much always non-interventionist regardless of what the subject matter is. This doesn't mean they never intervene, but it's certainly their posturing. Yes. You don't have to... Let the guy troll, man. It's fine. He wants to be in here and talk about his favorite pedophile neo-Nazi. I'm going to unban him. He should keep doing it. Good job, chatter. We all think you're very cool. It's so sad. I banned again? Okay. Alright, whatever. You guys just don't want anybody. I guess the mod team doesn't like any pedophile Nazis coming in here to be like, to openly declare their loyalty to a literal pedophile neo-Nazi. No free speech around these parts. I thought comedy was legal. Yeah, USA, we're making comedy legal again. I guess you don't want comedy to be legal. That's comedy. That's comedy. It's just dark comedy, bro. Anyway.
Signature legislation. The massive budget bill includes billions to renew.
I am now become meme.
The construction of the border wall, along with billions more for defense spending, and an extension of Trump's 2017 tax cuts, which government estimates find will increase the deficit by nearly $4 trillion over 10 years. But the bill also makes significant cuts, slashing SNAP food assistance and making changes to Medicaid that could lead to more than 8 million Americans losing their insurance, according to early estimates.
Sounds great. Sounds awesome. This is exactly what the American working class needed. A swift kick in the ass, you know, to kick them into high gear, to get back to fucking work. Like some of the ways that they are slashing SNAP benefits, for example, is like, I think it's like lowering the age restriction of, or lowering the eligibility restriction to like, I think 55, if I'm not mistaken, on the details, where it's like, in the past, if you couldn't find a fucking job and you were 55 years old, but you weren't like so severely disabled that you were eligible for Medicare, okay, you were eligible for like a disability payout, you would still be able to get food assistance, right? Now they're like, nope, get back to work. Get back to work, and your children also have to suffer as a consequence of that, okay? Sorry, sucks to suck. Your children will now starve. Yeah. Kids between ages 7 and 11 can starve as well. That's also great. Fantastic stuff. You know, maybe they should also work, those children. Yeah, dependents are only eligible until they are 7, so that's cool. That's another cool provision here. Hey, we're cutting some of this fucking stuff. Why are we cutting this? Well, because we have to cut this so we can give tax cuts to the wealthy. Are you kidding me? We have to give taxes to the wealthy. Obviously, duh. We have to give taxes to the wealthy and billions of dollars in aid to Israel so that they can have food assistance programs over there without ever having to spend any money on their defense, because we got that shit covered, big dog. You know, they can have free college. They can have free real estate, as a matter of fact, on occupied territory that is illegal. But, you know, we got to do that. We have to keep it going.
Now, Trump's massive legislative package is now in the hands of the Senate, where Republicans are expected to make significant changes and then send it back to the House. So the GOP infighting over this bill is far from over. Robin.
All right, JR, thanks to you for your reporting. So today we're honored to swear in Janine Pirro, somebody I've known for a long time.
Basically, what right-wingers think about Europe freeloading through NATO. Why is Elon against it? I'm not entirely sure what Elon's arguments against it are. I think he's just like edging. I think he just like thinks it's not cutting the deficit. He's become this like he's become this big deficit hawk with Doge. I'm Cacius Maximus. I'm Doge. It's not enough. It's not cutting enough. I'm Elon Musk. It's not cutting enough. Billionaire entrepreneur donor supported Trump, saying he's disappointed with the big, beautiful bill. His CBS interview came out Tuesday night. Trump, speaking in the Oval Office on Wednesday, defended his agenda by talking about the delicate politics involved with negotiating the legislation. I'm not happy about certain aspects of it, but I'm thrilled by other aspects of it, he said. Trump also suggested more changes could be made. We're going to see what happens, he said. It's got a way to go. Musk's concerns are shared by some Republican lawmakers. Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson said he was pretty confident that there was enough opposition to slow this process down until the president, our leadership, gets serious about reducing spending. Yeah, that's what they want. They want to reduce spending. They're saying it's not reducing spending enough. Like, as in, it's not making the working poor suffer harder. Okay? You don't understand. We must directly kill the working poor. This starves them only a little. It must starve them harder. Speaking at a Milwaukee Press Club event on Wednesday, he added that there was no amount of pressure Trump could put on him to change his position. There was also him complaining about the Doge failures. GOP tax bill helps his biggest donor Musk, but harms his company Tesla. There's also, hold on, I think it was, one second. Let me find this clip real quick. If you want to understand how the Republicans are responding to these tax cuts, okay? Here, let's take a look at this.
After an unfriendly reception in March, he's back again to face his constituents. I'm Alex Whitney here in Seward, where Congressman Mike Flood is hosting his second in-person town hall this year, the first since the House passed President Trump's big, beautiful bill. His first in-person town hall in Columbus back in March was rowdy, and things didn't change much for Congressman Mike Flood when he took the stage again in Seward.
Elon Musk and President Trump
It's a crock.
looking into the spending, waste, fraud, and abuse.
The concerns from constituents were unchanged. Many expressed fears that the impending cuts to Medicaid and SNAP assistance could be devastating for low-income Nebraskans.
This bill is creating winners and losers, and I don't see how anybody could vote for a bill if they don't know who are winners and who are losers.
Flood tried to defend his efforts on the House budget bill, now known as the Big Beautiful Bill, but the crowd was mostly unconvinced.
Even a president.
Do we have a longer clip from this? Because it's pretty good. There's literally like there is straight up, there's so much back and forth on this. Here, I'll play this real quick.
A number of you in this room disagree. Elon Musk and President Trump looking into the spending, the waste, fraud, and abuse in this country is a good thing. It is a good thing. As it relates to medical research and funding, I am going to support that in the appropriations budget. Ultimately, the president has the authority to suspend, but if the Congress says you must do it, he must execute our laws unless there's waste, fraud, or abuse.
Okay, next question.
At your last town hall I attended in Columbus, you emphasized fixing the U.S. debt, as you have here also. Here's where I have the issue with believing that is true what you want. Tax and Jobs Act, under Trump, added $3.8 trillion itself to the deficit. And extending these cuts, which you have voted for, will add another $4 trillion to the deficit. You voted for both of these, but it doesn't match your emphasis on reducing the debt. Tariffs won't make up for it, because they're either being used as negotiation skills or to help with the U.S. debt or to bring back manufacturing or, wait, no, it's back to trade negotiations. Never know what they're for. Either way, it won't cover it. U.S. business is paying, so with all this emphasis on helping the working class and the deficit, why is it that only the rich benefit from this, and the rest get stuck having to pay the debt later, as we do with this bill?
Say that last part again. Sorry.
We have to pay the debt later, as we do with this bill.
This is not going anywhere. Obviously, it's the thing that I care the most about. This bill while it isn't perfect, is the first.
Look at these paid actors, man.
First time in generations that we've actually made major mandatory spending cuts. We have to grow the economy as much as we cut this in order to get out of this. Otherwise, here's the interesting thing to me though. If we think this is uncomfortable tonight, imagine the day that comes when the bond market and people don't buy our 10-year treasuries. This conversation gets a lot harder, a lot harder. And I believe that we are at least going the right direction by cutting mandatory spending. There is no easy way out of this. All right, next question.
So, Professor Jason Stanley said that fascist politics intentionally distort the source of anxiety. A fascist politician has no intention of addressing the root cause of hardship. The deficit and wasteful spending are a distortion from the fact that...
What's up, Mr. Hamas Diddy Piker? Guess the ban wasn't long enough? Thank you for coming to the broadcast, chatter. Maybe you can learn a thing or two about what the Trump administration is doing to fucking people like yourself. Hopefully you'll be able to, at least by accident, understand like a little bit about what your future looks like.
You and other million and billionaires are personally benefiting from the tax breaks that come at the expense of social programs and regulations. It is not addressing the cause of our hardship. That is, the president is destroying our democracy by defying the courts and the Constitution, attacking and silencing free speech in the media, allowing security breaches, erasing history, using tax dollars and presidential power for personal gains, blaming DEI and using it to discriminate, and promoting eugenics and genocide, all while showing signs of cognitive decline. Your votes, actions, and inactions show that you are a fascist politician, so please explain how you are...
Dude, these are fucking Nebraskans, okay? At the town hall for Congressman Mike Flood. This is not a DSA meetup. I need you to understand. Obviously, these are some of the most politically active people. No like normal, regular ass person is like going to a town hall, right? But you must understand. You must understand, the average person's perspective is closer to yours than you think, okay? The average person's perspective is closer to ours in this community than the way the media represents these issues.
Not encouraging fascism, and are you going to invoke articles of impeachment against Trump?
Articles of impeachment for Donald Trump. Look at the Barbers and the Debras in this room.
I get that you get an applause line when you call me a fascist, but I'm not.
Oh God, he's such a weenie. He is such a weenie, dude. You're calling me a fascist, but I'm not. This is so funny because you're just broadcasting your L, dude. He's like, I get that calling me a fascist is actually making everyone in the room stand up in thunderous applause. But I'm not. Being mean to me is illegal. Why are you mean to me?
I am not a fascist. I am an American, and I would never call you something like that. But I can tell you, at the end of the day, we have to live in this country together. I have an opinion about the debt. I believe that we need to cut spending. I believe that we need to figure this out before our financial markets fail. And I will do my best to stand up for you and the
There's nothing funnier than being like, I love Donald Trump, and I'm working to make sure the financial markets don't fail. When Donald Trump seemingly every day is trying to make the financial markets fail. Okay. What is this? Initially, according to a person familiar with the call, Musk urged DeWine to send Ramaswamy to the Senate so the former presidential hopeful could be the Doge point person in Congress. But shortly into the call, Musk betrayed his actual motivation. He said he found Ramaswamy annoying. Oh, it's awesome. It's just like a sequence of annoying little charlatans, one worse than the other, okay? Every single one of them. Every single one of them is just so awful. It's the Spider-Man finger point meme, but also everyone is just, I don't know who's worse. Elon probably. Like, think about these guys: J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Vivek Ramaswamy. Too many big personalities in one room, you know? I think Musk is probably pissed Trump isn't doing more to fund the tech billionaire sitting. They're starting to set up. Have you seen this? It's crazy. What? Oh, Honduras, the private tech billionaire for-profit city in Honduras. They're doing this all over, by the way. It's not just in Honduras.
Tech billionaires.
This kind of stuff is so crazy, and this is like, they're building like little libertarian utopias all around the world, or they're trying to build these libertarian utopias all around the world.
Tech billionaires have had a noticeable presence in U.S. politics recently. Some are now even practically running the government. But there's something else you should know about, a project many of them are investing in to create alternative models of governance that could have massive implications around the world. It's got a lot of names, but...
Yeah. Galt's Honduran Gulch.
The idea is the same.
Free private cities.
Charter cities.
Startup societies.
Zones of progress. You know, what I'm really calling...
It's not Bioshock. It's Ayn Rand. Chatters. God damn. Some of y'all forget the OG. The OG is Ayn Rand. Is not... Hi, sorry, I'm
looking for something like tech Zionism.
Yeah, we'll come back to that last one in a bit. The idea is to create free market enclaves with their own rules and laws. But is this really a way to jumpstart innovation and bring prosperity to developing countries, as its proponents claim? Or is it just another scheme for the wealthy to skirt regulations and taxes and get even richer? Billionaire tech powerhouses like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk champion these kinds of cities, as do others in President Donald Trump's inner circle. Trump even campaigned on building privatized cities on U.S. federal land.
These freedom cities will reopen the frontier.
There are many of these kinds of semi-autonomous cities around the world, and in late 2023, I visited the most controversial one here on this small Honduran island. It's called Prospera.
I think one of the funniest parts about this is that you might think this is new, okay? It's not. Libertarians have tried and failed to do this a million times over. Okay, they've tried it with company towns. Much more successful titans of industry like Henry Ford have tried to do this with company towns, and it's failed. And in many circumstances, they try to build this stuff and then it just collapses because it's just completely unsustainable. I don't think there's any way to like successfully build something like this. I don't think you can do that. You can't like maintain it with crypto. You can't, because at the end of the day, you need human beings. You need like slaves, okay? You need human beings to work. And they are always going to outnumber the bosses, okay? And that kind of, this is, what's it called? It's like the theory that in the aftermath of a nuclear holocaust, like it's like Fallout, right? If you have these little bubbles in the that all the mega wealthy go to in the aftermath of the Holocaust, the nuclear Holocaust, that they would not be able to survive because there would be mutiny, right? Like if you had these vaults, there would be too much mutiny, and ultimately the majority that is supposed to be working inside of the vaults for the super wealthy would immediately pick up on the awesome power that they wield by sheer numbers. Okay? Because in a dynamic that is that small and that isolated, class consciousness immediately picks up. Immediately. It's like impossible to deal with that sort of thing. Which is why all of these structures inevitably fail. They're always bound to fail.
Prospera is building the future of human governance, privately run and for profit.
If the people of the world do not like their governments, welcome here.
Companies based in Prospera pay low taxes and can create their own regulatory frameworks. And that's why it's become a hub for experimental medical procedures not approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
I came to Honduras with the intention of editing and altering my genetic makeup.
I've gotten in the habit of getting crazy medical treatments that are only available in Prospera.
I also recently got myself like an implant to my hand here. You can program several things into it, like opening a Tesla car.
This is the type of person we exist to attract, right? Someone who's trying to do good in the world. That is very hard to do because of regulatory roadblocks.
Prospera has raised over $150 million in investments. And some of the names behind that funding are prominent U.S. billionaires and Trump backers. PayPal founder Peter Thiel, venture capitalist Mark Andreessen, and OpenAI's Sam Altman. Crypto company Coinbase has also invested. But this so-called libertarian crypto utopia has generated major backlash. Many Hondurans see Prospera's ability to incorporate land and create its own laws as a threat to the country's sovereignty.
This is like a new form of colonization. It's unfair for foreigners to come to Honduras and build and do whatever they want.
Even though previous Honduran leaders cleared the way for these private cities, the current one has impeded their development and is trying to fully dismantle them. In response, Prospera's mostly American investors are suing Honduras.
A gay fascist crypto kingdom sounds like heaven. Yeah, run by slaves too. Like, it would have to operate as a slave colony.
For, get this, almost $11 billion. That's nearly 2/3 of its national budget. How is it not exploitative for mostly American investors to come after such a poor country like Honduras for almost $11 billion?
They're not coming after a poor country. They're coming here to invest, to create jobs.
Since I visited, Prospera's legal future continues to hang in the balance. But here's the thing. What I learned about the fight brewing over this one private city in Honduras gives us a lot of insight into the future of private governance around the world and how local communities could be affected.
This is a very simple village, and you're up against this multi-million-dollar project.
It's not fair.
Colonizers did the exact same shit to apologize for the transatlantic trade slave, by the way. They're building housing, Assam. Why don't you like it? Yeah, this is abundance. This is abundance mindset, and you silly libtards don't, you silly leftists with your stupid leftist opinions don't understand. China and the Asian countries released a joint statement condemning, oh yeah, here it is. Joint statement of the Asian China GCC summit. China has also given visa-free travel to the GCC countries, the Gulf countries. In the aftermath of this, here it is in Kuala Lumpur. The following is the full text of the joint statement of the Summit of the Associations of Southeast Asian Nations and the Cooperation Council for the Arab States of the Gulf, GCC, and China released on Tuesday. They're recognizing close mutually beneficial economic collaboration, reaffirming desire to further promote GCC relationships, blah, 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 blah. Where is the juicy stuff? Strengthen the World Trade Organization. The leaders expressed grave concerns over the developments of the Middle East, condemn all attacks against civilians, and call for durable ceasefire for all concerned parties to ensure the most effective and efficient access for humanitarian aid and relief supplies. Call on all parties to the conflict to protect civilians, refrain from targeting them, and abide by international humanitarian law, particularly the principles and provisions of the Geneva Convention. Acknowledge the advisory opinion on the International Court of Justice, which is the opinion among others at the UN's and especially General Assembly, which requested this opinion. and the Security Council should consider the precise modalities and further action required to bring an end as rapidly as possible to the unlawful presence of the State of Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory, support the ongoing efforts to release all hostages and those under arbitrary detention, urge all parties concerned. This is basically what Hamas's framework is for a ceasefire, being pushed by all the Asian countries and also the GCC. Not that it fucking matters, because it's just like more pressure from international cooperative agreements against the United States of America, but obviously that has yet to work, so don't know why that would work now. Not exactly sure. Republicans changed the rules. Now practically any action the executive branch takes can be challenged in Congress. Any 30 senators can bring up a vote and get a guaranteed 10 hours of floor time, so Democrats can hold the floor indefinitely if they wanted. Georgia State University assistant professor and former House Oversight Committee staffer Todd Phillips laid this out in a prospect piece earlier this month. Any 30 senators can force a CRA resolution onto the floor with a required 10 hours of debate time. These resolutions would need the president's signature, and nearly all of them wouldn't even get the Republican votes necessary to pass the Senate. But according to Senate procedure, they have to be dealt with if enough senators force them onto the floor. They must be debated and voted upon ahead of other Senate business if brought up for consideration. This means that Democrats can tie up the Senate floor for upwards of 10 hours with any single CRA resolution. Senate Dems know about this and have already threatened it, highlighting the absurdity of the Senate procedure may finally force changes, but only if both sides are willing to be absurd. Of course, luckily for us, there is one side that is not willing to be absurd in this process, and that's Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats, who refuse to do anything. This is part of the process. There are many tools in the tool belt to gum up the works. Republicans would consistently push back with every tool at their disposal, and yet Democrats are not doing the same thing. Anyway, here is Trump taking questions from reporters in the Oval Office earlier today.
Which is an incredible person, an incredible woman. As our new interim United States Attorney for the District of Columbia, that's a big deal. And I'd like to congratulate Janine and her whole family. And we have Christine with us, and Alex, I know, is in a very, very important place right now. And the two children, but they're not children anymore. And I've heard that Christine, you're doing unbelievably well and very successful at a great law firm. So it's great to have you with us. Thank you very much. Over 5 decades, Janine Pirro, known by millions as Judge Janine, has devoted her life to the pursuit of justice, the defense of freedom, and the fair, equal, and impartial rule of law. And that's what she's about. She was a great DA. I remember her very well. She was as good as anybody I've seen. She began a career in 1975 as an assistant district attorney in Westchester County, New York, where she prosecuted violent crimes, and that was a serious prosecution. And she went after real criminals, not fake criminals like we seem to do today nowadays. People that shouldn't be prosecuted, including rape, murder, and was a tireless warrior on behalf of the most vulnerable people in our society. In that role, Janine helped create one of our country's first domestic violence bureaus. I think it was the first, Janine. And as its chief...
Okay, we're going to skip to the questions because I can't stand him glazing Janine Pirro. I think it's wild that Janine Pirro... I guess it's not that wild that Janine Pirro is a part of the administration. It's probably the most expected outcome. God, what a time to be alive, dude. She's drunk all the time, and she's a Fox News personality. Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense for Trump to put her up. It's just, we are living in the alternative timeline, I think. Something dramatically shifted in the world. Something dramatically shifted in the world, and now we're living in this different world. And for those who were alive, before this dramatic shift happened, every day that goes by is like another step in the descent to madness. Maybe it was Harambe, I don't know.
We have no doubt you're going to be fantastic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President.
Russia, Mr. President.
Please.
Do you believe the Russians are being disrespectful when they say that your criticisms of Putin are simply an emotional response? And do you still believe that Putin actually wants to end the war?
I can't tell you that, but I'll let you know in about 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, we're going to find out very soon. We're going to find out whether or not he's tapping us along or not. And if he is, we'll respond a little bit differently, but it'll take about a week and a half, 2 weeks. We have Mr. Witkoff is here, is doing a phenomenal job, is dealing with them very strongly right now. They seem to want to do something, but until the document is signed, I can't tell you. Nobody can. I can say this, that I'm very disappointed at what happened a couple of nights now where people were killed in the middle.
He's very disappointed. He's just so sad. He's like, Vladimir, how could you do this to me?
But what you would call a negotiation. I'm very disappointed by that. Very, very disappointed. Yeah, please.
You've called for an end to the Gaza war. Given the growing humanitarian crisis and the decision of Prime Minister Netanyahu to extend the military operation, do you have any frustration with his handling of the situation?
No, we're dealing with the whole situation in Gaza. We're getting food to the people of Gaza. It's been a very nasty situation, very nasty fight. October 7th was a very nasty day, the worst that I think I've ever seen. It was a horrible day, and people aren't going to forget that either. So we'll see how that all works out. And Steve, would you want to say a couple of words about Gaza because you just have some information? Steve Witkoff, do you want to come up for a second? You might give them a little bit of information as to what's happening with Gaza and also Israel. We're having some very good talks with Iran. We'll find out whether that means anything, but we're having good talks. Congratulations.
Well, hi everybody. I think that we are on the precipice of sending out a new term sheet that hopefully will be delivered later on today. The president is going to review it, and I have some very good feelings about getting to a long-term resolution, temporary ceasefire, and a long-term resolution, a peaceful resolution of that conflict.
Boo is a lie. Remember, I covered this earlier today. It's a fucking lie. They could make Israel do this literally yesterday. They can make Israel do this tomorrow. They are fucking lying. I need you to understand. This is no different than Biden saying we're working tirelessly around the clock for a ceasefire. This is no different than Kamala Harris saying that. Okay, this is no different than Anthony Blinken being like, yep, we're working on it. They're not working on it. There is no need to work on it, okay? The ceasefire negotiation that has taken up many different forms, okay? The ceasefire process is entirely dictated by Israel's inability to contend with the ceasefire because Israel is using the hostages and using October 7 as a mechanism to do permanent ethnic displacement of all Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. That's it. Anyone that doesn't realize this reality is silly, lying to themselves. And America has all of the power to put an end to it. They can do it instantly.
It's having to do with Iran. Having very good talks with
Mr. President, you said yesterday that Putin is playing with fire. What will be the consequences for Russia if he continues to Russia?
Well, I'm not going to tell you exactly, but the words speak pretty loud. We're not happy about that situation. I think we're doing very well with Iran. We're doing very well with Gaza, but we are doing very well with Iran, and I think we're going to see something very sensible, because there are only two outcomes. You know what the two outcomes is? a smart outcome and there's a violent outcome, and I don't think anybody wants to see the second. But I think we've made a lot of progress, and we'll see. You know, they still have to agree to the final stages of a document, but I think you could be very well surprised what happens there, and it'll be a great thing for them, and it could have a great country into the future. Yeah.
Mr. President, Elon Musk in a television interview criticized the one big, beautiful bill, saying he was disappointed it didn't cut enough, essentially, that it undercut the Doge efforts. What's your reaction to that?
Well, the reaction's a lot of things. Number one, we have to get a lot of votes. We can't be cutting, you know, we need to get a lot of support, and we have a lot of support. We had to get it through the House. The House was, we have no Democrats. You know, if it's up to the Democrats, they'll take the 65% increase. You know, if that doesn't get approved, this country is going to have a 65% increase in taxes and lots of other problems, big problems, almost bigger than that. But we'll have a 65% increase as opposed to the largest tax cut in the history of our country. We will be negotiating that bill, and I'm not happy about certain aspects of it, but I'm thrilled by other aspects of it. That's the way they go. It's very big. It's the big, beautiful bill, but the beautiful is because of all of the things we have. The biggest thing being, I would say, the level of tax cutting that we're going to be doing. We're going to make people really be able to, we'll have the lowest tax rate we've ever had in the history of our country, and tremendous amounts of benefit are going to the middle income people of our country, low and middle income people of our country. So we're going to see what happens, because the Senate, as you know, is negotiating with us, and they have to then go back to the House, and you know, it's got a way to go. But I have to say, Speaker Johnson and Thune has done an incredible job. John Thune has done a fantastic job, and they're working together with me and others. And I think we have an amazing, if we pull this off, remember, we have 0 Democrat votes because they're bad people. There's something wrong with them. You know, they'll let people pour into our country. Single biggest problem is we have 21 million people pour into our country, probably higher than that.
By the way, these tax cuts that are slated to sunset are his tax cuts from the last administration, remember. Like, when he says, oh, there's going to be a massive tax hike, what he's actually saying is the way he designed the tax cuts was so that, with the exception of like one tax bracket in the middle, okay, that is not seeing any change, or not in the middle, but like not the top tax bracket, but there's one tax bracket that doesn't see any change in terms of a tax increase. But the only thing that was made permanent is second from the highest. The only thing that was made permanent is second from the highest tax bracket, and also the corporate tax rate. Other than that, it's supposed to fucking increase again, back to its pre-tax cut levels. That's how they designed it. They designed it to sunset. Now, technically, Trump thought he was going to be a 2-term president. So, of course, this would be someone else's problem once he was gone. But because he lost in 2020 and then ran again, and then won this last election, now he has to deal with it. But it's funny because he's making it seem as though it's someone else's tax policy that he has to deal with. It's him.
And the people that weren't supposed to be here. And many of those people are bad. Murderers, drug dealers, the mentally insane. They were closing mental institutions all over the world, not South America, all over the world. They're coming into our country, and we're getting them out. And we're having a hard time because some judges aren't making it very easy for us, and it's tough enough. They approved that. They allowed that to happen to our country. We don't have one Democrat vote. And if I were a Democrat, I'd be voting for this bill, and I'd get elected to any position I want as a Democrat. They're crazy. They're voting for a 65% tax increase. And they're only doing it for hatred. They're not doing it for any reason.
They're only doing it for
They know it's terrible. Terrible politics, in my opinion. But so we have no Democrat votes. That means we have to get almost
These
all...
Democrats, they hate beautiful things. I called the bill beautiful. I called the bill beautiful. They hate it. They want ugly things. They want an ugly bill. They want to rename it to the ugliest bill anyone's ever seen. It's clear. They don't like beautiful things.
Republican votes. And I think we're very close to doing that. I think it'll be very
These
successful.
are tax hikes of hatred.
Wall Street analysts have been about the taco trade. They're saying Trump always chickens out on the tariff threats, and that's why markets are higher this week. What's your response to that?
I kick out? Oh, isn't that nice? Chicken out. I've never heard that. You mean because I reduced China from 145% that I said down to 100 and then down to another number? And I said you have to open up your whole country, and because I gave the European Union a 50% tax tariff, and they called up and they said, please, let's meet right now. Please, let's meet right now. And I said, okay, I'll give you till July 9. I actually asked them, I said, what's the date? Because they weren't willing to meet. And after I did what I did, they said, we'll meet anytime you want. And we have an end date of July 9th. You call that chickening out? Because we have $14 trillion now invested, committed to investing when Biden didn't have practically anything. This country was dying. You know, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. I went to Saudi Arabia. The king told me. He said, you got the hottest we have the hottest country in the world right now.
So
6 months ago, this country was stone cold dead. We had a dead country. We had a country people didn't think was going to survive. And you ask a nasty question like that.
So hot.
It's called negotiation. You set a number. And
That's why I'm molesting
it. If I set a number at a ridiculous high number, and I go down a little bit, a little bit, they want me to hold that number, 145% tariff. Even I said, man, that really got up. You know how it got? Because of fentanyl and many other things, and you added it up. I said, where are we now? We're at 145%. I said, whoa, that's high. That's high. They were doing no business whatsoever. And they were having a lot of problems. We were very nice to China. I don't know if they're going to be nice to us, but we were very nice to China. And in many ways, I think we really helped China tremendously because, they were having great difficulty because we were basically going cold turkey with China. We were doing no business because of the tariff, because it was so high. But I knew that. But don't ever say what you said. That's a nasty question. Go ahead. To me, that's the nastiest question. Wait a minute. Wait. Go ahead, please.
President Zelensky says he's ready to sit down with you and Vladimir Putin in Geneva, and it sounds like General Kellogg is working on preparations for that. Are you planning to sit down with the two of them?
Well, I will if it's necessary. It takes. We have to. I think at this point. I wish it would have been that way a couple of months ago, but at this point we're working on President Putin, and we'll see where we are. I think we're doing fine, but we'll see. I don't like what's happening. That's one thing I'll say. I don't like when I see rockets being shot into cities. That's no good. We're not going to allow it.
Well, he said that the war never would have started if you were.
Would have never happened, and it didn't happen.
He doesn't seem willing to do anything that you want him to do. Do you still believe that he wouldn't have launched the war?
No, we would have never had a war. We would have never had a war. If I were president, if the election weren't rigged, you wouldn't have had the war. You wouldn't have had the war. You wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had October 7th. That would have never happened because Iran was stone cold broke. They didn't have any money to give to Hamas or Hezbollah. You wouldn't have had that Afghanistan most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. You wouldn't have had any of it. You wouldn't have had inflation because energy costs. Look what happened. I brought inflation down to practically zero. And all of the groceries and all of the eggs and all of the things that you've been hearing about, they're back down. They're way down from where they were. I did something in 4 months that nobody's seen. And I have to say, in 4 months, and I said it before, and everyone's talking about it all over the world, we've got the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. We're the only country anybody's even talking about. All right, please go ahead.
What stopped you from
only the fact that if I think I'm close to getting a deal, I don't want to screw it up by doing that. Let me tell you, I'm a lot tougher than the people you're talking about, but you have to know when to use that. If I think it's going to hurt a deal, this isn't my war. This is Biden's war, Zelensky's war, and Putin's war. This isn't Trump's war. I'm only here for one thing, to see if I can end it, to save 5,000 lives a week and a lot of money. The money being much less important, because I made that money. I went to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE, and we brought back $5.1 trillion. So I made that money in about 2 hours, the money that we're talking about, but it's still think of it, $300 billion we've spent. with no checks, no balances. They just send cash. You can imagine what's happened to that money. I never saw anything like it in my life, but I'm more interested.
I think he thinks checks and balances mean literally a checkbook. I have never been more committed to the theory that Trump doesn't know what asylum seeker is, and he thinks that it means that we're letting in people from insane asylums. Than at this very moment, where when he says checks and balances, I think he literally means like an account balance with a checkbook. Which is, of course, based. Oh, Joe Biden would never be able to do this. Based.
Because I picked up $5.1 trillion, and by the way, got a beautiful, big, magnificent, free airplane for the United States Air Force. Okay, very proud of that too. They tried to say, "Oh, it's Trump's airplane." Oh yeah, sure. It's too big. It's frankly, it's too big, much too big. Well, it's here already. Yeah. It's in the country. It's being refitted for military standard.
How much will it cost to refit it?
Oh, I don't know. Whatever it is, a hell of a lot less than building a new one. We're waiting too long from Boeing. Boeing has got to get its act together. Yeah.
On Nippon Steel, this arrangement that was just announced,
Yeah.
share, is that an arrangement you would consider for TikTok as well?
Nothing to do with TikTok. Totally different kind of a deal. We'll have to get, to do it properly, we'll probably have to get China's approval. China's never easy. China's never easy. But I think we'll be able to save TikTok. I'd like to save TikTok. I mean, TikTok was very good to me. I won the young people by 37%. No Republicans ever won, and I won by 37%. And Charlie Kirk will tell you TikTok helped, but Charlie Kirk helped also. Oh, he just happens to be here. Look at him. He loves that we mentioned that name, right, Charlie? He's done great, and I appreciate all the help. But with young people, we won by 37%, Charlie, and you helped, but TikTok was amazing. And he was the first one. He said, get on TikTok. So I have a little bit of a warm spot. I know I shouldn't. They'll say quid pro quo, put him in jail for the rest of his life, quid pro quo. No, TikTok was very good to me. I won young people. I don't know if it was because of TikTok, but it was something happened. No Republican has ever won they call them young people. Young people, you can define it a lot of different ways, but I won every age group in young people. And it never happened, and won by 37%. That's a lot.
Yeah, it didn't happen. It didn't happen this time either.
Did you warn Prime Minister Netanyahu against taking some sort of actions that could disrupt the talks there in a phone call last week?
Well, I'd like to be honest.
I call them young people.
Next question, please.
They don't call them young people anymore. I call them young
It's not a
people.
warning. I said I don't think it's appropriate.
What exactly did you tell him?
I just said I don't think it's appropriate. We're having very good discussions with him, and I said I don't think it's appropriate right now. Because if we can settle it with a very strong document, very strong, with inspections and no trust. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody. So no trust. I want it very strong where we can go in with inspectors, we can take whatever we want, we can blow up whatever we want, but nobody getting killed. We can blow up a lab, but nobody's going to be in the lab, as opposed to everybody being in the lab and blowing it up, right? Two ways of doing it. Yeah, I told him this would be inappropriate to do right now because we're very close to a solution. Now, that could change at any moment. It could change with a phone call. But right now, I think they want to make a deal, and if we can make a deal, save a lot of lives.
When do you think the deal could happen on Iran?
On which?
The deal with Iran could happen?
Oh, I don't know. I think over the next couple of weeks if it happens. Yeah.
When could the administration resume the interviews for foreign students visa? When do you think your administration could resume these interviews?
On what?
For the foreign student visa. Yesterday there was...
For the French visa?
For the French, all the foreign students.
Oh, for the foreign visas? What are you referring? Foreign visas for what? Are you talking about for colleges? Okay, so you're off of Israel. Now you're talking about colleges, right? Okay. Well, we're going to see. Look, Harvard has been a disaster. They've taken $5 billion plus $5 billion. Nobody knew that they were making this cut. If we didn't do this, we would have never found this out, Pam. They're taking $5 billion. And I'd rather see that money go to trade schools. And by the way, they're totally anti-Semitic at Harvard, as you know, and some other colleges too, in all fairness to them. And it's been exposed, very exposed. And I think they're dealing very badly. Every time they fight, they lose another $250 million. Yesterday we found another $100 million. And they have, they have a fund, an endowment, $52 billion. All right?
Nobody knew the government grants going to Harvard was $5 billion. It's so funny. But it's a matter of public record. Like, how do you think this happened?
They get a lot of that from the United States. And I think it's ridiculous. I think this, everyone's coming up to me saying, we love the idea of trade schools with that kind of money and money from others, but money from them. You can have the best trade schools anywhere in the world. You give them to Iowa, Indiana, lots of good states, well-run states, and you give them the money. They can only be used for trade schools, and they'll teach people how to build motors and cars and AI. The AI, we're building plants, we're building hundreds of billions of dollars worth of AI plants. Already started, many of them. We've never had a boom like we're having now. You're going to see it. There's never been anything like it. So we're up to about $14 trillion in investments. There's never been anything even close. You look at Biden, this guy, they had people leaving as opposed to investing. And they're doing it because of November 5th, and they're doing it because of the tariffs. The tariffs have been tremendous. I can promise you, and I have great respect for the people at the European Union, they wouldn't be over here today negotiating if I didn't put a 50% tariff on. The sad thing is now when I make a deal with them, it's something much more reasonable. They'll say, oh, he was chicken.
Oh!
That's so unbelievable.
He's still mad. Oh, the chicken thing actually pissed him off, huh? Oh, Taco Trump is bad, dude. On the one hand, I think it's really funny. On the other hand, I think it's really dangerous. I think it's really dangerous that he's this insecure that this could cause him to KFC double down on a bunch of crazy shit. It's wild that as a child, it's wild that as a fucking child, you can manipulate him into any position. This is where the chicken thing comes from, by the way. Trump erupted on a reporter for asking him about taco, a new term flying around Wall Street that stands for Trump always chickens out. Traders are loading up and dumping stocks based on Trump's erratic approach to announcing tariffs and then retreating on them. Trump was furious when the reporter asked about the term a few minutes ago, as we watched, and said he considered it one of the nastiest questions imaginable. He later returned to the topic and insisted that he was no chicken and that usually people said the opposite, that he's too tough. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if they're saying that on Wall Street, but I hope they start saying it everywhere. We need to say it for Israel. We need to say he's chicken with Israel. We need to talk about how scared he is of Benjamin Netanyahu or something. I think He's going to facilitate the invasion of Tel Aviv if we push him hard enough. Wow, I can't believe how much Benjamin Netanyahu manipulates you, Donald Trump. I really thought that you would be America first. It seems like America last under your leadership. It's really messed up how big of a bitch you are to Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah. It really feels like he's running the show over there, huh? Are you that scared of Benjamin Netanyahu? Show us what you got, big man. Mr. President, many are saying that Biden would have invaded Tel Aviv way harder than you. Mr. President, many people are saying Biden actually was at the precipice of a complete invasion of Tel Aviv.
I usually have the opposite problem. They say you're too tough.
Mr. President, on Harvard, there were some Jewish students protesting on campus yesterday. They said they don't want you making these huge cuts, cutting off student visas to Harvard in their name. Because
Harvard has to show us, okay, Harvard has to show us their lists. They have foreign students. About 31% of their students are foreign-based, almost 31%. We want to know where those students come. Are they troublemakers? What countries do they come? And we're not going to, if somebody is coming from a certain country and they're 100% fine, which I hope most of them are, but many of them won't be, you're going to see some very radical people. They're taking people from areas of the world that are very radicalized, and we don't want them making trouble in our country. So I saw yesterday that in the middle of the UK, there was a nice young man. He wants to go back to school at Harvard, and he looked good to me, but I want to check his pass. But we want to be able to see why, you know, these countries aren't helping us. They're not investing in Harvard and all of our, we are. So why would 31%, why would a number so big? I think, number one, I think they should have a cap of maybe around 15%, not 31%. We have people who want to go to Harvard and other schools. They can't get in because we have foreign students there. But I want to make sure that the foreign students are people that can love our country. We don't want to see shopping centers exploding. We don't want to see the kind of riots that you had. And I'll tell you what, many of those students didn't go anywhere. Many of those students were troublemakers caused by the radical left lunatics in this country. One more question.
President Obama,
yeah, go ahead, please.
Will you pardon the people who are accused of conspiring to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer?
I'm going to look at it. I will take a look at it. It's been brought to my attention. I did watch the trial. It looked to me like somewhat of a railroad job. I'll be honest with you. It looked to me like some people said some stupid things. You know, they were drinking, and I think they said stupid things. But I'll take a look at that. And a lot of people are asking me that question from both sides, actually. A lot of people think they got railroaded. A lot of people think they got railroaded. And probably some people don't. One more. Go ahead. Yeah.
How will the confrontation with Harvard end? Do you foresee?
I don't know. I don't know. Harvard's got to behave themselves. Harvard is treating our country with great disrespect, and all they're doing is getting in deeper and deeper and deeper. They've got to behave themselves. You know, I'm looking out for the country and for Harvard. I want Harvard to do well. I want Harvard to be great again, probably, because how can it be great? How can it be great when you have Harvard announced 2 weeks ago that they're going to teach remedial mathematics, remedial, meaning they're going to teach low-grade mathematics, like 2 + 2 is 4. How did these people get into Harvard if they can't do basic mathematics? How did they do it? I mean, people with 1,600 in their boards don't get in, and they're letting people in, and they're bragging about how they're teaching them basic mathematics. Where do these people come from? So we have to look at the list, and Harvard has to understand the last thing I want to do is hurt them. They're hurting themselves. They're fighting. You know, Columbia has been really, they were very, very bad what they've done. They're very anti-Semitic and lots of other things. But they're working with us on finding a solution. And, you know, they're taking off that hot seat. But Harvard wants to fight. They want to show how smart they are, and they're getting their ass kicked. Thank you very much, everybody.
Part of me wants to keep saying, Are you happy now, you fucking stupid libtards that ran on the panic button? You created this issue. You gave him all of the opportunity to weaponize false smears of anti-Semitism to just undermine every fucking liberal institution that you guys cherish. You did this. You fucking did this. You fucking did this. Like, this right here is straight Hitlerian policy, academic receivership, mass lists of foreign students that they want specifically so they can start the process of deportation of foreign students for whichever organization that they might be a part of that they consider to be bad. Libs fucking did this shit, dude. They did it. They set up. They leaned into this idiotic notion that there was a wave of anti-Semitism that was overtaking all these fucking college campuses. And Trump is perfectly using that opportunity to dismantle the intelligentsia. Okay? Good job. I hope you're happy. They still do it? They're still on the same team? But they have visas? The government already has their info? Yeah, but the government doesn't have extensive information on what kind of activities that they're doing on college campuses. They want that. They want private information about the students that normally these institutions are supposed to shelter from the government. And they want to do it without conducting like a legal search. They want to do warrantless surveillance that schools normally maintain and obviously maintain without ever issuing to the government, unless there is a reason to do so. But you can't get this information without a warrant, and you can't get this information for every single foreign student. I'm telling you right now, liberals played a major fucking role in this by entertaining this idiotic back and forth about like, oh dude, so much anti-Semitism happening on college campuses, like we have to put a stop to this anti-Semitism on college campuses. What was that anti-Semitism? What is this? Bill Clinton didn't undo anything after Reagan. He signed in more Reagan policy. Yeah. Good job, Dems. Good job. This student, this Hasanabi student, was
joined by a
interviewed.
Harvard PhD student from China who's about to graduate from Harvard. Zealand Ma, thank you so much for being with us.
Oh! Let's go! Chinese Hasanabi hands with a PhD, rise up! Chinese Hasanabi hands with a PhD at Harvard University, rise up! Rise the fuck up! Let's go! Let's go!
Thus, you graduate on Thursday, right? So this should be a celebration.
Look at how fucking jacked he is! I'm so proud. I'm so proud. I'm so proud. Look at him. Look at him flexing his fucking biceps too.
Woo! Celebratory moment. How are you feeling?
I mean, definitely it feels less celebratory than I should feel. I feel a lot of uncertainty. I feel puzzled. I feel shocked to learn.
Wait, is this fucking Top G, dude? Is this where we find out Top G's real identity? I kept saying he was like a white Maoist from Iowa, but... I have a friend in Harvard too who watches you, but not international. I mean, yes, the college campuses are where I have the strongest foothold. Okay, that's not surprising. I mean, you've seen. No, not Top G, Top G, who is a chatter in this. Bro thinks he's Charlie Kirk. Oh, fucking, why would you do that to me?
And that, you know, because I'm a PhD student doing important research on how AI is transforming workplace. This is something that White House has labeled as a national priority. So it's definitely disheartening and impossible.
Hasanabi hit Nebraska. Wow, boring. Who cares? Hasanabi hit China. At least now we know who are the real unappreciated chatters.
To see the policy targeting the very people doing that work.
Right. Do you plan to stay in the U.S. to work after you graduate, or have President Trump's actions caused you to alter your plans at all?
So for now, I think until the hearing, my plan is to stay at the Harvard Business School to continue my research as a postdoc scholar with the DQ lab. But you know, anything could happen in a hearing, and because of these uncertainties, I definitely need to think about you know, other ways to continue my research. And then, you know, I've also heard about my friends, my colleagues, be it like, you know, U.S. citizen or not, have been considering elsewhere to conduct their research or even moving out of the country.
What do you say to those who may be thinking right now, I don't care what happens to a few people at this super rich Ivy League school? Explain why they should care.
Yeah, of course. I think, first of all, it's not a few people. So this attempted ban could be about, you know, over 4,000 unionized workers at Harvard. That includes the graduate students who's teaching, who's grading, who's answering students' email 2 a.m. You know, we are the people who make the university work. And it is also about this work visa called OPT, which is tied to the student visa. If the ban exists proceeds, then this work permit will be cancelled, and everyone in the class of 2023, 2024, 2025 will be impacted. And these people have been currently working full-time jobs at top companies, doing the kind of technological, scientific, and economic work that keeps American economy running. So as a brief, you know, statistics in the year of 2024, there has been, you know, 1.1 million international students contributing to the U.S. economy. So that is not a small number. That will be a big threat to these workers.
Yeah, that's such a great point. And I know you've also pointed out previously that you think about the type of work that you and other students like yourself are doing, who are also contributing to the workforce, as you point out, and you have said, you know, the next breakthrough in AI work you're doing, the next cancer cure, the next Nobel Prize. If it doesn't happen here because you and others are kicked out of this country.
Dude, we're infiltrating everything, okay? Hasanabi heads, we are everywhere. It doesn't matter. You could be getting a business PhD at Harvard. There's a Hasanabi head right there. It's like fucking Fight Club, you know? Just nod along.
It's going to happen elsewhere. That is America's loss. Now, part of the president's order targeting Harvard specifically claims the university coordinates with the Chinese Communist Party. Chinese nationals make up about a fifth of Harvard's foreign students. Do you and other Chinese students feel like...
She's like, do you communicate with the Chinese Communist Party?
You're being targeted or scapegoated?
Yeah, I definitely feel like we are being scapegoated. Like,
bro, I only met like 2 other Hasanabi heads on college. What the fuck? I am. Depends on which college campus you go to. Also, I'm willing to bet that there are far more. I should do a fucking college campus tour, dude. Got cooked by slow? What does that mean?
You know, we are we have followed every...
I'm so lost. How do you know he's a Hasanabi head? Dog. He's wearing my merch. He's wearing limited edition Himbo Gym merchandise. He's wearing limited edition Himbo Fitness merchandise. My entire row in my PLSC class are Hasanabi heads. Hell yeah.
Rule, we have got the visa, we have passed all of the background checks. That was pretty, you know, thorough. And we have, you know, as Chinese students, some of us work here, some of us, you know, pay tuition to get here. We paid a lot of things, taxes, like federal, state, sometimes even like, you know, social security that we may never benefit from. We have contributed a lot to U.S. scientific research, education, and economy, and yet we are currently the one facing uncertainty. So, you know, if U.S. is sending this kind of message to us Chinese international students that we're not welcome, people will stop coming. And we actually have seen that people have dropped their interests by some polls that they will not come to the U.S. for studying and contributing to the scientific research. So if that happens, as you said, the next breakthrough in artificial intelligence, next cancer cure, or next Nobel Prize even, it will happen somewhere else. So I think it's really bigger than about immigration. It's about whether the U.S. wants to lead in science, tech, and education, or it wants to give it up. So we're not asking for any kind of special treatments. We're simply asking to be treated equally, and we want to keep doing the work that benefits everybody.
What's your message to other international students who may be considering or aspired to come and study here in the U.S.? Is it worth it?
I mean, looking back, I feel like it's still worth it. I've met many of my friends in here. I've met people from all over the world, and I have you know, conducted important research with humanitarian negotiators. I've conducted important research with doctors and lawyers. I have, you know, this education experience is what makes America great. And I think that people who are considering, you know, now is the time of uncertainty, but I think these things will pass eventually, I think. Like, you know, there were similar policies targeting us in the past, but it all, you know, went smoothly. Hopefully this time will still be the case. So my suggestion to my fellow, you know, maybe Chinese students, I think is be cautious, but still open to the idea of coming to the U.S. to experience this amazing education system.
Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us and your experience. Celine Ma, appreciate your time and best of luck to you. Congratulations on your degree.
Americans don't realize how badly brain drained, like this is gonna fuck them in 5 to 10 years. Yeah, no more Chinese Hasanabi heads. Rabani makes a good point here. Oh yeah, it might be objectionable, but would hardly be unusual if U.S. consular officials vetted visa applicants for hostility to the United States or its government and denied those known to harbor such hostility entering the United States. Unfortunately, numerous governments behave this way. What is absolutely bizarre is that the U.S. government couldn't care less what visa applicants think about the United States or its government. It is their views about a U.S. proxy in the Middle East, Israel, that constitute grounds for visa denial and revocation. Never forget the U.S. government is controlled by Qatari money and owned by Saudi Arabia. That is what's so, like, insane about it. You can say fuck America till the cows come home, and the American government's like, that's free speech. You can be a foreigner who says fuck America, America can suck my dick, and it's fine. But if you say fuck Israel, Israel can suck my dick, the American government's like, we will kill you. You will be deported. You must be deported instantly. You're a threat. You're a threat to this nation's beautiful values. It is crazy. It's wild. And I think a big part of the reason why is because of the pre-existing advocacy groups that are so incredibly aggressive and have a shit ton of institutional clout and control. And I think Trump recognizes that. And that's why they're using Israel as this, like, mechanism of repression. Like, if there were Christian advocacy groups in the country that were as liberal adjacent, liberal aligned, and as, like, powerful, as institutionally powerful, as institutionally influential, they would just be doing this on the virtue of, like, attacking Christian identity. That's what it is. Anyway, Germany and Ukraine to jointly produce long-range missiles for
Germany
Kyiv.
has announced that it will finance Ukrainian-made long-range missiles for the country to use to fight off Russia's invasion. Now, it had been thought that Germany could supply its own Taurus missiles for Ukraine to use. Let's get a bit more detail and bring in our Europe correspondent Siobhan Robbins, who is in Berlin for us. So Siobhan, look, this announcement that Germany is going to finance Ukraine's homemade industry to make these long-range missiles, I guess will be welcome news in Kyiv. Do we get any more detail, or perhaps not, on the Taurus missiles and whether they'll be provided as well?
Yeah, Taurus was the word that definitely wasn't the headline on either the Chancellor or the President's lips today. But let's just go through what was announced in this joint news conference by President Zelensky and the new German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz. So, as you were saying, one of the things that they've said will happen is that Germany is going to help fund the joint production of long-range missiles in Ukraine and also possibly in Germany as well. They're basically, this is the very first step on this journey together. They're going to sign a document about this today, and hopefully we'll get more information as the days and weeks go on. However, maybe not, because the Chancellor was saying they would keep many details close to their chests for military reasons. Now, other things that Germany confirmed was that it would continue military assistance, that it would help to fund some of the Starlink
This is wild. EU is soloing now? I don't know, is that a good thing? No. It's fucking wild, because how long do you think that would take? That means that they're gearing up for permanent war. Like, you think this is, that means like at least for another fucking 2 years minimum, probably longer. They suspect that this will continue, and then obviously after that, once these factories are built, then they'll start producing, and then that means, you know, they'll keep using those missiles. As in, this puts a timeline on what European leadership suspects is the continuation of the war, and it's at least like a decade. Which is wild.
Starlink services that are given to Ukraine, and also the fact that Merz has said he will do everything he can to ensure that the Nord Stream 2 pipeline is not put into operation. The other thing that he underlined is that he said he didn't feel that Putin has made really any efforts to take part in peace talks, and Zelensky seemed to welcome what was announced today, and also underlining his view that the only way to get Russia to the negotiation negotiating table is with continued pressure. And it's interesting that Germany said that they would back the next round of sanctions being worked on by the EU, but also tried to talk to the US about sanctions as well. So what does this all really mean? Well, what it doesn't seem to mean at the moment is that Taurus missiles, these long-range missiles which can fly for more than 500 kilometers, are going to be sent imminently. It does allow Ukraine to start its own production or get a boost to production, and I guess that's good for the long-term security of the country. Also, both of those leaders looking towards the future of Ukraine once the war ends. And so as we speak, Zelensky has been meeting business leaders here to talk about how the country can be rebuilt. We have already had some reaction from the Kremlin. They have said this is nothing but further provocation, very irresponsible, the position of Germany. I think the big question is, how long will this all take? How long will it be until this joint production of long-range missiles begins?
Indeed.
President Trump is considering new sanctions on Russia as he warns Vladimir Putin over repeated attacks on Ukraine with no peace deal in sight.
Senior White House correspondent.
If you played any 4X games, you know that EU backing down would be a huge strategic blunder. I mean, there is no... But Europe is nothing, okay? Europe is nothing. Especially in this process. Especially because, like, all of its military power still comes from NATO, which is America. So, this could be one way. This could be one way for our European allies to basically militarize without raising any alarm bells, which is a demand being made by America anyway. EU frog's not gonna like this. I mean, it's true, because Europe can only do so much as to try and pressure America. Okay, there is no real genuine material impact that the European countries can have outside of what America's demands are. Okay. So when they try to cut side deals, like, there's nothing they can do. The reality of the matter is, there's nothing they can do to help Ukraine. So this is them doing their very best. Outside of disbanding NATO or sending their troops into Ukraine, or forcibly removing all Ukrainian able-bodied men that have refugee status from within the boundaries of the European Union and pushing them into Ukraine so that they are drafted, trained, and sent to the fucking front lines. There's not much Europe can do to change the dynamic of the situation, because the biggest problem here is a lack of manpower, diminished confidence in being able to hold out. They're trying to make up for that with, like, technological improvements in the battlefield. They have, like, crazy ass drone shit. They do, like, drone walls now. They have all the latest and greatest in drone technology. Okay, I see the Russian tanks getting smoked by drones. I see all of it. But at the end of the day, when they're doing massive pushes with overwhelming manpower, there's only so much that technological improvements or technological efficiency can help. Russia also has drones, though. No, I know. Russia's got drones. Ukraine's got drones. Drone warfare is all over the place. But one major issue that Ukraine has is that they don't have enough manpower. Germany has a rather rather unique economic late-stage capitalism problem. We're running out of demand for our production capabilities, even with falling birth rates. Eternal war is a way to create artificial demands as long as there's targets to strike. The capitalist powers of the world are preparing for global confrontation and world war. This is why I hate the new Cold War narrative, because the present historical moment of multipolarity combined with the collapse of U.S. hegemony is the basis for a world war, not Cold War. Yes, but there has never been a world war with nuclear-armed nations. The entire reason as to why there is a Cold War and not a World War after World War II is because of nuclear armament. We have never fought a global war where either party has nuclear arms. That's the difference. And no, I don't think the fucking Golden Dome makes up for that. Have you seen some of those Chinese warheads, dude? Are you kidding me? There's like warheads that just fucking scramble up and have like 5 nukes on it, and then they just go in random directions once they enter the American airspace. Like, there's no... What are you supposed to do to that? That's just one missile. Now imagine them launching like 30 of those bitches. Drone swarms off the coastline. There's also, I think, a technology gap, a technological achievement gap, and I think anyone who works in defense in the United States of America is kind of deluding themselves into thinking that we are 20, 30 years ahead of the game. I think that that level of confidence is not only wrong, but it's like a dangerous confidence that people have. It's unearned, and we're actively working to dismantle that regardless with like our anti-brain drain initiatives. Bro, you're not an arms expert, please chill. I'm not. That's why proxy wars exist when 2 superpowers fight indirectly. Exactly. Why the fuck were we doing all these proxy wars if we were gonna do a full-blooded state versus state conflict with nuclear-armed nations? True scale of modern nuclear weapons. Science time.
Attention. We are now at DEFCON 1. Security lockdown.
Russian nukes in space.
The country recently tested a nuclear-capable hypersonic missile.
Hypersonic missiles and aircraft could be the future of warfare.
If only. If only they would take out
powerful nuclear weapon.
If only they would take out the California coastline with me in it. You know what I mean? Finally.
In the world is the B-83 nuclear bomb.
I'd be done with this nonsense every day.
The heavyweight of the U.S. arsenal, weighing about 2,400 pounds or 1,100 kilograms and stretching 12 feet or 3.7 meters in length with a diameter of 18 inches or 46 centimeters, it's roughly the size of a small car. But within this imposing frame lies a force of unimaginable destruction. The B-83 is a gravity bomb, meaning it's dropped from an aircraft and relies solely on gravity to reach its target. No rockets or propulsion systems, just a free-falling descent. This might sound simple, but the devastation it can unleash is anything but. Carried by strategic bombers like the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber and the B-52 Stratofortress, the B-83 can be delivered deep into enemy territory. With a blast yield of up to 1.2 megatons of TNT, the B-83 is approximately 80 times more powerful than the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. which had a yield of about 15 kilotons. To put that into perspective, imagine the explosive energy of 1.2 million tons of TNT detonating in a single moment. But B-83 isn't just about raw power. It's designed to penetrate underground bunkers, burrowing into the earth before detonating. As for how many of these weapons exist, while exact numbers are classified, experts estimate that there are about 650 B-83s, and it is thought there are about 200 B-83 bombs in active service. This number has decreased over the years due to arms reduction treaties and modernization efforts. In fact, there are plans to retire the B-83 altogether in favor of more advanced, lower-yield nuclear.
The only good news about modern nukes is the fallout isn't as big as an issue anymore, and due to technological advancements and accuracy, warheads aren't as big as they were in the Cold War. Also, fusion bombs can, at distance, shred biological matter without destroying infrastructure. Oh, great news. If a nuke drops and it's a fucking fusion bomb, then at least we'll have free real estate once the dust settles. Is that the good news? Oh, how wonderful. I didn't realize. That's great news. We have a real crisis in the real estate market. Please. I guess we should drop a fucking fusion bomb in the middle of West Hollywood and end my material matter. End my organic matter from a distance. But God forbid you harm the real estate market, you know? This is like, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of like during World War II when the American War Department was telling the American bombing missions to purposely avoid American factories that were operating in Germany. That's number one. Or who could forget in Vietnam when the Department of Defense was telling its Air Force not to bomb the rubber trees because those were fucking owned by, what was it, Michelin? Like an American corporation. It's like, thank God we have bombs that won't harm capital, but will just simply erode, simply destroy all living matter. Sorry, I forget. It was like an American. I don't know. Maybe they were protecting the French interests there. Who knows? Goodyear, maybe? It was Michelin from when it was French Indonesia, Indochina.
Nuclear weapons. To grasp the true magnitude of the B-83's destructive power, imagine a single one detonated as an airburst over Beijing, China. The immediate fireball would engulf an area over 4 square kilometers or 1.5 square miles, vaporizing everything within its radius. Buildings would collapse within a 7.5 kilometer or 4.6 mile radius due to the intense blast pressure, flattening much of the city center. Windows would shatter up to 21 kilometers or 13 miles away, sending glass shards flying and causing injuries even in distant neighborhoods. The thermal radiation would cause third-degree burns to anyone within 13 kilometers or 8 miles, covering an area of over 500 square kilometers or over 200 square miles. In terms of human cost, such a detonation could result in an estimated 1.5 million immediate fatalities and over 3 million injuries, and that's just from a single B-83 bomb. The United States operates about 76 B-52 Stratofortress bombers, which were once capable of carrying up to 8 B-83 nuclear bombs. However, by 2010, U.S. Strategic Command removed nuclear...
Chatter said, I don't think we should do this. I agree.
Gravity bombs from the B-52's arsenal, as the aircraft was no longer considered capable of surviving modern air defenses. Today, only the US fleet of 19 B-2 Spirit stealth bombers is tasked with delivering nuclear gravity bombs, including the B-83, with each capable of
can we not?
Being up to 16 B-83 nuclear bombs. This means the potential for devastation isn't limited to one bomb, but could involve numerous simultaneous detonations, exponentially increasing the destructive impact. In imagining the true scale of modern nuclear weapons, at number 4 on the list is the Trident II missile, a cornerstone of the US and UK nuclear deterrent. Unlike gravity bombs like the B-83, the Trident II is a submarine-launched ballistic missile, or SLBM. The Trident II missile is an engineering marvel. Weighing about 59,000 kilograms or 130,000 pounds and stretching 13.5 meters or 44 feet in length, it's a 3-stage solid fuel rocket capable of traveling over 12,000 kilometers or 7,500 miles. This incredible range allows it to strike targets virtually anywhere on the globe, from submarines hidden deep beneath the ocean's surface. What truly sets the Trident II apart is its use of multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles, or MIRVs. Each missile can carry up to 8 nuclear warheads, typically the W-88, each with a yield of 475 kilotons. That's about 30 times the power of the Hiroshima bomb for each warhead. This means a single Trident II missile can deliver devastating blows to multiple targets across a wide area, effectively multiplying its destructive capability. The missile's guidance system is highly advanced, combining astro-inertial navigation with GPS updates to ensure remarkable accuracy. It's capable of hitting within 100 meters of its target after traveling thousands of miles. The Trident II is deployed on Ohio-class submarines for the US Navy and Vanguard-class submarines for the Royal Navy, providing a stealthy and survivable second strike capability that is crucial for nuclear deterrence. To grasp the potential impact of this weapon, imagine a single Trident II missile launched toward Moscow, with all 8 warheads targeting the same area for maximum effect. The combined explosive yield would be approximately 3.8 megatons of TNT. Upon detonation as an airburst, the immediate fireball would engulf an area over 10 square kilometers, or close to 4 square miles, vaporizing everything within its radius. Buildings would be obliterated within an 11-kilometer or close to 7-mile radius, flattening much of the city center. Thermal radiation would cause third-degree burns to anyone within 22 kilometers, or close to 14 miles from ground zero, covering an area of over 1,500 square kilometers, or 580 square miles. The human cost would be staggering, estimated at over 2.8 million immediate fatalities and 4.6 million injuries. And remember, this is from just one Trident II missile. The United States operates 14 Ohio-class nuclear submarines, each capable of carrying up to 20 Trident II missiles. That adds up to 280 Trident II missiles lurking in the depths of the oceans. With each missile carrying up to 8 warheads at 475 kilotons apiece, we're looking at a total of 2,240 nuclear warheads. If you calculate the combined...
Imagine a single B-83 bomb detonated in American Midwest. It could kill up to 500 people. What you are describing is already a nuclear deterrence policy in practice called the nuclear sponge. I don't know if you knew that that was the whole point of this, or maybe I missed it when they were describing it, but that is quite literally the reason why all of our nuclear silos are in the nuclear sponge states. I believe it's like 6 states in the Midwest that are not, you know, as heavily populated and are otherwise considered expendable by the American government. Why are they called nuclear sponge states, you think? Because what does a sponge do? it sucks up the juice, right? That's where the nuclear silos are, in an effort to make sure that if there is mutually assured destruction taking place, then all of the limited amount of nuclear warheads that our adversaries have nuclear adversaries would be... What is this? Here's an old map I found from Civil Defense. Man, the Russians really don't like North Dakota. I found some of these strategic targeting maps. What state would you like to see next? There are nuclear priority targets, like nuclear strike priority targets in every state. But obviously, first and foremost, their nukes would be directed towards our nukes, and all of our nukes, all of our nuclear silos are in the nuclear sponge states. So those states are technically cannon fodder. Here. The 5 states designed to function as nuclear sponges. During the Cold War, 5 states, Colorado, Wyoming, Nebraska, Montana, and North Dakota, were designated nuclear sponges due to their remote locations and low population density. In case of an enemy nuclear attack, these states would be targeted first as they house the ICBM silos. In turn, everything within these states would be obliterated, but they would serve the greater good of mitigating immediate casualties in more populous states. I believe it's 6 states. South Dakota also, I think, is part of it. Yeah, if you thought you were safe in South Dakota, you are not. What the fuck? I live in Colorado. Fuck that shit. Yeah, good luck, man. Make no mistake. When I say Israel is an American state and like far more valuable than either of the Dakotas, this is part of the puzzle. When I say America cares more about Israel than it does about North Dakota, this is part of what I mean. Like, America would let Wyoming, Colorado, Nebraska, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota melt before it would ever allow any harm to come to Israel. Cheyenne Mountain complexes in Colorado, they're super fucked. Godsu did a North Korea video. Nice.
And explosive power, it amounts to an astonishing 1,064 megatons of TNT. That's the equivalent of over 70,000 Hiroshima bombs worth of destructive energy concealed beneath the sea. This immense force is constantly on patrol, ready to be unleashed if ever called upon. At number 3 is China's DF-5 intercontinental ballistic missile, specifically the DF-5C variant. This missile is a true giant, standing over 106 feet tall and weighing approximately 183 tons. First introduced in the 1980s, the
Holy
DF-5
fuck, is this almost as long as the Statue of Liberty?
Remained a cornerstone of China's nuclear deterrent.
Okay, but of the existing 50, which would you say Israel is the most like? Florida. What? Not even a question. Florida is the most Israel-coded state in the United States of America. Both because it's a travel destination of Israel, like Israelis. It also houses literally Benjamin Netanyahu's son, Yair Netanyahu. Okay? But also on top of that, even like the hick parts of Florida, in my opinion, resemble like the Haredi population. Like, America has its own version of the Haredim, which I'm not even talking about like the ultra Orthodox communities in America. I'm talking like the swamp people of Florida. Think about it. Like, when I say Florida, you think, oh, you mean like a lot of Jews live there, Boca Raton. No, this has nothing to do with that. I mean, it has something to do with that, but not like entirely. I mean, like, Florida as a state is the most Israel-coded state. Whether it be cryptocurrency or sex crimes, just like every aspect of Florida, or down to the swamp people that resemble the uneducated settlers. Florida is the most Israel-coded state. Now, like you said, it's the third most Jews in the country. Number one is New York. Number two is California, or maybe number one is California. Number two is New York. Why would I never say California is Israel-coded? Why would I never say New York is Israel-coded? Because while there are a lot of conservative pro-Israel Jews that live in both of these states, okay, because even though there are a lot of pro-Israel Jews, especially in my neighborhood, let me tell you, okay, American Jews are very different than Israeli Jews, except for Florida, where all Americans resemble Israel. Okay? Jews, Christian alike, Muslims, everyone. I mean, look at Patrick Bet-David. Patrick Bet-David is an Israeli man, through and through, down to the bone, down to the triple name, Patrick Bet-David. And yet, he's actually fucking Iranian. Think about it, and you will understand. Down to the fashion, down to the music choices, Florida is the most Israel-coded state in the United States of America. And much like Israel, Florida is actively accelerating its own demise. For Israel, it's like it's untenable bloodlust, right? It's endless seeking of conquest in the region that genuinely makes Israel's position less stable. For Florida, it's water. For Florida, it's consistently building in areas that are probably going to be underwater very soon. So as far as like external factors that are life-changing, you got water, climate change for Florida, and you got Israel's constant destabilizing measures in the region for Israel, and its inevitable backlash for Israel. Tampa is the West Bank. I live there, can confirm. Yes, if you've ever met some real dudes, okay, like go to the PCB, like go to like different parts, like Tallahassee. Miami is the Tel Aviv of Florida, and like Tallahassee is the fucking, West Bank settlements.
Since the DF5.
No, California is not worse. Like, this is not even comparable. California at least has like a fake economy that revolves around the real stock market as opposed to cryptocurrency and drug sales, okay? Florida has never had a real economy. Florida's entire economy revolves around one, cocaine, and now cryptocurrency and cocaine. At least California has fucking Hollywood and Silicon Valley, which you can say is fake, and I agree with you, okay? Totally fucking fake, totally made up. But like, it's still less made up than cryptocurrency. convinced this Florida man?
It has an impressive range of up to 15,000 kilometers, or about 9,300 miles, which means it can reach almost any target on the globe from launch sites within China. What makes it particularly formidable is its payload. The latest versions, like the DF-5B and DF-5C, are equipped with MIRVs.
I would say Texas? No, Texas equivalent is Saudi Arabia. I will not elaborate. No, Texas is the most Saudi Arabia coded state that we have. No, Florida is Israel. Texas is Saudi Arabia. Okay? Straight up. Oklahoma is Oman.
Allowing them to carry up to 12 nuclear warheads, each with a yield of 1 megaton of TNT.
Yes, Nevada, UAE, Nevada. Nevada. United Arab. No, Nevada is not Yemen. No, fuck no. It is literally a den of sin. It's the United Arab Emirates.
To understand the scale, remember that the Hiroshima bomb was just 15 kilotons of TNT, so each warhead on the DF-5 is about 66 times more powerful. If all 12 warheads were directed at the same target area, the combined explosive power would be a staggering 12 megaton.
Chatter called UAE sex tourism Saudi Arabia. Oh no. Oh, that's funny.
That's 800 times more powerful than the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. Let's imagine that a single DF-5C missile launched toward Washington, D.C., with all 12 warheads impacting the same area. The fireball would engulf an area with a radius greater than 3 kilometers or 2 miles, effectively vaporizing everything in that zone. The blast would cause most residential buildings to collapse within a 16-kilometer or close to 10-mile radius, and third-degree burns could affect people up to 35 kilometers or close to 22 miles away.
Time out? Yeah, I would be like this. Time out. Time out on the hate. China. Time out on the hate, please.
Unimaginable. Estimated fatalities could exceed 1 million, with over 1.8 million more injured. What's even more alarming is that this level of destruction comes from just one DF-5 missile. China is believed to have around 20 to 30 DF-5 missiles in its arsenal. At number 2 on the list is the Russian R-36 ICBM, better known by its NATO designation as the Satan missile. Developed during the Cold War, this missile is one of the most powerful ever built, designed to deliver massive nuclear payloads across vast distances. The R-36 is a colossal missile, standing over 32 meters, or about 106 feet tall, and weighing close to a staggering 210,000 kilograms, which is close to 500,000 pounds. It's a two-stage, liquid-fueled rocket designed to deliver nuclear warheads across continents, with an operational range of up to 16,000 kilometers or close to 10,000 miles. This means it can reach targets virtually anywhere in the world from launch sites within Russia. What makes the Satan missile particularly fearsome is its payload capacity. It can carry up to 10 MIRVs, each armed with a nuclear warhead ranging up to 1 megaton of TNT. This means a single missile can unleash a total explosive yield of up to 10 megatons of TNT, about 666 times more powerful than the bomb dropped on Hiroshima, a fitting figure for the Satan missile. Some variants of the R-36 were equipped with a single massive warhead with a yield of up to 20 megatons. That's over...
I suspect if deployed, this, like, ends the world, right? Like, completely. Even if there's no counter. Like, even if there's no counter nukes launched, like, this alone, I assume, ends the world in its entirety. Like, it changes it causes nuclear winter, right? No? No, not the world, but certainly the state. No, I mean, like, wouldn't this literally, I'm not even talking about like the nuclear fallout. I mean, like, the cloud alone is going to have widespread ecological consequences, right? Life would continue, most humans would die. No, nuclear winter would only last 2 years. Oh, okay. Never mind. Oh, just 2 years? It's fine then. Yeah, Shadow's like, I'd survive it. Nuclear testing on this planet has been extensive. I feel like something like this would blast a hole in the ozone and just fuck up any kind of protection we have from the sun, which inevitably leads to death.
1,300 times the power of the Hiroshima bomb, designed to obliterate hardened targets like missile silos and command bunkers. Now imagine if a single R-36 missile were to detonate over San Francisco with a single 15-megaton warhead. The immediate fireball would engulf an area over 30 square kilometers or 12 square miles, vaporizing everything within a 3-kilometer or close to a 2-mile radius. Buildings would be flattened within a 17-kilometer or over 10-mile radius, decimating much of the Bay Area. Thermal radiation would cause third-degree burns to people up to 40 kilometers or over 20.
NIMBYs would still be like, we don't want to disrupt the cultural makeup. So if we're rebuilding in the aftermath of nuclear holocaust in San Francisco and the Bay Area, we must ensure that buildings only go up 3 stories. Not a single story longer. Not a single story taller than 3.
24 miles away, covering an area of nearly 4,800 square kilometers or 1,850 square miles. The human toll would be catastrophic. Estimated fatalities could exceed 1 million, with over 1.3 million more injured. And this is the impact of just one missile. Russia is believed to have around 46 operational R-36M2 Voyvoda missiles, the most advanced variant of the SS-18. Each of these missiles can carry multiple warheads, significantly multiplying their destructive potential. With such an arsenal, the sheer scale of power held within these weapons is almost beyond comprehension. Finally, at the top of the list is the Russian RS-28 Sarmat missile, ominously nicknamed the Satan II. This intercontinental ballistic missile represents the pinnacle of modern nuclear weaponry, developed to replace the aging R-36M Satan missiles. The RS-28 Sarmat is designed to evade missile defense systems and deliver massive payloads across the globe. The Sarmat is a 3-stage liquid-fueled missile that weighs over 208 tons and measures over 35 meters, or about 116 feet in length. It's capable of carrying a variety of warhead configurations, including up to 10 heavy
Mr. Starr, I don't feel too good.
Along with advanced countermeasures to bypass missile defenses. Its range exceeds 18,000 kilometers, or over 11,000 miles, allowing it to reach targets anywhere on Earth. One of the most concerning features of the RS-28 is its ability to utilize a fractional orbital bombardment system, or FOBS. This means the missile can enter a low Earth orbit and approach targets from any direction, including over the South Pole, effectively bypassing traditional early warning systems that are oriented toward the north. Some reports speculate that the Sarmat could theoretically carry a payload of up to 50 megatons, equivalent to the Tsar bomber, the most powerful nuclear device ever detonated. While such a massive yield is more hypothetical and not practical for modern military use.
By the way, that little thing right there, chatters, that little thing, if you forgot because it's 15 minutes long, the video, and I paused a lot, that's Mount Everest. Okay? No, that little mountain right there on the left side is Mount Everest. This is judging the mushroom cloud that it comes after, or comes after detonation. Just so you understand.
Imagining its potential impact is sobering. Consider a scenario where a 50 megaton warhead is detonated over New York City.
Oh no.
The immediate fireball would engulf an area with a radius of over 5 kilometers or over 3 miles, vaporizing everything within 83 square kilometers or 32 square miles. The intense blast wave would cause heavy destruction up to 26 kilometers or 16 miles away, leveling buildings and structures in more than 2,000 square kilometers or close to 800 square miles. Third-degree burns could be inflicted on people up to 60 kilometers or 37 miles away, covering an area of close to 11,000 square kilometers or over 4,200 square miles. The human toll would be unimaginable. Estimated fatalities could exceed 7 million people, with over 6 million more injured. And this is just from a single RS-28 Sarmat missile, assuming the theoretical payload of 50 megatons of TNT. To put this into perspective, when the 50 megaton Tsar bomber was detonated in 1961, the flash was visible as far away as Norway, over 1,000 kilometers from the test site. Similarly, a 50 megaton explosion over New York City would be visible with the naked eye.
Bro, the Russians did not play around. They were like, oh, y'all deployed nukes? All right, bet. That's crazy.
All the way to Columbia, South Carolina, nearly 1,000 kilometers away. But what does all this mean for us today? Despite Russia's impressive arsenal on paper, recent events have cast doubt on its true capabilities. Russia's new Sarmat ballistic missile, known as the Satan II, reportedly blew up during a test launch, leaving a massive crater at the site. Combined with the setbacks and debacles Russia has faced in its aggressor's war in Ukraine, it seems that Russia might not be as formidable as many once thought.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this is a dangerous thing to entertain, okay? I've heard this quite a bit. I feel like this is somehow even scarier than talking about how scary these nukes are. When people start talking about how not scary nukes are, that's when you know it's a problem. Remember when early reports indicated that Russia was entertaining the deployment of a tactical nuke in Ukraine, and you started seeing defense people on CNN talking about, well, you know, like a baby nuke or a tactical nuke in Ukraine would not be as impactful as you think it is, actually. Like, you know, when they started saying shit like that, that was, I think, the scariest moment in this conflict thus far. That was when it was like, oh brother, tactical nukes. We're talking about, you know, how little of an impact that tactical nukes might have. That's not good.
But merely a paper tiger. Yet in a full-scale nuclear exchange, even a few missiles from Russia's nearly 6,000 nuclear warheads would cause unimaginable damage to the United States. But the real challenge isn't about who has the biggest bomb, but about ensuring these weapons are never used. Because in a nuclear war, There are no winners, only a world left in ruins where everyone loses.
Don't worry, Trump's got it. He's gonna say, Vladimir, no. Khalil, no.
Well, you were saying something about poison tea. I mixed it. I get first piece. Now, what about that?
Sound of footsteps. 3 people.
Vladimir, stop.
Sound of footsteps. 3 people. Door bang. Door fight. Door triumph. 2 shots.
And that'll surely put an end to these shenanigans, you know? I know it. Why are you watching this? No reason. Just looking at some stuff, you know?
No, I don't have to listen tomorrow.
Was just looking at just looking at America's future.
I'm older than you are. John's older than
You feel me?
I'd like to know.
All right, well, let's get back to Trump's latest warning to Russia. Putin is playing with fire.
Jackie Heinrich is live with the details. Good morning, Jack.
Good morning to you guys. Putin's lackey, Dmitry Medvedev, who served as the bridge between Putin's presidential terms, has posted an implicit threat as President Trump is weighing these harsh sanctions on Russia. Medvedev writes, regarding Trump's words about Putin playing with fire and really bad things happening to Russia, I only know of one really bad thing, World War III. I hope Trump understands this. It comes after President Trump expressed frustration that Putin's continuing to stall peace talks while bombarding Ukraine, saying what Putin...
Bro, look how happy he was. Look how happy he used to be, bro. The military meta is cheap explosives, tanks, and jets will become useless.
Doesn't realize is if it weren't for me, lots of really bad things would have already happened to Russia. So far, Trump has resisted enacting those sanctions, believing that the peace talks still stand a chance. But he also said Putin has gone, quote, absolutely crazy, warning that if he tries to take all of Ukraine, it will lead to Russia's downfall.
I don't like what Putin is doing, not even a little bit. He's killing people. And something happened to this guy, and I don't like it.
Trump envoy General Keith Kellogg responded to Medvedev's threat, posting, stoking fears of World War III is an unfortunate, reckless comment by Medvedev and an unfitting of a world power. President Trump is working to stop this war and end the killing. We await receipt of the Russian memorandum term sheet that you promised a week ago. Ceasefire now. Just now, a Putin aide doubled down, saying, we believe that Trump is not fully informed about Russia, Ukraine's conflict. So far, the Russian response to all of Trump's sanctions that he has been weighing has been to dismiss this as emotional overload and effectively taunt him. But the president's patience does appear to be running thin. The White House, we know, is actively reviewing sanctions options, and already the Senate has a veto-proof bill ready to go that would slap 500% tariffs on any country that buys Russian energy. And you're already hearing from some congressional Republicans say that they are ready to see the Senate act with or without the White House's green light, guys.
But I heard that Senator Thune was almost relieved to see the president come around to what many people think is Vladimir Putin, an irrational actor who has no interest in ceasefire. So if there's 82 votes already.
Brian is so happy that finally Trump is coming around to treating Vladdy Poo as not his best friend, but as a threat, potentially. This was a big deal for Brian Kilmeade, okay? Remember, never forget, Brian Kilmeade personally threw baseballs with Ron DeSantis because his greatest fears for a second Trump administration have been, I mean, they've been materializing every day. So
the only thing holding back the Republicans would be not to make the president look bad or to get ahead of the president's foreign policy, right?
Well, they don't want to make things potentially worse or harder for the Trump negotiation team. And part of the logic behind the White House's decision to not go forward with these tariffs so far, the president says that, he still thinks there's a chance for peace. And there's always the chance that putting these sanctions in place could actually harm the negotiations or make things worse. Now, there seems to have been a real change in the president's attitude toward Putin. He often is reticent to criticize him. He thinks that, they've had a long relationship for a long time and believed that he could bring an end to this war and negotiate an end. That has proven to be a very elusive goal, and his commentary over the weekend that something has happened to Putin, he's gone absolutely crazy, is something that we really haven't heard from the president lately. He has often opted to try to, keep the sides at the negotiating table and hope that yields a result. But Russia is saying they won't do the peace talks at the Vatican and stalling on handing over this memorandum. Trump is running out of patience here, guys.
Yep, I can understand it. Thanks, Jackie.
Well, the patience are done because the president, I told people this from the very beginning, just give him a chance to set the deck. He was trying to talk with Putin. Putin said that NATO was a threat.
Dude, it's so funny. We're just like babying the president. An entire media ecosystem designed to try to normalize Trump's incredibly stupid behavior and being like, no, he's not a baby. Stop saying he's a big wet baby. He's actually an adult. He's actually a big wet adult who's making strong decisions. Okay. After this, we're going to talk about Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate.
Threat to him that everybody wanted World War III, and the president said, okay, I'm going to give you a clean slate. We're going to talk this over, and of course, Putin overplayed his hand. And I can report that it's not just sanctions, it's not just tariffs that are being considered by the president. He doesn't like seeing dead kids. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like seeing women.
What about kidnapped kids?
And the kidnapping.
They kidnap tens of thousands.
He doesn't like it. And Putin and all of his allies that are taunting the president is not going to work out for you. You should get to the negotiating table. We even tried to give you a new venue, Rome, with a new pope to talk this out, and you still slap this hand out of the
And also, it wasn't too long ago. It was May 20th. The president said, we know what they're doing in Russia. We know the capabilities in some of our adversaries and some of our other countries with their nuclear weapons. And they're very close to developing. We've heard they're months away in Iran. So the president said on May 20th, he released this on social media, that he had plans for the Golden Dome. And this would intercept any missiles that come over toward America. Donald Trump said adversaries are quickly modernizing their nuclear forces, capable of attacking the U.S. in 1 hour. They can travel 6,000 miles in 1 hour. Pete Hegseth said if we can build this Golden Dome, it will be designed to protect us from cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, drones, whether conventional or nuclear. The cost is expensive. It's $175 billion. And President Trump says it could be operational in 3 years and 100% successful.
Right. So with the Russia threat, number one, they talk about the Russia in particular retooling their entire economy to be focused on war. So they make happen.
Wow. Who would do such a thing? Wow. I hate when people retool their entire economy to be a war economy. I would. Luckily, not us. We have not done such a thing. That would be crazy. That'd be really weird and gross and fucked up to do that.
Howitzers and tanks. So they're not. They as J.D. Vance said last week, they don't know how to get out of this. How do you get out of a war economy that 45%?
Yeah, we're never leaving the era of Brandonism. We went from CNN talking about how strong Biden is for shitting himself on camera to Fox talking about how strong Trump is for throwing up on himself for the past 4 months. Brandonism forever. Yes. Brandonism is never going away. Every president going forward is going to be a little bit more Brandon than the next, okay?
Of all your GDP is jobs, steel, making weapons. So what you do is you obviously make an alliance with the United States, and you have an economic alliance with rare earth and other things that begin to demilitarize. He just doesn't see it that way, and he's blowing a golden opportunity. With the Golden Dome, he condemns it. They don't want it. China doesn't want it. North Korea doesn't want it. Of course they don't. Because this would block all their weaponry and make them and China start working on space and their own Golden Domes.
Similar to what they have in Israel.
But if you want to stop the nuclear...
Similar to what they have in Israel, we have designed Israel's anti-missile defense systems. What are you talking about? We already have we have all of the Israeli defense systems. They are ours. Okay? What are you talking about? Oh my God. The idea that like the American the American nation state does not have direct targeting, direct tracking, and surface-to-air anti-missile defense systems everywhere is so fucking nutty.
Attack? No, they won't work. That would be one way to do it. The other thing is going to cost $25 billion initially, and they say up to $750 billion over the course of 5 to 10
I know you need to get to the political story, but I think the main thing in this...
Brother, she's a military chief. Shut the fuck up. True. All right, I'm skipping this.
Internet influencer brothers Andrew and Tristan Tate are tonight facing rape charges here in the UK. The pair are currently awaiting criminal proceedings in Romania surrounding separate allegations. They are then due to be extradited to Britain. Our correspondent Geraint Vincent is with me now. Geraint, what exactly are the pair accused of?
Andrew Tate is...
I don't understand it. Like, it'll never not be insane to me that the Trump administration, or at least someone with enough power in the Trump administration, allowed the Tate brothers to come to the United States of America. Okay? And then in the time frame that he was in the United States of America, Andrew Tate apparently raped an American citizen. Like, these guys are a threat to themselves. They're a threat to others. Like, they are an endless threat. And now they got another rape charge in the UK.
Facing 10 charges in relation to 3 alleged victims. Those charges include rape, actual bodily harm, human trafficking, and controlling prostitution for gain. His younger brother Tristan faces 11 charges, including rape, actual bodily harm, and human trafficking, and they relate to 1 victim. Both brothers are currently facing a separate prosecution in Romania, as you mentioned. These pictures you're about to see were filmed in Romania last year. The prosecution there involves allegations that they lured girls to Romania where they were sexually exploited. Andrew and Tristan Tate have always denied any wrongdoing. In this country, Andrew Tate also faces a landmark civil claim brought by 4 women. Landmark because it's the first time a claim has been brought against anyone for the crime of coercive control, a claim Andrew Tate also denies. Now, to describe Andrew Tate as an influencer, Lucrezia, is somewhat to underplay his significance, I think. He's got millions and millions of followers on social media. His videos have been viewed hundreds of millions of times, and there have been grave concerns voiced by the police in this country about the misogyny in much of that content.
If you believe everything that's on Google...
Wait, what the fuck? Why did this come up?
Well, that is your prerogative, my friend. And if you think that makes you sound smart in the modern world after the 3 years you've just been through, to say that I read a piece of paper that tells me to believe X, so I believe X, and I ignore my own personal experiences, and you think
I'm not asking you to ignore your own personal experiences. I'm simply asking you to look at the data.
So let's change the subject, because you've just proven your point.
Okay. Andrew, do you believe, well, you didn't really prove anything, but it's cool. Do you believe the earth is flat, or do you believe the earth is spherical, round?
Aldi has his headphones on.
Oh, he took his headphones off?
He gets very stressed sometimes, and
Yeah, it's cool. It's important, sometimes you can't take the heat. Sometimes you can't take the heat, so you gotta get out of the kitchen a little bit. Andrew, do you believe the earth is flat or round, spherical, globe?
Round.
You believe it's round, right? But when you walk outside, it feels like it's flat.
Brother, and I
it looks flat, it feels flat, but you believe it's round. Why do you believe the earth is round?
Because I have personal experience that would prove to me that the earth is round.
Oh, you have personal experience. What happened? Did you go up to the fucking moon? Is that how you figured it out?
Exactly. I flew up into space and I looked down on Earth and I saw.
That's crazy. Okay, you don't have to. Hey, listen, you don't have to concede on that point, but I think you and I both understand the importance of scientific. The rape charges are not true. The guy can buy any hole. It doesn't make sense. Okay. Very cool. Famously, rich, wealthy, powerful people never engage in rape. The idea that rape is conducted simply because you need to fulfill your sexual desires is insane. I already banned that chatter. Okay? Rape is not about rape is not a substitute to masturbation. Okay? People don't rape because they're like, oh my god, I was really horny and then I ended up raping somebody. People rape for power. To have power over someone.
And what did you say your name was? Miss Pigeon. Her name is Miss Pigeon.
Didn't you rape or have sex with a minor that one time? No. What the fuck kind of insane psychopathic fantasies do you have in your mind? That's what a fucking insane thing to just say. Why are you fantasizing about this? Why is that in your brain? Absolute psychopath. But yeah, with respect to rape, it's not like stealing food because you're hungry, okay? Didn't take long for the schizos to come out for this one. I know. I'm guessing we did indeed already cover the Mexican dude threatening to dome Trump. No? All the Hustlers University graduates in the fucking chat. The importance of empirical evidence in that one, right? Or you know, science. Okay, let's look at North Korea.
Just be like, oh man, North Korea is so dystopian. Just to look at them, this is so weird.
I know that America stands with Israel. I know that you stand with Israel.
North Korea is extremely misunderstood. They have sacrificed their citizens' freedoms and a lot of money, all for aura. Over 80% of North Korea was destroyed in the Korean War, and over 1 million civilians were killed after.
You know what's crazy, by the way? Bro, having a debate pro-science, these were dark times. Brother, that was the archetype. I mean, that was the prototype, sorry. That literally is, like, Andrew Tate has had unimaginably damaging consequences on American political discourse for an entire generation. Like, Andrew, you can... Look, by trade, I track online radicalization, specifically on the right. Okay, why did you stop reacting to the Andrew Tate interview? Did the chatter scare you? Yeah, no, I just moved on because I've already debated the man. There's not much more else to do there. But what I was trying to explain is this, okay? I track online radicalization specifically on the right. There's the Gamergate era. There's the centrist gamers who fucking... There are the centrist gamers who turned far right, okay? That was a big deal. After rapid radicalization from the initial skeptic community that was built under the George W. Bush administration. George W. Bush administration skeptics, early era online commentators, like first online commentators, quickly turned into, after shitting on George W. Bush for being an evangelical Christian, they very quickly turned into like Islamophobic weirdos under the Obama administration, partially because Obama was black too. That played a role in this. And they kept saying, all these atheist YouTubers kept saying, like, Obama is too kind to the Muslims. He needs to be way worse to the Muslims. Okay, Obama was a great Muslim annihilator, for the record. It's not like he was kind to the Muslims, but because his middle name is Hussein, because he's black, Reddit atheists went crazy mode. Rated atheists went crazy mode under the Obama administration and radicalized tremendously. Then came Gamergate, where that that coalition built. Okay, that coalition grew. It built on top of the Islamophobia, and it got packaged into the gaming, like the reactionary side of the gaming world. And through that process, you had at least like people that were seeking out, intellectual right-wingers that formed the intellectual dark web. The Sam Harris, Ben Shapiro, the Weinstein brothers, all these people, they were all trafficking in like, the wokes are coming after me and they want to do cancel culture, and they very successfully shaped an entire generation. They very successfully shaped an entire generation to believe that like every single person, every single version of like the online left was incredibly woke, and they all wanted to do cancel culture. They were all blue-haired SJWs. That's where all those memes came from. Okay. Then came the big wave, the Andrew Tate manosphere adjacent wave. That wave actually cast aside all notions of pseudo-intellectualism in the right wing. Okay, no longer did right-wing audiences actually demand even a semblance, a crumb of intelligentsia or a crumb of intelligence. They didn't even want the facts over feeling shit. Okay, all of that was cast aside for visually appealing aesthetics, bravado, machismo. I have a nice car, and I hate women. Okay, I hate women. On the side, you had the COVID truthers that said COVID is both a Chinese bioweapon and also it's utterly inconsequential and you should just fucking raw dog it. But Andrew Tate came after that, right? Came after that wing. Now, the final formation of that is that the gamers are back. They were nascent for a while, but now they're back in a big way. Okay, the Gamergate era is back in a major way, and in the post Andrew Tate world, they are looking at even dumber and dumber versions of right-wing commentary. There was that tweet that went viral yesterday that I think perfectly showcases like the differences in expectations from right-wing audiences versus left-wing audiences. Where is it? It was comparing me and Asmongold, and that went supernova, super viral. Oh, here it is. The Hasan Asmongold dichotomy is fascinating. The left big streamer has a poli-sci degree and does real activism. Even then, he's pretty divisive on the left. The rights is a guy who played Warcraft and lives in rotten animal flesh who has something to say. Basically Jesus to them. Genuinely floored how quickly Asmongold went from a guy they're unreasonably defensive to a genuine political thought leader. They actually worship this man who gags at the taste of water and sulks about women in video games not turning him on. Get their ideas from him. And I think now this is the new meta. I think there is like a unknown amount of hikikomoris living in the United States that spend every waking moment online. And now this is the new formation, the roach meta, the new meta of the online right, where it is not even, it doesn't even revolve around like discernible political opinions, but just pure cultural resentment. It's reactionary politics in its purest form. It is a simple mission of vengeance. Anything and everything that offends the sensibilities of liberals, whether it be literally like looking gross or behaving in a gross manner, that is seen as a virtue on the right. Okay? it's not even a revenge of the nerds. It's more so like a revenge of the grotesque, where being grotesque is now a virtuous thing, where it just showcases how real you are. Back in the day, being incredibly edgy and racist was seen as currency online, currency to showcase how real you were, right? And then there was vice signaling, and then there's always been an anti-intellectualist sentiment associated with this. But now there's something a little bit different than that. There's something on top of that. It is being grotesque. If your smell offends the sensibilities of people around you, that means you're counterculture, that means you're grotesque, and that means you're owning the libs, and that means you're like, the revulsion that people feel towards you is actually a good thing. And that's where we've arrived at. It's basically like Asmongold is the equivalent of a person who like shits himself in a crowded area, only to turn around and go, haha, you guys are smelling my shit. You are owned. You are owned by being in my presence. If that makes sense. That is officially where we're at in American politics. It's anti-intellectual, which is held also as a virtue. Being against intellectual thought, being against logic and reasoning is seen as a fucking virtue. Being as edgy and as reactionary and as right-wing and as bigoted as possible is seen as a virtue, because all of those things combined offend people. All of those things combined invoke a negative reaction from people, your enemies specifically. You left out the QAnon era? No, I briefly touched on it as well. QAnon and the anti-vaxxers as well. And it is, I think, snowballed into being as offensive as you possibly can be. I did not realize how much the alpha male narrative was perpetuated in media. It's honestly scary. Not about lot? I don't know. But that is where we're at officially. You sit on the internet in a panopticon of haters who watch your every move, dudes who can't watch themselves. Yeah. I think it's very interesting though. Like I don't think that this is a sustainable movement. A lot of people who are drama obsessed and have no other way of understanding politics outside of the framework of clout and drama constantly say, Hasan, you're so jealous that Asmongold is the top content creator. Asmongold has always been the top content creator on this platform. He's always been a bigger content creator than me. Him being the face of the modern online right is unironically a good thing, because I still think that there are enough people that live in the normal world and not online, even though online is increasingly taking up more and more space in our lives, that there are still enough people who live in the normal world that find that shit to be utterly repulsive and disgusting, understandably. So that becoming the face of the modern right, the online right, is ultimately is ultimately the last evolution of the online right. It doesn't get any worse than that. Does that make sense? I think it's ultimately a positive, because the likes of Ben Shapiro can traffic in mainstream circles just as easily as they can appear. As a matter of fact, easier in mainstream circles than they can on a PewDiePie video, right? Whereas if that is the role model of the face of the online right as it is now, as it's become now, that's unsustainable. These are people who do not go outside. There is 0% chance that that is a sustainable, long-term right-wing movement. That's it. So, a lot of people mistake me laughing about Asmongold being the top right-wing content creator, but considering that I have political convictions, unlike many of my naysayers, and don't simply care about the clout, even though that is what they project upon me, and I simply see charitability and even more relevance, broad relevance, as a vehicle to approach a larger percentage of the population in a friendly manner with my politics, with the hopes that I can change their minds, with the hopes that I can convince them. Because I have a grander political objective in mind and political convictions that I care about more than anything else, that I see this as a wonderful gift, a wonderful natural evolution of reactionary sentiment, basically turning into this inevitable gross outcome. That's it. I think the alpha male thing needs to be reclaimed by normal people sticking up for people who can't stand up for themselves, racist, misogynists, or cowards mostly. I agree. I say that all the time. It is no measure of a strong man to tackle the vulnerable, to go after people who have less than them. That is a weak man. You're not a strong man if you do that. That's not how it works in movies. That's not how it works in literature. That is never how it's worked in the real world. Like, can you imagine having a strongman character designed around like one of these alpha male podcasters? It's a joke. They're a fucking joke. That's not what Kiryu Kazuma would do. Exactly.
I'm going to be in a position to help somebody here in this class. Beginning tomorrow.
Basically any Daily Wire movie. No, even in Daily Wire movies, they try to like present themselves as victims. This must be targeted at that interview earlier. The U.S. will begin revoking visas of Chinese students, including those with connections to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields. Oh my God, they're coming after our Hasanabi head, dude, on MSNBC. This is fucking bullshit. New, a federal New Jersey court rules that the foreign policy grounds Mahmoud Khalil was detained upon are likely unconstitutional. Court rules that Khalil is likely to succeed on the merits of his claim that the Trump administration's foreign policy charges unconstitutionally vague. Another court just ruled the tariffs as illegal too. Watch the first 12 minutes of the Zizek interview on shamelessness from the right. Oh, okay. I love this. I might do a speaking engagement with Slavoj Žižek, by the way.
Do you feel liberated? No, for now I will begin with a rather simple joke, but it's very realist. In times which are today, it's suicidal to be an optimist because you are just all the time disappointed. If you are a pessimist, then from time to time something small happens here and there, you know, which gives you some hope. But I really think that here I sympathize with my friend, although we had disagreements, Yanis Varoufakis. We have great disagreements, but nonetheless, everything has to be rethought when people like Trump, Vance, Elon Musk, this in the United States, become those who rule. Because what are they? They are no longer traditional, but by traditional I not mean 17th century, I mean even a couple of decades ago, figures of authority. The first thing is that obscenity, even making jokes about himself, is part of their image. That's why I found something terribly wrong with all those left liberal comedians like Jon Stewart who just repeat these regular jokes making fun of Trump. Sorry, Trump is already a caricature of himself in some sense.
But kind of first
yes,
is tragedy then as well.
So that I don't lose time, sorry, rethought here, especially, I'm saying this without any trace of irony, very seriously, with a standard feminist attitude which tries to blame, somehow find patriarchy and so on. Probably it is, but not in the usual traditional sense.
He's saying you can't shame these people. They wear shame as a badge of courage, as a badge of honor, by the way. Like, Elon Musk and the age of shamelessness is so fantastic because Elon Musk is exactly what I always reference when I talk about this. And no, someone was asking, did you talk to Joshua Citarella about this? No, I did not. This was the one thing that I talked to him off camera about. And unfortunately, we didn't talk too much about with respect to Asmongold, and especially not Asmongold, but Elon Musk. I noticed this. I noticed this when I saw the insanely grotesque ways that Elon Musk presented himself to the world and how much clout he got off of that. Because not only do we have a crisis of stupids in this country, but we also have a group of people who just view everything from the lens of, does this offend the sensibilities of my opponents, my ideological opponents? And because they've presented liberals, this blob of liberalism, as like the elites that dominate society that are ruining everyone's lives, they think behaving in this like cringe manner and in this grotesque manner that offends the sensibilities of most people is still ultimately a good thing. It's almost like the online culture becoming taking a stronger foothold in the real world. What I mean by this is, in the past, you had trolls, and you still have them, that come in here. And trolls would present themselves in an incredibly stupid manner, right? They come in here, and they would say something, and they still do, something incredibly dumb, right? And then every single person in the chat would dunk on that troll, myself included. And in the process, they'd turn around and go, ha, you mad? Are you mad? Oh, I've made you mad. I've won. Now, I think in the meat space, in the real world, people behave like that as well. The way they carry themselves and the way that they behave is grotesque by design, where they know that they're not liked. They like that you don't like them. They love that you are giving them negative attention. And I think that's precisely what Elon Musk does as well. The way he behaves, like the incredibly lame ways that he carries himself, that like truly have a visceral, guttural reaction in the likes of someone like myself and maybe yourself as well. When you see him like jump up and try to do the X, and you're like, what the fuck is going on here? Their simple appearance causes confusion in the minds of normal people. And I think they like that because I think they have like child brains, you know? It's like a child. Oh, I like a baby. I spilled my juice all over the place. Okay, I spilled my food everywhere, but now you're paying attention to me. Now you have to deal with this problem that I've created for you. And I think that's what a lot of these guys do. And then when they get yelled at, for behaving this way, They turn around and self-victimize, where they say, oh, you just don't like real Americans. Oh, you don't like real patriots. Oh, you must not like me because I'm a patriot. Well, after years and years of you dominating my life, after years and years of you setting the standards of my existence, now I'm lashing out. Now I'm fighting back. The dog has caught the car. We run the show now. And that's the attitude that you hear from the likes of Asmongold all the time. There's this like attitude of vengeance, this revenge principle that they operate off of over there, where it's like, yeah, you can no longer bully us anymore. It's over. And it's like, I've never bullied you, man. Until recently. You know? I sat next to his stanky ass and did his fucking podcast. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't bullying him. I was actually quite sensible and nice. It's only now, after a metric ton of pain, do I actually, you know, start taking off the kitty gloves a little bit. I literally had an experience with a former friend a couple months ago where he was doing a Holocaust revision of it, and I lost it on him, and he pulled the, why are you getting so mad? I just said it didn't happen the way your books you've studied say it happened. I think that these guys designed a universe where they were constantly under attack, and oftentimes this comes from like a place of tremendous privilege. You know, what pain has Asmon caused, though, to be honest? What do you mean? He's the largest political content creator, and he has created a dangerous environment for trans people, for people of every different kind of background. He actively is promoting the Trump administration and bringing it here to a private space like Twitch, and normalizing that kind of discourse, normalizing that kind of sentiment in the same exact ways that I have normalized, I guess, progressive values. Except my normalization of progressive values does not actually end up causing harm to others. You know what I mean? Unless you are a fucking fascist. In which case, yeah, okay, that's fine. Asma recently attacked the trans streamer over a 7-second clip, causing other people to pile on. Yeah, I mean, I'm a fairly large content creator, so it doesn't really bother me as much. Fascists love you. Get the fuck out of here. Point to one singular fascist who has ever said anything positive about me. Are you out of your fucking mind? Dude, fascists hate me so much. Anti-Semitic neo-Nazis are aligning with Ethan Klein while simultaneously going, I can't believe I hate Hasan so much. I'm aligning with the Jew on this. Like, what the fuck are you saying? There are literal neo-Nazi anti-Semites online right now that are behaving as though they love Ethan Klein specifically because he hates me. You understand that? They love you because you divide the opposition. You are close to controlled opposition and chaos agent. You're just saying things that literally do not make sense in this conversation at all. That is not correct at all. I'm dividing the opposition. Yeah. By what? Existing? By what? Holding true to my values? Oh, man. If someone despises me, it's probably a primary marker that they are fascist adjacent in their politics. Check logs, it gets worse. There goes Turkish intel again. Armenian genocide, because she doesn't, and you work at the behest of Turkish intelligence. They don't live free. You couldn't get a job in China, you clown. Built by the blacks. That's what a terrorist would say. Two separate issues, but you keep dividing us against fascism like a good Erdogan lapdog. Progressives won't lose races and Trump is good for their brand. AOC is in a safe seat, full stop. If you focus eyes on belt and waist, you don't get cooked. Follow the waist, don't bite on fakes. Oh shit, he's a gaming watcher. Turkish agent, endorse Kamala, you compromised Turkish chaos agent. You're a good person even if you're a political commentator. You're a good dude even if I can't get off you as a Turkish agent. Bro, you're a sellout. It's not a genocide, you clown. It's a normal fucking war. How does it feel? It feels like there is some like liberalism in your brain. How does it feel that like all of these other like supposedly liberal spaces that you occupy are diametrically opposite to your worldview? I mean, a little bit of racism, a little bit of liberalism. Absolutely makes sense. That if you fascism and tyranny, you need to build alliances. I've never been against building alliances. Do you still believe it's a war? I've never denied the Armenian genocide, but here you are denying the Israeli genocide of Palestinians. How does that work in your mind?
I don't think I want to stop. Well, why not? When you spoke at last evening,
Politics watcher, but a big gaming frog? Yeah, I can't ban him because he's a gaming watcher.
when I read your novels, they were filled with such quality and high purpose. I'm afraid all that's spoiled now. No hot work. No.
What are the liberals doing to fight fascism?
Just get somebody else.
Well, if that's the way you feel, Miss Gaylord. Are you walking out on Owen Waterbury? Don't beg the girl to work for me, Ronnie. Just call the agency and get another girl. Now, you know you don't mean that. We both like this one.
Are you going to let me out of here, or do I have to call the police?
They're here already.
Anyway, let's get back to the politics of shamelessness.
I here refer to the best of critical theory. Already in the late 30s, Adorno, the great one, wrote a wonderful text where he emphasized that figures like
How do these oligarchs get off by being hated? It's not about oligarchs. It's about a demonstration of politics. Okay? You get to show how real you are, especially online. In the past, you got to show how real you were online, your authenticity, by saying edgy shit, by saying racist shit. Okay? Nowadays, you get to showcase your authenticity, how real of a soldier you are for conservatism in the modern era, by being a repulsive individual.
Well, unfortunately, Mrs. Reeves, the job is best fulfilled.
But I want you to be ready.
Claire, they are not paternal figures. They function in a totally different way. Now there are debates, how do they function? One nice Freudian theory is that, you know, in his Totem and Taboo, Freud has this mythic history of there was Urvater, primordial father, who terrorized all the family, raped, had sex with all women, and then sons gather, kill the father returns as a ghost, a symbolic authority. That's how we get normal symbolic power. Lacan gave a proper interpretation of this. He said Freud got it wrong. First comes the symbolic
W. Ray, who drafted me? Where's the draft stream? I got drafted on the 5th round. I don't even know what for. What did I get drafted for, chat?
But I came out here for a career.
What did I get drafted for?
A friend of yours?
No, my father. Perhaps Felicia could play the heroine in your next novel.
Creator League?
From last summer. He's going to go absolutely inoculant.
What is this for?
Under your leadership, anything is possible. Silky taken off the board. Some people might have thought he'd be a free agent, but loyalty wins at the end. Rage, thoughts on that pick?
Broke my heart. I was saving Silky because I knew people were gonna sleep on him. I was just snagging him a little bit, like probably next round. But shit, can't no more. It is what it is.
What am I getting drafted for?
Yeah, you're on the clock.
I'm gonna go with leader 4th. That's a straight athlete. As an athlete, that's it. And he tall as hell. I don't know how he hasn't been picked up. I think it's 'cause people don't know.
That's a good PFP.
So do you think Ray made a diabolical mistake selecting?
I want you to pay. I want you to listen. I want you to pay attention. When Ray was about to pick Lee the Fourth, I 200 IQ him. He's a puny brain. I said, "Oh yeah, pick Lee the Fourth." He's like, "No, hell no," and he switched his pick. That was a good pick, but I 200 IQ him.
You will. You can't be doing that, bro.
I gotta pee. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Lee the Fourth off the board. The RDC room is deliberating right now. Again, they will have 2 picks. They still got a lot of talent on the board. We got Jenna Bandy, 3-time champion. We got Juju Newman, Harson, Bree. They play college ball. Newman brothers.
First pick we picking is Jenna Bandy. Jenna, yeah. Oh, we'll keep it. Yeah, and that's a sleeper too. Y'all don't know. Jenna won like 4 the House of Highlights things.
That's a steal. She got intangibles for sure and experience. Listen, the draft preparation is definitely paying off for RDC. Who are they targeting for the next pick?
Swag. What's up with you, babe? Swag. What's up with you, Swag? What's up with you, Swag?
Hey, Swag, welcome to the Dream Team. Primarily a video game player, but people don't know back in the day he did play ball. He played in a knockout match. That's another nice pick for the Dream Team. Squad is coming together pretty nicely, if I do say so myself. Rage, were you looking to take any of those?
Swag, because my face brethren, but I ain't worried about it. You feel me?
Too bad, Rage. Move on.
All right, Rage, it's back to you. Who are you thinking?
I'll see you at 10 o'clock in the morning.
A lot of tough picks here. I think I'm gonna go. Being that I'm a feminist, I'm gonna go Bree Green. She's one of the most skillful talents on this list. Still don't know how she hasn't been picked up.
Wait, I'm playing dodgeball, basketball, and flag football. I'm cooked.
But we respect and admire that pick regardless.
I suck at dodgeball and I suck at flag football.
I was testing to see if the other.
And I'm halfway decent.
Obviously they're not.
Yeah, no, they're clearly not.
I'm halfway decent at basketball. I'm
and
cooked.
A good pick because she could really hoop.
Didn't get very far into it.
How many people total?
I'm sure it's going to be wonderful. He seems so excited about it.
Let's have dinner when I get through.
Well,
It's okay you're on the troll team.
first night I have 3.
I've never played football in my life. I've literally never played football in my life. Wait, there's 37 people and they picked me in the top 20? That's insane. Brother, just run a post and slightly jump. How can you be bad at flag football? I don't know what running a post is. Okay, this team is actually nasty. You're being traded for future considerations. When is this supposed to happen? Ziaz might murder you? Yeah, he would fucking kill me. You are a blank slate. Listen to coach. My coach is Ray? What the fuck does he know about football? He's from Taiwan. Yeah, I know he doesn't know anything about football because he picked me. I'm from fucking Turkey. Leave it up to the dude from Taiwan to pick a Turkish guy to play football. We're fucking cooked. Wait, do they play football in Taiwan? Because it's so fucking US dominated? Maybe they do, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. That wouldn't shock me if people in Taiwan play football. Kind of like a Flag football is non-contact. It don't matter. That makes it harder. Don't tell Ray you're Chinese. No, he'll appreciate it. He'll appreciate that I'm Chinese. White Chinese.
Chapter 2. I can chapter 2 tomorrow. Chapter a day.
Just don't get injured this weekend. Wait, is this happening this weekend, by the way? The 500K Creator League draft? Is that like supposed to be? Are the events this weekend? Brother, he hates China. Bro, it's fine.
Don't pay any attention to him. He's just trying to make you jealous.
Jealous? Well, what makes you think I'm even interested in him?
You know, for a secretary who's just been given a day off, you're awfully annoyed.
Boy, look at the schedule. 627 dodgeball.
I'm annoyed. I just don't want to keep doing nothing.
725 slam ball. 822 flag football. 926 knockout. 1024 5v5 basketball. Wait, what the fuck? This just goes on and on. Dude, what the hell did I... There's a sport every month. Where are we playing? Dude, I don't know anything. Where are we supposed to be playing? I said yes to this. I'm so dumb. Where are we supposed to be doing this? Like, do I have to fly? Do I have to fucking fly back to Dallas or Houston or wherever this is every time, or what? This is crazy.
Waterbury's a genius. What do you think he's doing right now? Incubating. Exactly. And whenever he goes...
Where are we flying out to? Saudi Arabia? Shut the fuck up. Why ask us? Oh, the Saudi Arabia equivalent of the United States, Texas? What, you think it was gonna be in WeHo? I thought this would like be a day of events. I thought it was one day, man. I didn't realize we'd be fucking flying all around the world and shit. Oh, I'll participate. Don't worry, I got this. I'll fucking cook. You're at the age where you can just say you hurt your back and no one will doubt you. This is an old man staple. Do you fucking read anything you sign up for? No. No. You want to know why I don't read anything I sign up for? Because I feel like if I were to read the fine print, I would say no to a lot more stuff, and I shouldn't say. I need to say yes to more stuff. Like this right here is the 2025 season schedule. June 27th, event number 1, dodgeball. I don't know what slam ball even is. July 25th, which is my birthday, is event number 2, slam ball. But where does it doesn't say where it actually is. Trampoline basketball? What the fuck? That's crazy. Event number 3, flag football. Event number 4 is knockout. Nephew didn't pick you, the fuck? Nephew's dead to me, bro. Okay. I know my new nephew is Ray. Ray is new nephew. We've moved on. We've moved. Old nephew was Jason. New nephew is Ray. Okay. Nephew doesn't fuck with me no more, dude. It's done. Your knees are cooked. I know it is. My knees are cooked. New nephew, just like we got a new unk. You went to France on nephew's birthday? I think that hurt him. Yeah, I was with my family. Why are all your nephews Asian? Well, you know, it's because I'm white Chinese. All right, let's continue.
And today, with figures like Kim Jong-un, Trump, and so on, these are figures of primordial father in all their obscenity. But are they even, I think things get so perverse, are they even paternal figures, no matter how perverted? Look, I was thinking about, not too much, but nonetheless, Elon Musk as a figure, you know. And you know what he reminded me of? Marx in, I think, his worst work in manuscript, German Ideology, he gives there a theory of how communism will look. And he says, you will change your, do different things. In the morning, you will work on a field. In the afternoon, you will write books. In the evening, you will get, and so on. Isn't this how Musk works? For 2 hours, he makes plan how to fly to Mars, then what to do with Tesla, then how to fire 5,000 more federal employees, and so on. With him, you get this absolute madness of, you know, jumping from here to there, and it's the same with his sex relations. The last time I read is that he has 13 or 14 children, each of them, of course, with a different woman. And it's something so perverted. You know that I learned from friends in LA that for his daughters, he constructed, it's not just homeschooling that teachers came, but he constructed a small high school just.
This is true. This is what we found out through the interview with Vivian.
For a couple of his children, where they were taught the way he wanted, which meant no humanities, no music, no foreign languages, no, just other things. Isn't in this almost something, I would say, in a naive way, communist, in the sense of free? It's a false form of freedom, you know, in the sense of as if freedom is you jump here, there, and so on and so on. So my conclusion, so that I don't lose myself, isn't a figure like Musk the last outcome, unexpected, of '68, when we were dreaming about how to avoid alienated language or wonder? I think the only way to understand this new right-wing populist politicians is to see them as the final outcome of '68. '68 was a very ambiguous event. It is the biggest model of how the system appropriated what it was perceived to be a subversive movement. There were three main goals. They said against factories for more creative work. They said sexual liberation, and they said against alienated universities. Studying must be more individual, creative. That's what we are getting today in a perverted form. Instead of this being just one of the numbers putting together a car, you get precarious work, which is, I think, the most horrible thing you can imagine. Because you know what? It's ingenious. Look, for me, a typical capitalist company today is something like Uber. They claim we have nothing to do with capitalism. We are poor, neutral mediators.
He's saying that modern capitalism has completely took over all of the counterculture initiatives of the 1968 protests and have adopted a lot of that in the aesthetics of their output, saying that Uber itself distances itself from capitalism when it is the most capitalist corporation in existence, because its entire existence revolves around deregulation. Uber is a deregulatory mechanism, okay? Just as many of these other like mediator apps are. Its entire purpose is to create a gig economy, a secondary gig economy, where people use their own fucking capital, their own vehicles, for example. It's considered disruptive, but it's actually, the only thing it's disrupting is the limited amount of labor protections and limited amount of regulation that exists within the capitalist structure.
We have people who offer something, cars, drive, and people who need them. We just bring them together. And the idea beneath it works so well ideologically, is that you who think you are exploited, you are all small capitalists. They claim, look at the precarious worker. If you're Uber driver or work artificial...
Yeah, there's chatters in here saying the same thing as well, which is like, Uber presents itself as like disrupting capitalism, giving you the tools to become a little capital owner yourself. Ironically enough, you are not a capital owner at all in that process. You are even lesser than the average laborer that at least has like benefits, a benefit structure, and a compensation structure that is like a compensation structure that is supposed to give you money for as long as you work there.
On a computer, you own your means of production, so Marxist exploitation.
Yeah. How can you be a victim if you are a perpetrator?
A victim, yes.
Yeah.
So this is how this lesson of against alienated factory work was appropriated then. Education, well, you see this realized not only in the United States, but now in England, how precisely this higher class humanities department. Now, I know what happened with my friend Frank Ruda in Dundee, at Kingston here, and so on. They claim precisely this is abstract university, not connected with real life, and so on. And sexuality, it goes by itself. What you get this so-called free sexuality and so on, which is very commodified. It's not so. Just to finish, I think that I was there. I'm old enough in '68. Like I was 17, 18. I was not participating but observing it. And my impression was that something bothered me already at that point. This hidden anti-feminist aspect, which was hysteria, was perceived as a bad term. Hysterics just provoke, but they really want a new master. Perversion was supposed to be good. The big lesson, and Freud already said this, it's wonderful. Freud says, nowhere is the unconscious more inaccessible than in a perversion. Because would have thought it's the opposite, you know. Isn't the pervert one who brings out all the dirt?
Oh yeah, private equity has moved into the plumbing and electrician industries now. Yeah, they're gonna hit that as well. This is an area of disruption. It's great. You can have an app, and then eventually you can have an app that connects all of those apps. One major app to rule them all. Uber, where you can order your food, order cars to drive you around, order delivery, and then order a plumber and order an electrician, and even order a laundry, like order dry cleaning.
Dirty stuff, does all the disgusting things. No, Lacan also returns to Freud here and says that every power structure needs at its hidden
your women friends
underground
are so fake.
Perverts to do it. Lacan's critique of 68 is very interesting.
Wait, why?
He opposes him.
Wait, why is my 127 pajama party with the yard whine about it? Episode number 127. What are you guys talking about? I did this podcast. I did this podcast too. We never did a fear end episode, but I was on whine about it. My episode will come out too.
Himself to this formula, which was popular, if you speak a little bit French, jouir sans entrave, enjoy without obstacles, you know. My first.
Don't you think this tech can be used to actually give workers autonomy in some way, like actually creating a secondary peer-to-peer marketplace for goods and services? I don't think the economy could function in any form in the future without it. No. No, I don't. If that was the case, Uber would have been incredibly beneficial for the service sector, but it wasn't. It's the same as AI and all of the technological improvements. Technological improvements, including AI, is good, okay? Lifting the burden, lifting the existing burden of menial tasks and route tasks and menial labor isn't necessarily a bad thing, it's a good thing, okay? The problem is, under capitalism, it is used as a mechanism to displace the existing labor force and simultaneously make the remaining labor force work the additional productivity, the additional productive output of the previous much larger labor force for the same price, or sometimes even a lower price point.
He began to die, morally and spiritually, until a girl came into his life. And then the whole world seemed changed.
It is not AI and technological innovation that is the problem. It is capitalism that is the problem. Because capitalism dictates how that technological innovation is used, and every matter of technological innovation will be used against the workforce, because capital owners and their interests are diametrically opposite to the interests of the much larger laboring class. That's it. And they dominate. Capital dominates our existence. Capital dominates our planet. And the interests of capital dominate everything. I wouldn't even say capitalism is diametrically opposed to innovation. At certain instances, it is. In certain instances, it is. Like putting a limiter on technological innovation on the medical front. Why? Because let's say your patent is running out and you're no longer and you no longer retain the patent over this novel chemical compound, and therefore there's no need for additional R&D expenditures. That is, what? Ne yaptınız? Gelmedi bana. Okay.
Yes, Elon Musk. You know.
It's pure sexual freedom.
Yeah, yeah.
And actually disassociated, because he uses IVF, I think.
Lacan says something very interesting. He says, you revolutionaries want to get rid of the master, but you will get a new master which will be even worse. And I think Lacan was way ahead, not that he was a genius, he was lucky, ahead of his time. These guys, Elon Musk, Trump, are the new masters that wouldn't have been possible without the '68 revolution. In what precise sense? No. Here, Lacan says something wonderful. He says, my lesson, what I'm trying to teach you, protesting students, is don't lose the sense of shame. There is nothing subversive in losing sense of shame. And I think this is so important today. Okay, it's usually to take, but not just there, how Israel is doing in Gaza. And I'm not simply saying Hamas is innocent and so on. Things get much more complex there. The latest data prove, do follow news, that Israel was financing Hamas. It's a very dark game. My God, it is why they arrested now a billionaire friend of Netanyahu. But let's drop this. What I'm saying is that, where do I see shamelessness? It's a minor example. I forgot his name. You know that co-director of No Other Land, the Palestinian guy. You know what shocks me? Not the fact that he was beaten and so on. I don't think Israel is necessarily much worse than others here. I think all of them torture, beat, and so on. But what shocked me is that you saw the scene, it's all recorded. Settlers come, provoke him, they beat him, then the police arrest him, take him claiming for health reasons. He's just chained to whatever for 20 hours, set free. No explanation. We are more and more approaching this open shamelessness, you know. The good old times where at least you felt the need to somehow provide a false version and so on.
Okay, let's speak about Trump then.
Yeah.
Because this is an example of the shamelessness you speak about in some way.
Yeah.
In many ways, the embodiment, the spirit of shamelessness.
Yeah.
You say
October 7 ruined Slavoj. No, Slavoj Žižek has had a incredible run of having horrible takes in the last, I would say, 10 years or so. One might say Trump ruined him. Ukraine, Russia also eroded his sensibilities. He's had bad takes on immigration. He's always had bad takes on trans people. He's always been a weirdo, but I do think that a lot of his work that revolves around ideology. A lot of his there's still a lot of he has good takes and bad takes. Kind of like Norm Finkelstein. You know what I mean? You don't have to agree with everything he's saying. He's been giving European takes recently. Yeah, he is a fucking Euro supremacist for sure.
Hello. Well, hello, son. I just thought I'd call you and let you know I made dinner for the three of us. And ask Steve if you like popovers. Steve just quit.
E.G. never asked Norm about Ibram X. Kendi. Yes, do not. Worst mistake of my life. His point is pretty salient here. He's right. Israel has dropped all notion of decorum and even trying to lie, which he's tying to the loss of shame. Yeah, I mean, his assessment on Israel wasn't that wrong. Wait, are you saying people from former Yugoslavia sometimes have ethnocentric takes? Yeah, it's shocking. Zizek in here, he literally, oh god, here we go. Zizek dick riders are also some of the most annoying people on the internet, okay? He has no bad takes, he's just misunderstood because of the way he communicates his ideas. Look, this isn't like Jordan Peterson, where Jordan Peterson is obviously a fucking ridiculous person with no depth. Okay? I would never compare Zizek to Jordan Peterson like that, but you shouldn't sound like a Jordan Peterson fan. Of course Zizek has great takes, fantastic takes, but he also has bad takes. I use a lot of Zizek's takes in my commentary. I use a lot of his perspective in my commentary. Like neoliberal father versus authoritarian father is fucking golden. Zizek is a conservative communist. He has said it many times. Half his takes are awful. His ideal date is crazy. Zizek's on that Christopher Hitchens trajectory. Given a long enough timeline, he'll completely show his ass with a terrible Taker 3, but the core stuff he's known for is solid enough. Okay, again, I wouldn't even compare him to Christopher Hitchens. Come on, guys. Yeah, come on. This is a... No. There is no comparison between Zizek and Christopher Hitchens or any of these like pop philosophers, okay? Or pop psychologists as like Jordan Peterson. Anyway, I just wanted to show the culture of shame. Slavo 100% fucks. Unlike Hitchens, Slavo is an actual thinker. All right, let's look at North Korea.
The US started bombing them. Timur Lane did the same thing to Georgia 600 years ago. And when I was in Uzbekistan, I nearly pissed on his grave. I just didn't want to be thrown in an Uzbek jail for crimes committed 600 years ago. And Georgians are still mad, including me, about shit that happened 600 years ago. Now, you can only imagine how North Koreans feel about the US doing the same thing to them, which is how you get their leadership with their attitudes.
We can't really talk about North Korea without conflict of nations, which is exactly why they're sponsoring this video. Conflict of Nations is a free online PvP military strategy game that is based on a World War III scenario, so around 2 years from now.
The ability for communists from former socialist states in China to be insane conservatives is kind of nuts, but I wouldn't expect anything less. It makes sense. First of all, they're old. And I think like social progress from their era is very different. Like, the last time your brain was open, if the last time your brain was open to new ideas and new thought as far as social liberties goes was third wave feminism, then good luck understanding anything else that has come after that. Okay, that's like, what do you expect? They're boomers. Unless you're like the sweatiest, crustiest anarchist of all time, like fucking Noam Chomsky, you're not going to be open-minded to new social phenomena. The only people that stand the test of time like that are the most, you know, the most ridiculous in many ways. Let's continue.
Now, you can lead a real country like I led Greece, and upon Albania invading me, I unleashed my Greek death rage and took their province. You can build your army up with tanks, jets, and submarines, where you can choose your alliances.
I met Chomsky when I was 11 years old and he was cool. Rest in peace. He's not dead, man. What the fuck? Chomsky is not dead. As far as we know. That's crazy. My man hit the early rip.
And your enemies by,
I mean, I can't even hate you for that.
War.
I can't even criticize you for that, because he is literally, how old is he? You remember when people thought he was dead? There was a point where people thought, yeah, he's 96 years old, man. He's 96 years old. 96. He's so fucking old. Noam Chomsky is so old that when he got like into a health situation, into a health crisis, the pre-written obituaries were released. That's how fucking old he is. Okay? Of course he's older than Israel. What do you mean? So many people are older than Israel. Israel is only 77 years old. Israel is not that old in compare. Half of our fucking Congress is older than the state of Israel, dude.
30 days. However, it is still genuinely impressive that they managed to build their country back up after that massive destruction. Even though they were being given money from the USSR and China, they still managed to bounce back from 80% of their country being turned into dust in a couple years. To the point where up until the 70s, North Korea was richer than South Korea. So for like 20 years after the war, they were flexing over the border. This context helps you understand why they became isolated and so anti-capitalist. Now that they're isolated, they've had to find more and more ways to make money somehow, since everyone refuses to trade with them. So let's play a fucked up game of Saw. Your land is shit, you basically can't grow anything, and nobody wants to trade with you. Despite this, North Korea still managed to survive, which is honestly very impressive. Around half of their country's exports is fake hair, so maybe men should stop using minoxidil and finasteride and support North Korea. Also, they make so much money by hacking. For example, literally 3 months ago, they stole $1.5 billion from a crypto exchange, Bybit.
I think that's awesome, by the way. Like, there's perhaps no better group of individuals to steal from, you know? Victimless crime, I say. Like, what are they supposed to do? Let them engage in global commerce, or let them fucking steal from cryptocurrency guys, okay?
Also stole $620 million from Axie Infinity, and they just make a lot of money because their hackers are really good. But if there is no internet in North Korea, how do they have good hackers? They select kids who show good skills in math and then send them to China for further training. After they turn into a bunch of Mr. Robots, they hack people and make money for the country. While this seems like a hood way to make money, when no other country trades with you and your land is ass so you can barely grow food on it, your options get very limited. Like
like when they tricked an Egyptian construction company to building a mobile network and then stealing it. And when you have a North Korean phone, it comes with a lot of genuinely cool stuff. Like, what do you mean you can play Super Mario Galaxy on your North Korean phone, bro? It comes pre-installed, and that's genuinely so cool. A lot of Angry Birds too, and an anti-mosquito app that emits a low-pitched noise to keep the mosquitoes away. When you buy an Android, it comes with a bunch of bullshit apps. Like, no, bro, I don't want an AR Zone app on my phone. Samsung, South Korea, North Koreans.
Okay, bro, you just said, yeah, but North Korea doesn't have grok. Okay, that's another point for North Korea. Why are we just posting North Korea dubs right now? You're just posting their dubs.
Get Super Mario Galaxy. They also have access to North Korean internet, which is around 5,000 websites which are strictly controlled. And to get any new apps on your North Korean phone, you have to go to a physical app store where they install stuff for you. Hey, yo, why the fuck does a metro in Pyongyang look better than the metro in the hood I grew up in? This shit looks like a fucking coal mine, and they haven't fixed it for the past 7 years. Hell nah, bro. My government is so bad. Fucking North Korea cares more about their people than the Georgian government. Genuinely, look at this shit. Their metro looks objectively very good. And in Tbilisi, my old station has had no fucking roof for the last 7 years. The thing is, the North Korean leadership is objectively evil. For people that are supposed to be anti-imperialist, they sure do love sending their soldiers to Russia to fight against Ukrainians, which just doesn't make any sense, because the only reason North Korea is like this is because the US bombing the shit out.
Okay, bro, let him have that. You know what I mean? Like let him have that. This is when the first news broke out. When the first news broke out that they were sending troops to Russia, I was like, come on. Like, they ain't got nothing. They can have a little treat, you know what I mean? It's the most like destroyed place on the planet. It's probably one of the most fucked up. It's one of the most fucked with country on the planet, dude. El Tegasan unsub. Bro, there was new reporting. Yeah, Gatsu needs to stop pocket watching the North Korean soldiers, okay? also, I saw reporting about how the North Korean soldiers were just indiscriminately firing at every drone that passed over it. And they ended up dropping Russian drones as well. So then the Russians had to just no longer have drones around the North Korean soldiers. So they had to basically avoid, they had to make sure that their drones were avoiding the North Korean troop positions. Cause like, you know, they're just having fun. They're just having fun. Like, they don't got internet, you know what I mean? They don't got internet. They don't got internet. Yeah, this is exactly. North Korean soldiers were shooting down every drone they saw, Ukrainian and Russian. According to Russian mill bloggers, it got so bad Russian drone pilots had to create an alternative flight path to the front to avoid flying by any DPRK units. It's fake news. The porn addiction stuff is probably propaganda, and so is the drone stuff most likely, but still. They're taking no chances with drones. Yeah, they're used to it from the fucking South Korean, from the fake Korean border, the poop drones that kept dropping poop on top of them. So now they don't even fuck around with any drones. They see a drone, they drop it.
Out of them, and now they decide to send their soldiers to fight against Ukraine, who are in the same position North Korea was, by being bombed, except they didn't even start the war first. The main reason they're doing this is, of course, because of money, and also that they...
Okay, Gatsu. Yeah, they didn't start the war first. Yeah. Okay. I mean, everything he said up until this moment is like correct.
Need allies, so politically it makes sense, but it also just goes to show you that their morals are whatever keeps their regime and the rule of the Kim dynasty together. And for a country who teaches their kids that North Korea is the most morally pure and superior country to others, and
also Kim invented those chairs. Facts.
All others are evil. It's pretty hypocritical, which is why they have stupid laws, such as when you visit
I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but like it is pretty funny to be like, wow, North Korea, awfully hypocritical of you to to go out and do war at the behest of one of your only allies on the planet. Like, yeah, they got nothing.
the Kim statues, you have to take flowers to them and you have to bow down to them. And of course, if they actually wanted good for their population, they would not just load them with propaganda with the intent to strengthen the Kim dynasty and the people get nothing in return. And in their propaganda,
like, I think the most consequential aspect of this is like how much the complete blockade over North Korea benefits the Kim dynasty. That part is correct. Like they definitely, I think, take advantage of that fact. Have they also improved the living standards, all things considered? Certainly, but all in all, I think it's mutually beneficial to the Kim dynasty and I guess the rest of the world. Well, not really necessarily, but like rest to the United States of America at least. Hasan, look up. Red Velvet performs in North Korea.
South Korea is depicted as a puppet of the US. And I mean... heartbreaking. The worst person you know just made a good point. All the newspapers are related to the Kim dynasty, but generally North Korea's propaganda department always works overtime. Like when they produce this Hollywood type scene with Kim in all leather and sunglasses firing a missile. And also, not many people know this, but North Korea makes so much movies and they are all available on YouTube. Next time your significant other wants to watch a movie and you don't know what to watch, be like, I got you, babe, and put on Our Lifeline DPRK 2002 English sub part 1 of 2. Most North Korean movies are about anti-American and anti-Japanese sentiment.
Us American men love young boys. He's like, American soldiers, they're pedophiles.
Along with glorifying the Kim dynasty of war and patriotism.
Okay, I know what we're watching. I know what we're watching next. God damn.
Or this one movie where a woman had to quit her factory job to become a housewife and she wanted to go back to the factory to serve the country. And her husband got mad at her because he wanted her to be a housewife and take care of the family. But then she still returned to work, and one time the husband's train broke down, and what does he see? His wife helping fix the train. And then he realized, damn, women are important to the workforce. But the funniest part of this
feminism. Yeah. More woke than America. Checkmate.
This movie was that the conclusion was that women are still supposed to clean the house and raise the kids and work a factory job at the same time. So it wasn't progressive in any way you would think.
Shut up, Gatsu. You don't know any better. That's feminism. She was abiding by Jusha principles.
Just adding more responsibility. And in their movies, they use prosthetics to make Americans, and in one of them, they just dressed up a dude with a blonde wig, and he was supposed to be a white woman. I apologize, North Korea. I was not familiar with your game regarding femboys.
Hey, you're not one of those silly men that's dressed like a woman, are you? No, baby, I'm the real thing.
And the worst thing ever is that they have nukes. Now, honestly, I trust North Korea with nukes way more than I trust Israel, Russia, India and Pakistan, or Iran. The fact that those countries have nukes...
See, Gauss was a coward. He should have said America. Let's be real. He should have said America in there too. Out of all of those nations, America is the only one that deployed not one but two on civilian territory. Like all those other countries, many countries have like deployed nukes in testing. America used them in contest.
Nukes is the reason why I sleep badly at night. Those countries having nukes is like giving the Joker nuclear access. Like, why? Who did this? And nukes are very, very expensive. You not only have to research and make them, but you have to maintain them. And that shit is not cheap. So to see the North Korean leadership sacrificing the good of their people for nukes is kind of sad. But also, they're mad that the US...
I guess he said Israel. So that's like... why say America twice? You know what I mean? It's like Israel is implied.
Destroyed their entire country, and they're sort of overcompensating right now. As you probably realize, they care very much about their looks and their aura. All dictators are obsessed with big things, such as when Hitler wanted to build a Volkshalle, the biggest enclosed building in the world, or when another prominent dictator, Rishi Sunak, wanted to build the world's biggest library in Birmingham. And North Korea has built the biggest stadium in the world. And the second is in Czechia, where there was a rave hosted, and me and Leo actually went in. It was pretty cool. They also have this big building in their capital called Yugyong Hotel, and it was supposed to be the tallest building in the world. I genuinely don't know who they thought could use this hotel, since North Korea's border policy isn't exactly the same as any other country. So the tallest hotel in the world, but you don't allow tourists in. Who the fuck was supposed to stay in there, man? It was supposed to house 3,000 guests over 105 floors, 5 restaurants at the top, nightclub, everything. It was supposed to be baller, but
hey, that's pretty sick, dude. What do you mean? Why are you hating? One day.
Never ended up opening. Instead,
building a library in Birmingham is like building a liquor store in Mecca. No, I think the liquor store in Mecca would get more play than the library in Birmingham.
They added some LEDs to it and now use it for vibing. And the latest update we have on that hotel is that last year they were looking for a casino operator to complete the building in exchange for the profits made by the casino. Despite this, there is no other place I would rather go than a North Korean souvenir shop. Bro, their shit goes so hard. Imagine being posted up in North Korea. And of course, I've seen some idiots on the internet.
Given the chance, would you ever go to North Korea? Yes. Absolutely.
Defending North Korea as just a victim of American imperialism.
North Korea is a victim of American imperialism. That is literally true. Like this person, I've unironically defended this take. Obviously, like North Korea is a beautiful socialist country with free housing and healthcare, is battling U.S. imperialism for decades and not the horrible dictatorship the West has told you it is. It can be both at the same time. It can still be a dictatorship while also simultaneously be fucking ruthlessly destroyed by American imperialism, which is true. It has been ruthlessly destroyed by American imperialism. Most people don't think that that is the case, which is why my point when I was defending her take was that while she's approaching North Korea with rose-colored sensibilities, she is closer to the truth than the average liberal is that thinks like North Korea is eating rats and also a victim not of American imperialism, but instead of like the monastic or the monarchy structure that exists within the Kim dynasty. Thought you fucked off, ruined my... Thought you fucked off, ruined my day, that. Why ain't you fuck off then? We don't want no library in Birmingham. We don't want libraries in Birmingham, Governor. Why are you fucking trying to bring a library to Birmingham? You insult me and you get broomies, multiples, shankies in a fucking nightlight. Toss off, you fucking wanker. Piss off. Look up the Broomy accent. It's way worse than you think. I've been following since fucking 2021.
And that's why they're like this. But there is no excuse for a country's leadership to treat their citizens this way.
As a Chinese national, in defense of my DPRK comrades, his take on North Korea as an accusation of monarchy is disgraceful, worse than your China takes. Shake my head. Come on, big dog. Like, if the Kim family had simply a symbolic place as the head of state, and they did not have unimaginable control over every fucking outlet of propaganda and virtually every aspect of North Korean existence, I would say I'd be happy to entertain it. Okay, I'd be happy to entertain what you're saying. It's not legally a monarchy. It just seemingly happens to to resemble a monarchy.
By far the most restrictive country in the world, to the point where they kill their own citizens if they attempt to leave. And because of this, a lot of North Koreans that try to escape get caught up in some sort of human trafficking or just get shot. Such as when this 24-year-old North Korean soldier said, you know what, fuck this shit, man, I want to watch anime and goon. And then drove a car straight through the fucking border, crashed, got shot 5 times by North Korean soldiers, then passed out after crossing the border, where he was rescued by South Korean soldiers and survived, and it was all on video. I would not want to be this man's kid, because he'll say, oh, you don't know what real struggle was like. I had to get shot 5 times.
There's a party that literally votes just like China. Of course, Xi and Kim have a lot of influence, but it's insane to say that either is just ruled by a king. That's just straight up Western propaganda. Oh my God. Bro, why are you comparing China to DPRK? What are you doing? What are you doing and what are you saying? Oh my God. Especially when compared to China, it's like fucking Xi's father was sent to the goddamn salt mines, dude. Papa Xi Jinping wasn't the fucking leader of the state before him, you know? There's no comparison. What the fuck? I am super open-minded to alternative modes of governance, okay? I understand that all governments are inherently authoritarian. You know, some of it gets a little out of hand. Some governments make it seem as though there is a real democracy, a real democratic process, but it's simply seen as a pressure valve that you release every 4 years so the people don't fucking revolt. I'm just simply looking at not like Western propaganda, but instead the dynasty that very much exists in North Korea and the unimaginable amount of influence and power it holds over the country. If you look at what China has to say about DPRK or Cuba or Vietnam, yes, but also, so what? Do you think when China says something, I just immediately go, it's true, it's real, it's great, it's awesome? China also fucking supports the military in Myanmar. Does that mean that I'm appreciative of the military junta in Myanmar? No. What are we doing here? Sometimes you guys behave as though in the way that like my haters represent me as. Like you unironically lean into the fucking meme.
Pass out with an 11-inch parasite in my body and then show you the video on his phone. See, this is me, and your broke ass, dumbass, shrimp dick ass doesn't even want to do math. But despite all this beef, North and South Korea have one thing in common. They both have a shit birth rate, to the point where a video surfaced of Kim Jong-un crying because he leads a country of incels. Knowing you lead an incel country is a tough pill to swallow, but this makes the entire Korean peninsula situation even more intense, because now, besides both of them having very good militaries, now they are also in a battle of whose people will die out from low birth rates first. And North Korea is gonna win this one. Their birth rate is not at replacement level, which is 2.1, but South Korea is literally the lowest in the world at 0.75 children per woman. But North Korea executes their citizens over literally anything. It's like that one clip.
You shout like that, they put you in jail right away. No trial, no nothing. Journalists, we have a special jail for journalists. You're stealing, right to jail. You're playing music too loud, right to jail, right away. You're driving too fast, jail. Slow, jail. You're charging too high prices for sweaters.
They should reunify the Koreas again.
Passes, you right to jail.
Make one Korea.
Undercook fish, believe it or not.
Solve all the problems.
Yeah. You overcook chicken, also jail. Undercook, overcook. You make an appointment with the dentist and you don't show up, believe it or not, jail, right away. We have the best patients in the world. because of jail.
Like imprisoning people for watching foreign movies. Why do you want to watch American movie?
Your point to Chatter was correct, but Xi Jinping's father was absolutely not poor or a salt mine worker. No, he was. I said he was sent to the salt mines, and not literally a salt mine. Yes, he worked in the government as well. I don't even know if China has salt mines. He was sent to the farmlands. Is that better? Like, I'm using it as a metaphor.
I'll make dinner.
But you see, we have a thriving film industry of our own. I'm sending you to the DPRK CBT camp. This means Democratic People's Republic of Korea torture camp. You're going to be sent there, and well, you don't even want to know what happens next. Also, recently we had our first Georgian that went to North Korea. This YouTuber Soso around the world was recently able to travel to North Korea after no tourist has visited it for the past 5 years, along with other tourists, because they were hosting a marathon in Pyongyang and they were going to represent people from 200 different countries. Nobody knows what they told the people, like who they thought were participating in these shows. Maybe they told them these are the best runners in the world, and look, our athletes are gonna smoke their asses, while they were just tourists looking for a way to see North Korea. And he described North Koreans as the cutest people ever, that were so nice and waving at him because he's a foreigner. And he was just sad that he couldn't actually get to talk with them because they were not allowed during the tour. And even when they were showing the tourists around the metro, they gave them a separate wagon so they couldn't interact with the locals. Also, during their trip, they were not allowed to use local currency and could only pay with Chinese yuan or American dollars to the hotel and tour people. And this guy asked the tour guide to help him buy ice cream, and she wouldn't accept his money back.
How much? You went? No, please. How much? Please. Come on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Aplit argamu martha mokled amis tan khara. Mikisra. Da sawareli.
And during this trip, they were feeding all the tourists a lot. It's like full meals 5 times a day. I think to dispel the rumors that North Korea doesn't have food and North Koreans are starving and shit. And they just did it to flex. Also, the city itself looks pretty fucking good. They hate to say it, man, but the monuments look cool, and they even color their commie blocks, which adds to the aesthetic and just makes it look nice. Generally, North Korea is a very interesting country, and I wish nothing but the best for the people that have to live in North Korea. It feels horrible to know that there are people living that don't have free access to the internet and free speech and any of the laws we take for granted. You know, these regimes such as North Korea or the United States will arrest you for protesting and saying the wrong thing. They all blindly worship one leader. No wonder these two are such big fans of each other. You know, I learned something today. No matter where you are in the world, having free speech and free media is an absolute blessing. And by free speech, I don't mean, oh, I can't say X race is bad, there is no free speech, but speech as in criticizing the government, which is genuinely one of my favorite hobbies. There are people who claim to be apolitical, but frankly, when they arrest someone close to you for speaking his or her mind, you can't really be apolitical after that, can you? The best Georgian scientists calculated that this is approximately what the average YouTube user now has to go through to find a good video to eat food to. So, if you don't want to struggle to find good videos to eat your food to, or use me as an ASMR dildo for your background noise, subscribe to my channel since I have my own Project 2025 to do. Thank you so much for watching. I really like how the channel has grown and have been given these new opportunities, and I am...
Western chatters don't know how much a privilege it is to have free speech and media. Don't worry, Western chatters are already inching closer and closer towards that future where they will no longer have it, myself included. Coming from a country that does not have free speech, I am very, very worried about you know, the changes, the rapid changes that are happening in this country as well, which is supposed to have free speech. As a matter of fact, is supposed to have the most expansive free speech.
I'm eternally grateful to all of you. Thank you so much for the support from the bottom of my heart. Like and subscribe, and goodbye.
Don't forget to check out Conflict of...
Yeah, none of the... Dude, America is so annoying because it has none of the good shit. of any of these other countries, like foreign adversaries, and only the bad shit. We're just slowly decaying off of the gains that we made 100 years ago with the New Deal, both on our infrastructure and every part of our existence. And we don't even have fucking high-speed rail to show for it. I hate it. I hate it so much. Anyway, my mom, dad, and my brother are here. I'm gonna go hang out with them. So I'm ending it at 5 hours and 53 minutes. Not even 7 hours today. How long? What? How long are you banned? Ha ha ha. Free speech. Am I right? What did this guy say? I didn't even get to see it. You got blocked way before you could have an impact. Anyway. Anyway, I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody. Bye bye. I'm gonna go hang out with my family.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan.